treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Oh, luscious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in disguise. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes.
My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my No shame for moral corruption, no blame for social disruption. You're deadbeat and your dead eyes do nothing for your poor disguise. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my Abject humiliation, convenient constitution. Do you sleep when you lie? Your soul is all but sacrificed. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my It's miles and miles and miles and miles away. Yes, it's miles and miles and miles and miles away. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Welcome, everybody, to the ESL 1 Birmingham Newcomer stream. I'm Austin Walsh. I go by the moniker Cap. I'm going to be joined by my partner here, Avery Silverman, called SVG. We're casters for Dota 2, and we're going to be taking you along an alternate stream here for ESL 1 Birmingham, where we kind of break down the basics of what Dota 2 is. So if there's anybody who is actually new to Dota in the chat and has any questions about Dota anytime, feel free to drop it. We have made it so there's only a little bit of delay between us and the chat. We're pretty much here for you guys. So we're going to curate this whole experience to you guys at home who want to be able to learn about Dota. And it's all going to be through the eyes of this tournament. Right, Avery?
Absolutely. We have personally arranged a chat that is, as Austin said, as close to zero delay as we can get. So feel free to ask questions and I will answer them. Austin will try and answer them. But Austin is not as knowledgeable about Dota as I am. So you guys are lucky to have me here.
Which is actually a good thing in this situation when we're talking about the newcomer stream where your knowledge and expertise is way too high for for something like this.
That's your first mistake, Austin. You can never know too much about Dota 2. You guys might be saying, well, I'm just a lowly herald. I'm just 100 MMR. Am I too low for this stream? No, nobody is too low for the stream. Nobody's too high for this stream. Well, somebody probably is, but not in the world of MMR, as you can always learn something new about the game. I am always learning something new about the game every day. And I guarantee you the professionals we are about to watch play are learning something new at this very tournament that they have never encountered before. So you should never feel bad about what you don't know. You should only feel optimistic about what you can learn.
That is true. Dota is known for being an incredibly complex game, and I think very likely through this stream, both today and tomorrow, we're going to be covering the next upcoming series, the series after that, and then tomorrow we're going to be covering the lower bracket finals as well as the grand finals. So if you end up missing out on some of this, we're going to repeat the process for the following streams. Again, kind of building everything up from scratch. So if you have to go, you got dinner, you got work to go to, we'll be here later on and we'll be here tomorrow as well. But yeah, Dota is an incredibly complex game. And I feel like every single time I interact with Dota, I'm probably learning something new. And I will probably learn something new from this stream just because there are so many small details about Dota. Somebody's probably going to ask a question. We're going to have to pull up the Wikipedia. I think that's the number one thing about Dota is that's probably the biggest step is if you have any questions, there are a couple different sources out there on the internet. There is a Wikipedia that is very good at all the minutia that is Dota, all the small mechanics and interactions. So if you ever have a question about how a spell works, that is a great way to be able to keep up while you're playing the game.
there are also a lot of resources in the client that people use, right? You can go and study every hero and every spell in the client. You can go and study every spell in the client, every item in the client. There's even a learn tab. I don't know how long ago this has been updated, but
yeah, we could probably pull up the learn tab, which I think
you can do some stuff in here.
This got released 2 years ago or something. Valve made the effort to make a full-on tutorial basically for Dota 2. So if you are straight up very new to the game, probably one of the first things we could do is actually watch the "This is Dota 2" video. Is probably a really good way.
No,
to
we don't need to watch that. We don't need to watch that.
What do you mean?
Wait, you want to actually watch it? I guess you
why
can
not?
play it in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, I don't think
It's got some good cinematics.
Seen this.
You've never seen this? Dude, Valve put in so much work to make this new player experience thing work.
I mean, honestly, if the best resource you can probably do is to play against bots. If you have ranked anxiety, right? If you don't want to go play in ranked games, Dota allows you to play against bots, learn the game, learn what the ancients are, learn what the creeps are, learn what the towers are, and then you're good to go. That's it. That's the entire game of Dota 2.
Yeah, in fact, the tutorial experience does actually end with you playing a bot match, so it's set up pretty well for that. Audio, are you guys getting the audio?
To slay opposing players or computer-controlled forces called creeps.
Why do I recognize everybody in chat? Okay. We were getting the arena sound. We're still trying to smooth some things over, guys. This is going to be a learning experience for hopefully you guys as well as us, as we have never done a newcomer stream before, and we are probably going to be learning things on the fly here. What is the stream, guys? This is a newcomer stream for anybody who is new to Dota and wants to be able to learn about Dota 2. We are providing a secondary stream to be able to help people learn about Dota.
So, all right, so what is this, Austin? What is this?
So we are going into the opening match of Tundra versus Betboom for ESL 1 Birmingham. What the screen that we're looking at right now is the drafting screen. This is a screen that pretty much all MOBAs are going to have at the very start of a professional match. You will have a screen where you go through and ban certain heroes that you don't want to play or don't want the opposing team to play, and picks, and it will go back and forth. If you look at the very center, there is this line that of arrows that points back and forth the order that people will ban and pick things. So the white parts obviously mean that they are picks, the red parts are bans. So we just had the arrow pointing down. So Betboom picked a hero called Shadow Demon, and now we're going to go to the other side where Tundra, you get to pick a hero in response to that.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the biggest thing here is it seems really complicated. There's a lot of orders, a lot of, going between teams. But basically, each team is just going to pick their 5 heroes that they think is best for them in this game based on what they see from the opponents doing. And then they're going to go battle with those. And the enemy team is going to try and stop them getting the heroes they want. So in the end, it's fairly straightforward. You pick what you want, you try and stop the enemy picking what they want, and you like a strategic chess match of sorts. You try and get the best matchups you can. Think of a certain Nintendo game I'm not allowed to probably name. You have you have your ice variants, you have your fire variants, your grass variants. Dota heroes are very similar. You want to pick your fire variants to counter the grass ones, and so.
We also can talk about roles, in which are a big part of any MOBA, and particular Dota 2. Dota has I would say, a more open role system where heroes can fluctuate from patch to patch or player to player in what role they can be played in. The roles will typically start 1 through 5. With 1 representing the hero that gets the most net worth, oftentimes called the carry. The 2, most of the time, is the mid laner. who operates in the middle of the map in a one-on-one at the start of the game. The 3 is the third core of the 3 different cores. He is in the off lane, and we'll take a look at each one of these lanes once we get into the game and be able to explain that. And then we have the 2 support players, the 4 position and the 5 position. So we will, as we go through this draft, we'll look at some of these heroes and explain, some of these heroes are going to be obviously support. Some of them are going to be obviously cores. And some of them might be what we would call a flex, or something that can be flexible in the position and is picked up in the draft with the possibility of being, multiple positions.
Easiest way to think about all of it is somebody's going to get priority on the team and somebody's going to get lower priority. Person who gets the highest priority gets the most gold, which means generally they're the strongest, and the person who has the least priority gets the least amount of gold. So they are the weakest, and the weaker priority tends to support the stronger priority. And so each team divides this sort of resource production between these roles, and players are defined within that role over their career and try and be the best at it. So when you hear us talk about 1 through 5, 1 through 5 refers to that resource priority. The 1 position is getting the most amount of gold, and the 5 is getting the least amount of gold. And this is generally just how Dota has defined these positions as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 also go to generally specified lanes in the map or positions on the map to try and get as much of that gold as possible. And this is kind of the basic structure of a lineup. So as we're watching this draft, generally teams will also pick the lower priority positions earlier so they show less of what they're committing. Like they're going to generally choose their 5 and 4 earlier than their 1 and 2 because it shows a little less of their strategy, commits a little less to, who's going to get the most gold and what are we doing with that. And so you'll generally see support heroes come out in the first 3. And already in this draft, even though we might not know who these heroes are, the big green dude on the top and the demon and the horse lady on the bottom. Puma lady, I don't know why I said horse. Those are three supports already taken in the first 5. So we are fitting the trend here.
Yep, and then the they do have names underneath them, so we can call them the red guy in the armor suit called Dragon Knight. He is most likely a mid lane or off laner, though some teams even run him in the carry, so he can go kind of in any 3 roles, which is something that is kind of unique about Dota, is that there is a fair amount of diversity in how the heroes are played and what position that they're played. The same goes for the pangolin with the sword called Pangolier. He is usually going to be in the mid or off lane. Again, we'll take a look at what the lanes look like in the game. Feel like that's probably more a visual key that can help explain what the different lanes are a little bit. Right there in the middle at the top, the guy who's just entirely water called Morphling, that is most likely going to be that team's carry, and the little guy next to him in the robotic suit is called Clockwork, and he's going to be the 5 position or the support that gets the least amount of priority. So he will most likely have the least amount of gold, least amount of items. But in Dota, you can still do a lot with very little amount of gold or farm that we usually refer to it. After all, Avery here was a professional 5 position. He was a professional support player.
That's true. Now, I did do a lot with a little. That was my
very little.
Yes, I had very little back in the day. It's gotten better. But another interesting tidbit is if you're watching these games, a lot of the teams will still actually organize their players from 1 to 5. This is a remnant of the Chinese teams who kind of invented this system. Used to do this and still do it, as a matter of fact. So it's easier for them to study the replays. But if you're watching a game, for example, Bet Boom team that we see here on the right, going from the top to bottom is their 1 through 5. So Nightfall at the very top position is their 1 position carry player, and Toronto Tokyo at the bottom is their 5 position player. So in most games, that's how team structure. Now, not always. They can choose how to do that. You know, Tundra is not organized like that, unfortunately. But
No.
a lot of teams are. So if you ever just have to guess, that's a good way to guess.
Is there so you said it is to help them in replays. Is there any actual reason in game to order yourself 1 through 5?
5 seconds.
Well, there used to be. It's a very complicated thing. But
Esports
for those who are
turn to
interested,
ban.
there used to be a small ping advantage for the top colored player or the top slot player. So generally, the one position would take that slot because he is the most gold. He's the strongest player in the game, and he wants the lowest ping to the server. That used to be the idea.
10 seconds remaining.
But generally, it was just a sign of dominance. So, you know,
5
if you're the
seconds
big dog in the game, you got to assert yourself as the big dog and come in and take that top slot, kick everybody else down. You know, that's how the one position, the carry players think in Dota. They think they're going to 1v5, 1v9 the game because they're getting all this gold, they're getting all this resources pooled to them. They think they're God on earth, and they're just going to decimate everybody 1v10 if they have to. You know, obviously not the case. It always takes a full team to win a Dota game, but that's how they think, so they're going to take that top slot.
Quirkby says, "Hi, I'm watching Dota 2 since 2020, but I don't have a clue, so I'm here on the mainstream." We are here to answer your guys' questions. Seeing as I recognize about half of you, and the other half are asking questions that are obviously Dota 2 veteran questions. Any actual newcomers to Dota 2, if you have any questions, we would be free to answer them. Again, there is a minimal delay between chat and the stream. So, yeah. Also, when it came to the list of players on the right side, if you guys are wondering what that little crown next to the player, that player is the person who is currently doing the drafting, which we are just about to finish up here. BetBoom is going to pick their carry at the very end of their draft, and that's going to be the blue dude, Phantom Lancer. You're going to see a lot of him. Many versions of him. He is an illusion carry, so he creates a lot of copies of himself. And the final pick for Tundra was Zeus. That's right, of old mythology. So that's going to be their mid laner. So we talked about, you know, how the Pangolier at the very top left there, how he could be in the mid lane or the off lane. So they're actually going to switch him to off lane, and they picked a different mid laner as a result. So
that'll actually be a good hero because I think Zeus is one of the easiest heroes in Dota to understand. So I think we can just follow him for like 10 minutes and we're going to learn a lot. He's a very straightforward hero. Zeus throws lightning and he hits people and he damages them. And that's all the hero does. Incredibly straightforward, incredibly simple. A great hero to learn from. Whereas Phantom Lancer, the last hero that BetBoom picked, everybody hates this hero. Despicable hero. A villain of Dota 2. Very obnoxious, very annoying, very complicated. So we will not talk about him for a while. But Zeus, very nice hero, very friendly hero. Everybody likes Zeus. Everybody likes playing Zeus, you know. Everybody likes throwing out lightning and slaying people. So I think we'll follow him for a bit, see what Thompson can do with it. And looking like it should be a pretty good game.
yeah, so we have just hit this little transition where the players are picking which hero they're going to be playing and equipping their cosmetics. And they're also, we can't see this, but they're also purchasing their starting items so they can start the game and just head out there as quick as possible and not have to worry about that. Once we get in, we'll talk about a little bit about the map and the lanes that we are referencing. To give you guys an idea of exactly what that looks like and what that means. And then we're just going to settle on watching Zeus, who's going to be playing in the mid lane on the Radiant side. So even better for us to be able to get a grasp on. Of course, two sides of the map, Radiant and the Dire. Radiant are going to be starting off in the bottom left. Dire start off in the top right. And people find it usually a little bit easier to be able to start on the Radiant side. It's a little bit more natural going left to right. So let's get into the game. We can start off. So we're following Zeus right now. He's heading to the mid lane. Mid lane is typically a 1v1 affair. where you are just matched up against one other person. The 2 side lanes will have the other 4 members of the game. We could see the bottom lane right now. This is referred to as the safe lane. Now, the reason it's called the safe lane is that when the little minions that spawn, the creep wave, they will spawn, and where they meet on the map is closer to the Radiant side tower here. So you are safer in the fact that you are closer to your tower, which will help protect you if you are attacked in any way. So that's why it's typically referred to as a safe lane, is the place where the one position or the person you want to put the most gold into, the most priority, he plays in the safe lane because it is safer than the other lanes. Whereas the other lane, the off lane, they refer to it as the hard lane. There's a lot of different names it's had over time, but that creep wave will be closer to the enemy tower, the dire tower, and therefore you are less safe as a result. So they put a core position who doesn't get quite as much farm.
Yeah, I saw somebody asking about, what makes a carry hero versus a mid hero, as we're going to watch here. Generally, the higher farm priority the hero has, which could be the carry, could be the mid, are your primary damage dealers. So as we're going to see, Thompson here, he's the 2 on this team. He is the mid player. He's been given a lot of priority on this team. The mid player lanes alone, as opposed to with a teammate, which means he gets double the experience in the laning phase. He doesn't have to share his resources. So he becomes very strong very fast. And generally, you want your heroes that deal damage, the most damage in the game, to be as strong as possible so they can deal the most damage. And the supporting cast does things, like stun an enemy hero, disable them, provide healing, frontline. Think of your classic Dungeons and Dragon party. You have your tank, you have your DPS, you have your backliner, your frontline, these types of things. So carries are generally your DPSers. And Zeus is a great DPSer. Zeus' hero has 4 skills, and they're very straightforward. Every hero has 4 to 5 spells that you level up as you gain experience, as things die. And he just shoots lightning. He has AoE lightning, he has chain lightning, he has a lightning bolt, he has a little jump where he can leap away to try and maintain a certain distance and zap somebody in the process. And then his ult, one of the most iconic spells in Dota. He can nuke or zap everybody on the map for a certain amount of flat damage. So we'll see Thompson. He can only skill this ultimate at a certain level, which is 6. So once he gets to 6, we'll see him skill up this Thunder God's Wrath, and maybe he'll pop it out and zap some dudes across the map. Should be pretty cool. But right now, he's just trying to fight for as many of these little creeps as he can in this 1v1 he has mid against the Dragon Knight. So both these players that we see right now are fighting for what we call last hits, which means they're trying to score the killing blow on each of these creeps as they fight each other in the lane. Now, why would they want to score the last blow? Because if they hit the last blow, the killing blow on these creeps, they get gold. And you'll see the little gold number pop up whenever Thompson here kills a creep. It's around, 40 to 50 gold each, which is really important to try and get your items faster than the opponent and also get as much experience off the lane as you can. You want the experience so you can level your skills, and you want the gold so you can buy items, and all of these things make your hero as strong as he can be. So Thompson, he's doing pretty well right now. He has 16, 17, 18 last hits, and he is cruising towards his items here.
That's right. You can see the last hit number there in the top left. You'll see a lot of times there is going to be some numbers in the top left that are showing up in the beginning of the game, usually for the first 5, maybe up to 10 minutes, but usually the first 5 minutes. It will be the last hit counter, which is usually the best show of success when it comes to this phase of the game, which we call the laning phase. And you can see Thompson is actually the very top, 22, and then the number next to it, 2. This one is a big one for Dota 2. That represents the number of denies that he has. So like Avery was saying, you want to be able to get the last hit on the opposing creeps to be able to get the gold for the killing blow. But you can also get the killing blow on your own creeps, and those are called denies, and it will take away some of the experience from that creep dying from the hero that is matched up against him, and also take away the chance for him to be able to get the gold. And that is represented by a little exclamation mark or a question mark on Valentine's Day or April Fool's Day.
So
right,
generally,
so Thompson, yeah, go for it.
Oh no, go ahead.
All right, so Thompson, sometimes you see him kind of moving out of the lane. It's a good time to talk about the other part of playing the mid lane, which is runes, which are unfortunately both the runes just got taken, but they are these little things that spawn in the river area a little bit far away from this mid lane, so he has to walk to it, and those will give you different power-ups. And also can refill your bottle, which is an item there. You can see the items in the bottom right next to the skills. Those are all the items that he has. And the very first one that he has in the very top left there is a bottle. You can see he just picked up what's called a bounty rune, which is a rune that just gives you a flat amount of gold for yourself and your team. And the bottle got filled up with 2 charges. The bottle is a consumable item that you can reuse that just gives you health and mana over a short period of time. So 110 health and 60 mana over 2.7 seconds. That does stop if you get attacked by an enemy hero for some reason, but it is a big source of the mid lane matchup and the regeneration and what we call harassment, or basically the damage that you're doing to the enemy hero over the period of the lane. So Zeus, for example, you see he's thrown out the spell Arc Lightning. He's using it to get the last hit on the creeps, and it bounces and hits the Dragonite, and that damage kind of builds up over time.
he also just hit level 6, as you can see in the number in the bottom left of his portrait, which means he can skill his ultimate, which is a more powerful spell than the little lightning that we saw, but also has a much longer cooldown. So if he uses it, he won't be able to use it for a longer amount of time again, which means generally these ultimate abilities, or you hear people talk about ult, is you're committing a lot for that instance in the game. You know, maybe there's a big fight, maybe there's a huge kill you want to get, so you're going to commit your big spell with a very long cooldown to try and get that kill, and this skill can only be leveled up 3 times in the game at level 6, 12, and 18. So generally, you have to choose wisely when to use it compared to your other spells. Here we're going to see Thompson. He is getting ganked, or many heroes have come to slay him, and he did not enjoy that very much, as he has been stunned and damaged and killed, and now he is dead. And now, because he is dead, he must wait to respawn based on his timer, and he's very sad. Look at how sad he is.
Very sad. See the bottom left, his timer is counting down. So 3, 2, 1. As you get levels, as the game goes on, you get levels. Your death timer is what it's referred to. Will take longer and longer. So your respawn time it's more and more punishing for you to die later into the game because it takes longer for you to be able to come back or respawn. Thompson was doing very well in his lane, and that's why he got ganked. Or a gank is pretty much any time that multiple heroes move to another part of the map with the intent to kill an opposing hero that is that they know is there. So Thompson got ganked in that situation, probably because he was doing very well when it comes to getting those last hits that we were talking about. He was getting a lot of gold. Which is another big part. That concept of ganking is another part that is, I would say, a little bit special to Dota 2. Dota 2 is a pretty active MOBA in that heroes move around the map quite a lot. So we're going to see these support heroes moving to various lanes quite a lot. Sometimes the cores will move as well. We just had a little bit of a skirmish there. They were trying to fight over the power runes. So we have some different runes that are in the game. There's the bounty runes that give you gold. There is the water runes that just give you a little bit of HP and mana. And then there are the power runes. Those start spawning at 6 minutes. The runes that are in the river will spawn every 2 minutes. So they start off the water runes start spawning at 2 minutes and 4 minutes, and then at 6 minutes, those water runes are replaced with power runes. And that is, there are several different power runes that we can kind of cycle through. I believe we've got a pop-up for it that we can talk about. They will kind of randomly show up. They do happen in a cycle. We just saw the red rune right there is the haste rune. That was the one that just got picked up by the enemy, the shadow demon, that the red scary looking guy. So they managed to take that away from Zeus. We've got some other ones like amplify damage rune. That one will increase the damage that you do with both your physical, what we call physical right clicks, or the auto attacks, or just the regular attacking that you do. It amps up that damage as well as the spell damage. This rune actually just got recently changed in a patch, so you may sometimes hear it referred to as double damage rune, because it used to double the amount of right click damage or physical damage that you would do, but now it's been made a little bit different, so it also affects your spells and doesn't amp up your physical damage quite as much. Other runes, we got the regeneration rune. This one will just fully heal you up, HP and mana over a period of time. Once you get to max HP and max mana, it will stop, and that regen rune will be over with. There's the arcane rune, which will reduce the cooldowns. So Avery was just talking about the cooldowns of the big spell, the ultimate that he has, which in this case, Zeus has a 2-minute cooldown. This arcane rune will reduce that cooldown and the mana cost for using that ultimate. So it gives you an incentive to throw some spells around, sort of. Other runes include the illusion rune, which just creates 2 illusions of your hero that will do reduced damage in the auto attacking that it does, and also take more damage. It cannot cast any spells. Pretty much every single illusion in Dota 2, except for one hero, those illusions cannot cast spells. They can just do regular attacks. We got a couple more. The invisibility rune, I think, is the last one that we were talking about. And that one, just it's in the name. It just makes you invisible, so enemy heroes cannot see you until you come out of invisibility. That will last for 45 seconds. If you cast a spell or you do an attack, it will pull you out of invisibility and take away that buff that you have. There are different kinds of invisibility in the game. Oh, we forgot shield runes. Those ones are relatively new. This one just gives you a shield. Basically, a % of your max HP is added to your hero as a shield. We'll point it out at some point in time, but it appears as a yellow bar above your HP bar. So it is kind of like a second HP bar. You know, like when you're fighting a big boss in a RPG game or something.
We're going to see Thompson get smoked here, which basically means his team used a consumable item called Smoke of Deceit, which turns them invisible until they enter the vicinity of an enemy hero. You see them miss some spells here too. They're very sad about that. But generally, these Smokes of Deceit are used very purposefully to try and gank an enemy hero, i.e. find them somewhere and kill them, or make a move for an objective in the game. Basically make a big team move. You don't want to get spotted, you smoke it up. And unfortunately, that move for Thompson did not succeed, so he's a little sad about that. Though we did see him pop his ultimate. You can see that cooldown ticking down, 90-second cooldown. So he's gonna have to wait a long time to do that. But he wants to fight right now. Thompson farmed mid. We saw him killing a bunch of creeps in the jungle as well, which generally you want to do to accelerate how much gold you're getting. You know, he's killing these creeps that are showing up on the lane, and after he's done killing those, he's gonna go and kill some creeps in the woods as well, which is generally just, you know, woods or jungle, just areas of the map with a bunch of trees that have a bunch of random little camps on them, right? Like here's a little camp with some little creeps in the middle of the trees, and these are kind of just neutral areas. They're just areas where random creeps can spawn in these camps that you can get for extra gold, you know, bonus on top of what you're normally getting. So if you're farming really fast and getting everything off the map, you can pull ahead of your opponents by getting extra creeps, which is what we saw Thompson doing earlier. And he's just trying to get as much farm as possible, so he's as strong as possible, so when fights like we're watching break out, he can zap some fools down and give them the old lightning treatment. Top's
Looks
pretty
like,
happy about this fight. He's gonna clean up some
yeah.
kills.
He's going to get a lot of zapping done. Damn.
And that is the best part of Dota 2. It is killing enemy heroes. That is the satisfying thing. We'll see there he picked up 2 kills, I believe. And why do you want to kill the opponents? Because you get a lot of gold, you get a lot of experience, and it makes you a lot stronger than them. We'll see on that thing. He got 2 kills, so almost 1,400 gold, 600 going to Thompson, and 2,000 XP went to the Radiant team here. And that's a decent amount. So if you win team fights in Dota, you pull ahead of your enemies at a pretty decent rate. Now you can pull ahead by just killing, creeps on the map, killing random neutral creeps on the map. But generally team fighting and killing the enemy heroes is how you win a Dota game, or put yourself in a position to win the Dota game. That's why Zeus is a cool hero, because Zeus, he just zaps people down. He walks up to you, he bolts you with lightning, he kills you, he laughs at you, and then he wins the game.
True. But you can see right now that there's that little yellow bar that we're talking about over the green health bar. That it represents the shield rune. So that is the secondary HP bar that he kind of has. The little blue bar underneath that, it represents his mana, which you can also see at the very bottom of the screen. Just kind of like a secondary showing of a hero's HP and mana to kind of help you keep track of those things during the chaos of the fights that happen. I like that we saw some fighting going on there. The score is 2-3 when it comes to kills. You could see that at the very top. In the middle there is the time of the game. Now, I think what is another thing that separates Dota from other games is, again, it is a very active game, so you will see a lot of kills in this game. This one is actually pretty slow. 5 kills in 15 minutes is a pretty slow pace for Dota. Normally, Dota gets about a kill a minute, if not more. So again, it's a very active game with a lot of killing that goes on, a lot of interaction between the enemy team and your team, and a lot of movement. As you can see from Thompson, he's making his way over. He once again used his ultimate to help his team somewhere else on the map do some damage to a hero that they were trying to kill. And he was walking to that fight, but they already killed that guy, so okay, he's just gonna go and hit some more of those neutral creeps. Yeah, we could talk about maybe some of the items that he's picked up so far. So the items that you could see next to his abilities. So we already talked about the bottle, because that was an important one. The one that is to the right of that are his boots. Now, boots are a very important item in Dota 2. Movement speed, as we said, there's a lot of movement in the game, so movement speed makes you more efficient at moving around in the map, and so boots are one of the most important items that you can get in Dota. Pretty much every single hero has a pair of boots on them.
Just like real life, Austin.
Just
for all
like
of you
real
guys
life,
out there, invest in your shoes, because if you don't, you're going to regret it later in life.
There are different kinds of boots, but you can really only have one, we're going to say pair of boots, but basically one of your items is going to be boots. There is the regular brown boots that were referred to that just give you a base amount of movement speed. These ones are an upgraded version of that called arcane boots, which, as you can guess, are boots that are good for mages or heroes that use a lot of mana. This one gives him both passive mana regeneration over time, as well as an active ability that gives him and any allies within this AoE that you see, this green circle that is around him. Any heroes within that AoE, when he activates these boots, will also get mana. It gives 175 mana for himself and any allies in the area. Yeah.
Well, what else can you kill besides heroes and creeps in Dota, Austin? Well, there's one big creep that is being killed right now in the top left.
Oh, it's already Roshan time, huh?
That's right. Who's this bad boy sitting in the pit?
Oh, I like
big old bad boss.
That's a good term for it.
So what is Roshan? Roshan is the mini boss of Dota 2. He sits up here or at his bottom layer. He switches between them in night and day. But generally, he's a sub-objective, which means he's a much bigger creep than every other creep on the map. He's much bigger and stronger than an enemy hero. he takes much of your team to kill him. So you have to commit, 3 or 4 heroes to bring him down. It's like a mini raid, so to say. But when you kill him, he gives you very powerful items and a lot of golden XP. So it's an objective that teams will generally try and group up for whenever they feel like they're strong enough to do it without the enemy team coming and stopping them. So here, Bet Boom felt like they were strong enough to go do Roshan. They went there with 3 or 4 heroes, they killed it pretty fast, and it drops an Aegis the Immortal, which is an item that grants a hero a second life when he dies. Very powerful. One of the strongest items in Dota 2. We see it here in the Dragon Knight's inventory. It has a timer on it. This is the timer for the Aegis to expire. So GPK here, he has 5 minutes of this Aegis, of which, a minute or so has already elapsed. And once that timer runs out, the item will automatically expire on its own. However, if he dies during that timer, his hero will be dead for around 3 seconds, and then it will respawn automatically, preventing him from actually dying or giving the enemy, the death golden experience. So it's a very strong item. You'll see teams generally group up and do Roshan some points in the mid game, get this Aegis on one of their stronger heroes, generally the 1 or 2, and then try and push enemy towers down with that, because you can put this hero on the front, and even if he dies once, well, he just comes back. Like a bad rash, Austin. Just keeps coming back.
Like a bad rash. It's fitting that the Dire side took it. I guess they're the bad guys in this situation since we're following Zeus. Where is Zeus right now? Looks like he's in the Radiant jungle, so he's just farming away some creeps. You can see his bottle change colors. That means he picked up one of those power runes. In this case, the yellow coloring on it means that he has an illusion rune. So we'll see him pop it right now, and those are the 2 illusions that come out. So he's going to use that to, he's probably just going to move it around the map. It'll help him get some vision, which is probably the next thing that we can talk about. Vision and what that means exactly. You can see the enemy team is they initially maybe thought the illusions were real. The enemy, now, when we look at the illusions, we can see that they're blue and they're fake as a result. But the enemy sees it the same way they would see the actual hero. So the real possibility that they thought it was an actual hero that they were looking at there. Vision is a very important part of the game. In your minimap at the bottom left, in fact, maybe we can actually switch to just the Radiant side vision so we have a better idea of what that looks like. At the bottom left, you can see the map, and we can now see the map from the perspective of the Radiant team, or, the Zeus's team that we've been following. This is what the map looks like to them. You could see the fog of war that they're having to work around here, and you can also see on the mini map the areas that they have vision of, often through the towers that they have still remaining, or from the creep wave that is running down the individual lanes, or in this case, like the mid lane, those illusions that are running out. Now, there are other ways to be able to obtain vision, and that is through wards. Now, wards are a consumable item that you can put on the map. There are 2 different kinds of wards. These are observer wards. Those give you regular vision of an area that basically gets rid of the fog of war and allows you to see in that area anytime. In this case, this observer ward is paired up with the other ward called a sentry ward. That will allow you to be able to see other invisible units and other enemy wards. So a lot of times you're going to see these various sentries around the map, and they're just going to be those empty circles, if you can see on the minimap, and those are just basically them looking around for enemy wards like that.
Vision is very important because it lets you take good fights. We're seeing a fight break out here, but it just lets you farm more than kill more creeps than your opponents. It'll let you kill them more reliably. So a lot of these really high level teams are going to fight over the vision, try and kill their opponent's wards with sentries, or try and place really good wards of their own so they see as much as possible. And when you have the most information, you can make the best decisions and generally win the game. So wards give vision, heroes give vision, creeps give vision. and your towers and base give vision as well.
Radiant's middle tower
So
is
all
under
this
attack.
fog of war, you just want to get rid of it as much as possible in a Dota game. All those mechanics let you get there. There are also certain spells that can give vision for certain heroes. Illusions also give vision, so you'll see people throwing these illusions to try and scout areas out, see what's there without committing their real hero. You know, Thompson hit one of his spells, that bolt that he just threw out,
Are scattered.
lightning bolt. This gives vision in a certain AoE when he throws it out. So as we saw there, he threw it up the hill. You can't see up
Dire's
hills
middle tower
or
is under attack.
elevated terrain in Dota 2 naturally, so he threw it up that hill to just scout what's out. And now he's going to pick up a little rune for his bottle, and he's chilling. He's killing some creeps. He's trying to push a tower. Towers are just rally points for your team, basically. They're objectives with a certain amount of HP you have to break through to kill them. And they regen very, very slowly over time. So you can chip away at them, or you can just group up and try and kill them. But they're just like a really strong immobile creep. They sit there like a general turret and shoot a bolt of damage every few seconds. So you can defend them, you can attack them, you can rally behind them. They're pretty strong if you want to fight with your tower. And the more towers you take, the more space you have to operate, and the closer you are to attacking the enemy's base in general, which is how you ultimately win the game. So every team is going to go through taking the enemy towers one by one in any given Dota game. And you can see on the minimap that they're represented by those little squares. So the more of those that are missing for a team, generally the worse they're going to be doing in a Dota game. You want to keep your towers alive as long as possible. And you want to take as many towers away from the enemy as fast as possible. As we see here, Boom, they're grouping up to try and take this tower. They're attacking it with a huge amount of stuff, and Tundra will come to defend this tower and try and kill them in the process of defending it. There's a very classic example of, one team trying to attack a tower, the other team trying to defend their tower and maintain the vision, the control on the map. Towers also give you a certain amount of gold when you kill them, so it's also good to defend them because you don't want your opponent killing all your towers and getting a lot of extra gold and being way stronger than you. They're generally good areas to be around.
There is actually a little number there at the very top of the screen showing we have the kill score and the timer at the very top, but you could see that little 2K that is on the right side there. Yeah, that is going to represent the gold advantage that one team has over the other. So Boom before this fight had a 5,000 gold lead over the enemy team. But after that fight, a bunch of gold and experience was taken by Tundra or the Radiant side, and now that lead has gone down to only 2 or 1K. This is an alternate graph that helps you give a little bit more detail of what the game state has been and what it looks like now. We can break down the various parts of it. You could see the green line there. And the first bit of text on the left at the top is the win probability. So there is actually a system in Dota 2 that is able to read the general win probability state of the game. Now, the win probability state can be a little off, but I think for the most part, it is actually very accurate. And in this case, it gives the Radiant side a 25% chance to be able to win this game. Basically, it's treating it off of the history of all the Dota 2 games played, which there is, a billion of them or something like that at this point. So it's taking the history of Dota 2 and all these heroes when matched up against each other in this state where, each one of these heroes has this amount of gold and the enemy team has this much advantage over them. It kind of puts that all together and tells you, okay, these guys are losing, but they still have a chance to be able to win the game. The yellow line represents the gold advantage that a team has over the other. So the farther it goes down in the graph, the more it favors the Boom team. The farther it goes up, the more it favors the Tundra team. So after that team fight, we could see the gold went up quite a bit. That white line is the experience line. You're going to see that gold and white line tangled together a lot for obvious reasons, gold and experience are tied to each other through these creep kills and hero kills. So very often they are going to mimic each other and be pretty close to each other. Yeah, most of the time. So we've got another Roshan that's going to be going on, so we can maybe watch another Roshan raid going on. Though this time around, it does look like Tundra is going to try and fight over this Roshan area. So this is a very common state in Dota 2 where both teams want to be able to take Roshan. And the team taking it at the time does have a bit of a disadvantage. So both teams are probably going to get into a fight beforehand, and we're going to see how that breaks down. So see, it looks like Tundra, pretty good start here. They had the Pangolier use his ultimate ability where he rolls up in a ball and he hit a bunch of heroes. And then Zeus did what Zeus does, which is he threw around a lot of lightning. They did a bunch of damage and they killed a couple of heroes. Bet boom. The rest of their heroes retreated, and that allows Tundra to be the ones to go into the Roshan pit and take Roshan and the items that will drop. And that's right, it's items. So every iteration of Roshan comes with more and more items. So when you first kill Roshan the first time around, he got that very good item that Avery was talking about, the Aegis of the Immortal, the one that allows you to reincarnate. The second Roshan drops an additional item called the Cheese. The Cheese is a consumable. When you activate it, it instantly heals you for 2,500 HP and 1,500 mana, which for many heroes, especially in this part of the game, is pretty much a full heal. So that is another very powerful consumable. Probably less powerful than the Aegis of Immortal most of the time, but is still quite the boon. And then we're going to see some other items come in, and the third Roshan, which I think is likely to happen this game, so we'll tackle that as it comes.
But generally when you get a Roshan kill, you get this Aegis, you want to go fight with it because you have that second life advantage. You feel very strong. That's what we're seeing Tundra do here. They're trying to get as many kills and fight as much as possible during this period where they have the extra items from Roshan and want to use them. Best way to use a second life is to, well, die. So if you go and die, but you trade for an enemy and you come back, you have an 8 advantage. And the goal of Dota, I mean, Roshan's nice, creeps are nice, heroes are nice, but how do you actually win a game? You kill the enemy ancient. You kill their base. If you deal enough damage to the enemy base, it explodes and you win the game. And the way you expose that base is by taking all the towers, taking the tier 3 tower in a lane, as we just saw fall there, and then taking these buildings called barracks. So barracks are these buildings that spawn the creeps in each wave. You can kill them to give the creeps in your respective lane an extra buff or a larger advantage, a larger HP pool, more damage. And these are generally called raxes or barracks. And if you take a lane of barracks, that means you're taking both of these buildings arranged in a melee barracks, or you've killed them. They regen very slowly, but you can siege them. And if they die, you get a big advantage on that lane for the rest of the game. And you're one step closer to killing the next set of towers which defend the ancient behind them. So there are 3 sets of these barracks, and then 2 towers behind them, and the big old ancient behind those. So generally, you're going to win the game by killing that building last. And the more barracks you kill on the way there, the bigger advantage you're going to get with your creeps helping you to kill that ancient in the end. So generally, when teams are pushing the enemy base, it means they're ahead and they're trying to push their advantage and get one step closer to the end of the game. And it's a very difficult thing to do. So teams are trying to constantly build up to that point.
Radiant are scanning.
Jimmy asked, does the team which kills Roshan get the Aegis? So when Roshan does die, it drops the items on the ground, and those items can be picked up by anybody. So very rarely you'll see a Aegis steal or some of the other items get stolen away If you kill Roshan and then the enemy team comes into the pit at the same time as you're killing Roshan, they have a chance to be able to take those items away from you. They can even come in and take the last hit for Roshan itself, which does give you both gold and experience for your team. All right, we're going to see whether or not Pure here, he's playing Morphling. That's the water guy. He is the carry. He's the one who, yeah, he's got a bunch of items, and he's got that Aegis of the Mortal. He's got another minute and a half to, you know, kind of be able to use it. So he's going to go up into that high ground again. He also has a shield rune, so you can see he's got that second health bar, which is helping him quite a bit right now. And they're going to try and take this building. You can see the red ball there is just trying to protect him, see if they can get that building and get out. But it looks like they made a bit of a misstep, and BetBoom is now going to punish them for it.
So I saw someone asking about the tower taking. You know, when can you take these buildings? So lanes are important because lanes, you know, there's these 3 lanes in Dota that you go to at the start of the game and you'll generally play through. But they also describe the order of towers you need to take to expose higher priority towers down the road. So as we saw at the start of the game, these tier 1 towers, as we called them, the first level, are the ones you play around on the lane. They're all dead by now. They've been killed long ago and have disappeared. If you kill the tier 1 tower in a lane, it then allows you to kill the tier 2 tower in that lane, which opens up a stronger tower worth more gold. If you kill that, you can then kill the tier 3 only in that lane. If you kill the tier 3 in that lane, you can then kill the barracks in that lane and then give yourself a creep's advantage. If you kill a tier 3, it then allows you to kill tier 4 towers. So all these things go in order, but you have to open them up within that order, generally through one lane. And if you kill the 2 tier 4s, you can then kill the Ancient, which will win you a game of Dota 2. We see the dragon guarding this Radiant Ancient. Very pretty. Very cool. Cosmetics are a big part of Dota 2. You need to make your stuff look good. But that is generally what teams are trying to do. So when we saw Tundra pushing that middle lane versus BetBoom earlier, they had killed this tier 3, and they were trying to kill these barracks to gain an advantage in the game, but were unsuccessful in doing so before BetBoom defended them. However, the tier 4s are still open for Tundra down the road, so they are in theory closer to winning this game than BetBoom from a tower standpoint.
Dire are scanning.
You can see the little shield there next to the health bars. That means that those buildings have backdoor protection. Backdooring is a concept where you try and hit a building without waiting for a creep wave to come in. So all of the buildings have, or most of the buildings have backdoor protection. Basically, they are way harder to kill. They regenerate very quickly, and if you do not kill them in time, they will regenerate back to the spot that they were originally. The way that backdoor protection goes down is that these creeps, these little guys that run out the lane, when they get close enough to an objective, to a tier 2 tower or a barracks, then they will take down the backdoor protection, allowing you to be able to put damage on these buildings. Very rarely you will see a time where a hero is strong enough that they can fight through that backdoor protection, but 99% of the time, games are going to go that you need to be able to unlock the backdoor protection before you start hitting the building.
I mean, the easiest way to think about it is, you know, there's probably someone, well, why don't these guys just go and kill the enemy base? And that's just there to stop you doing that without first pushing down a lane and, you know, having to fight enemy heroes or enemy creeps first. You can't just go into the enemy base and just start killing buildings on your own. Generally, that is seen as cheating. You're a cheater if you do that. So backdoor protection is there to stop it.
Every general needs its army.
Yeah, can't go in the back door. You gotta go through the front door. Fight who's ever guarding it. Like a even match, mano to mano.
So we had some other objectives being taken during the time. There is the Tormentor. We're not going to talk about the Tormentor now, but it did get me thinking about some of the 2 special items in the game. There are all of the items in the game will help make your hero stronger, faster. They will give you certain active abilities that you can use that allow you to, move really fast, or there's a very key item called Blink Dagger that allows you to be able to jump from one spot to the other in a small area. There's an item that allows you to move all around the map. But in this case, we have an item called Aghanim Scepter, which we'll talk about after this fight. We'll just kind of watch how the Zeus plays this one. Throw some lightning around at some heroes. You can see the water guy is doing lots and lots of damage. And the opposing team is really trying to stay away from the water guy as much as possible because he just does too much damage right now. And so they're trying to throw various spells. You see a lot of these illusions, these blue figures and yellow figures. Those are the illusions. The yellow ones, you see them right here, blue and yellow. Those represent the illusions of the hero that we talked about during the draft phase called the Phantom Lancer. He is a guy who just creates a lot of copies of himself and kind of tries to overwhelm you and confuse you with these various numbers. So again, the way that we see these illusions is not the way that the Radiant team sees them. They see it as looking just like the hero right there that we're looking at. They every single one of these yellow and blue guys looks just like him. So it can be very difficult to find the real one. And a lot of that happened in that fight where he created so many illusions they could not determine which one was the real one. And all of those illusions were doing damage, and that damage just built up and won him the fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Another Roshan has spawned. You come back. Now, these, after they're killed, they have a respawn timer, which is a variable timer, but, every 10 minutes or so, easiest way to think about it, it'll respawn, come back to life, and then you can kill it again for even more powerful items. Every time it respawns, it generally becomes stronger and drops more. So as the game goes later and later, at the top we have a clock for the game. We're approaching the 40-minute mark. Generally, the later the game goes, the more important this Roshan becomes because he's more powerful and he drops more powerful items. And you need that second life. You need those powerful items to try and end the game generally. So teams are going to fight over this Roshan. As we just saw, some heroes got killed. This was, them fighting to try and go in and claim this mini boss for themselves. Since Bet Boom were victorious there, they will try and claim it. Now, Roche does change his position on the map depending if it's day or night. So day or night is a 5-minute cycle in Dota 2. The first 5 minutes are day and the next are night. So every 5 minutes in that game clock, it switches from day to night. And I mean, it's pretty straightforward in terms of the only thing it really changes is how much you can see on the map. So if it's nighttime, you see less, and if it's daytime, you see farther. Heroes can see farther during the day and not as far during night. And Roshan goes to the bottom corner of the map during day to the top corner at night. Those are pretty much the only differences during day and night that are really important for the player. Otherwise, you don't really have to think about it. It's just a cosmetic thing. It feels cool to fight during the night.
That's true. So the third round of Roshan, we dropped some new items. So one of them was the Roshan's banner, which you can see in the Dire base right now. This Roshan banner does kind of what when Avery was talking about the advantages of destroying the enemy barracks. It buffs up the creeps. So it is roughly equivalent to it buffs up the creeps to a point that they are roughly equivalent to what it would be like if you took the enemy barracks. So these creeps, you can see they are bigger and they are actually quite strong as a result. They have like a 50% buff in both attack damage and HP. So this wave that's going to be coming in the middle lane all the time is just going to be overwhelming the weak and puny Radiant creeps.
Yeah, you can see how fast these Radiant, the green creeps are getting killed by the Dire red creeps here. Very one-sided. So the advantage of this is, well, these creeps give vision for your team. So the more enemy creeps they kill and push in, they're going to give you more vision on the map. And they're also going to help you push a lane towards the enemy base, which generally helps down the road when you want to try and end the game. So, you know, this is a buff Roshan gives you, but you can also get a similar buff by killing the enemy barracks, as we talked about earlier. And generally all these things help you progress to pushing the enemy base and ending the game. You just want to make your team, and your creeps, and your heroes as strong as possible.
Looks like we might have another fight on our hands as the Bet Boom, the Dire Side team. After they took that Roshan, they're very strong. They have the Aegis of Immortal. They have that second life on the Illusion guy. And they are trying to take a team fight and then push into the enemy base and take as many of the buildings as possible. So they just killed the Radiant carry, and as long as they don't lose too much here, they are in a very good position to be able to take a lot of buildings and potentially even end the game.
We'll also see that hero buy back. You saw that on the left. So when you're trying to end the game, you generally have to kill all the enemy heroes so that they can't defend their base. The one mechanic that allows them to help defend is they can spend a certain amount of gold to buy their heroes straight back into the game. In other words, you spend a certain amount of gold and it lets you respawn instantly instead of having to wait for the timer. However, it then puts that buyback capability on cooldown for a very long time, 8 minutes. So it's a very expensive committal to try and defend your position. And generally, it's not something you want to have to do unless you're forced to do it. You know, if your base is getting sieged and you're getting killed and you have to spend gold to get your hero back in the game, it's very costly, but it does give you a chance to maybe turn that fight around or help you defend your base when you're on the brink of losing. We're seeing Dire Team Bet Boom here push this tier 3. They're opening up Tundra's base right now. Tundra's having difficulty defending this with their one position dead. And they are bleeding out some extra heroes here as Bet Boom are taking a lot. They'll get a lane of barracks, it looks like. Yeah, there's a barracks dying. And they'll be satisfied with that and back. So they won a big fight. They got a buyback out of Tundra as well, which cost them a lot of gold. And they claimed an entire lane of barracks. That was a very successful push by Bet Boom. They're very happy with that. And as you can see by the gold net worth lead at the top, by that little gold number, they have gained a pretty decent gold advantage off that move, which is going to help them make another move on another lane if they wish, or try and push to end the game.
That's right, 44 minutes. This, I would say, is about the average game time, maybe a bit less. But Dota games right now in the current patch seem to go about 35, 40 minutes a lot of times. So this is not that abnormal of a game. We will get to about 60 minutes is very often where you start hitting the tail end of the game. It's pretty rare for games to go much past 60 minutes due to some items that are unlocked at that point in time. So Bet Boom just took a second lane of barracks, which again will upgrade those creeps. So they now have 2 lanes that these very strong creeps are going to be running down and can potentially do some building damage, and will just give you vision and information on the map and lots of good things. Now there is one last lane remaining for the Radiant side. This bottom lane of barracks is still up. Now, when Bet Boom come and try and take this, if they manage to take the final lane of barracks, then all 3 lanes will get upgraded again, and they will create what's called mega creeps. So what we usually refer to them as the regular creeps at the start of the game are just regular creeps. When you take one lane of barracks and those creeps get upgraded, we call them super creeps. And when all 3 lanes are taken and all the creeps are upgraded again, they are called mega creeps. Mega creeps are very difficult to defend against, and will very often leave the team locked inside of their base, unable to really get outside of it. A lot of times it is just inevitable that the game, that the team that kills all 3 barracks will win, though there have been plenty of comebacks in Dota's history, especially I would say later iterations of Dota, I think Mega Creeps are easier to defend than they used to be. But it's pretty rare for that to be able to happen.
So here, BetBoom are pushing that last lane, and so generally a team will never give up that third lane of barracks if they don't have to, and we're going to see Tundra fight for it here. Whether they'll be successful or not is dependent on the team fight and the player skill and how they cast spells and all the items they have, but looks like they are struggling in the later stages of this game. Somebody asked about that shield earlier. You do have a glyph of protection you can use to try and protect your buildings if you're unable to. There's that last barracks that fell, so the Tundra were unable to protect it here, and you'll see that announcement. Mega Creeps have been claimed for the Dire. But Glyph is something that can help you protect your buildings, and it's castable with a 5-minute cooldown by a team, so anybody on that team can cast it, and it will make your buildings invulnerable for a short duration of time, and help you defend your buildings. And that'll appear as kind of that blue shield around. So you get 7 seconds. It also makes your creeps invincible for a shorter amount, 4 seconds. And it makes your towers multi-shot. So it can help you defend your base a lot when people are pushing it. And that glyph will refresh when certain triggers get activated, such as the first tower of a tower type dying will refresh that glyph. So when people are pushing your base and they're taking your towers, you can sometimes get multiple glyphs to help you defend really well against a really fast push.
Dire are scanning.
You can see there is a little from our perspective as observers. It looks a little bit different, but you can see in the bottom left you have the map, and you have a little deal that is the glyph of fortification for both sides. So the red side that is lit up means that the Dire side still has their glyph of fortification. The left side is green usually, but it is on cooldown right now for another 5 seconds. We'll see it light up green. That will mean that the Radiant side has their glyph of fortification. Above that is yet another mechanic in Dota 2, which is called scanning. You can, it's kind of self-explanatory. You click on this scan button and you put it somewhere on the map. And even if you don't have vision of that area, if that scan, it'll show up as a little ping on the map. If that scan is green, it means there is no heroes in the AoE of that scan. And if it turns red, it means there are heroes. Won't tell you how many heroes. It could be all 5. It could just be one of them. But there is some enemy in that area if you use that. So that's what that is. And then above that is the Roshan timer. So Roshan is just about to spawn. There he shows up in the Radiant side Roshan pit. And he has a third item that he's going to be giving away when he dies, which is the Refresher Shard. This is an item that costs a bit of mana, but it will refresh all of your cooldowns, so it allows you to use those really big spells twice in a fight. But as it is, we may not see that Roshan go down because the Radiant side is struggling to be able to stay alive. They tried to kind of push back against the Mega Creeps and were out on the map and got caught by the BetBoom Dire side team. And now they have several heroes, a couple heroes that do not have buyback. We're going to watch Zeus. He's going to get ganked. You can see there's the buybacks. The little gold symbol comes up, means they paid for buyback. The guy there in the middle, the clockwork, that is dead, the little robot guy, he has a little gold border around his death timer. That means he does have buyback, and he's going to use it now. But the carry, the water guy that we've been talking about, Morphling, he does not have that gold border, meaning he does not have buyback, which is why we may see the end of the game here, because without their carry, it is going to be very difficult for them to fight.
This is the final battle for the game, but Tundra unable to muster a defense. They have been outmanned and outgunned, fallen too far behind, and BetBoom, they are going to win this game. They're going to kill the enemy Ancient here. The GG has been called. Now, if GG is called, the game auto ends. But as we're seeing, the Ancient has exploded. BetBoom made it to that final tier of the base, killed it, and they have gained a victory in this game one. Very solid victory by them.
Yeah.
They accrued a pretty large gold advantage, got a lot of Roshans, got to their late game where the Phantom Lancer took over. It was a pretty successful game for them. Their base got sieged a little bit in that early game. We saw Tundra pushing their base a bit, but they had a pretty good defense at that point, and then were able to push back eventually with a stronger timing later in the game. When the game got later and later, their heroes just became more and more powerful, and they used that ability to push Tundra back and eventually gain advantage through the Roshans and be able to close it out there. That was a 51-minute game. Yeah, I think, as Austin said, I think the average Dota game is around 40 to 50 minutes. Can be longer, it can be shorter, it can go on for an infinite amount of time.
Yeah, there is nothing that forces a game to end at any point in time. So there have been professional matches that have gone on an hour, 2 hours. We had a professional match that went 3 hours one time. So, yeah. So that was just the first game. We can probably take a look at what the end game screen looks like, which is just an entire mess. What Dota 2 does a really good job of giving you a lot of information, any kind of information that you would want. This is called the scoreboard right here. This is sort of just a recap of all the information about the game. It lists their KDA, it lists their net worth, the items that they have, any kind of permanent buffs that they might have picked up. Just a lot of information. Very, very in-depth. So if you ever wanted to know anything about that game, like how much damage did I do in that game, it will give you a total that your hero dealt. So for example, the person that we were following, Zeus, did 47,000 damage. Because again, he is a hero that just only outputs damage. So very proficient at it, did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough. I can show you what heroes you killed and how many times you killed each of them. It will show you the skill build for each one of these heroes or the order in which they leveled up their abilities and their talents. And then there is also a graph that we can take a look at that kind of gives you a synopsis of the game. And that will show the same graph that we were looking at while the game was progressing. This just has the entire thing. So you can see from the green line is usually the best line that will tell you what the game state kind of was. You could see it was kind of a back and forth game. BetBoom was winning for a large share of the game, but Tundra made a really good move and gave themselves a good chance, which is where they were pushing into the enemy barracks. But unfortunately, that fight didn't go well for them. And the fight after that didn't go well. And you could see that win probability drop down heavily into the favor of BetBoom and became kind of one-sided for the last kind of 5 minutes there because BetBoom was far enough ahead in gold and experience, and their heroes were very strong later in the game as well. There are some other stats that you can look at, such as breakdown, which gives you more information on the damage and healing that you did, exactly which one of your abilities was doing the most damage. So we could take a look at like Zeus, and that'll give you an idea which one of his abilities was giving him the most damage. So you could see his ultimate did 21,000 damage there, and it gives you a breakdown of each hero and how much damage he did to each hero. So yeah, Dota is very good at giving you a lot of information. If you ever want to know anything about the game, it is there for you.
Simplest though is kill a lot of people and die as little as possible. If you have a good KDA or kill death assist ratio, which is on that main screen, you're a good player. Mm-hmm. You can see here on these KDAs, GPK here, the Dragon Knight, 8, 3, and 15. So he scored 8 kills, only had 3 deaths, 15 assists, a very high net worth. He had a very good game here. That's a very good score. Generally, the better that KDA is, the better game that individual player has. Which doesn't mean that they automatically win because of it, but it means they're a Giga Chad. They owned everybody in this lobby. GPK had a tremendous scoreline, whereas Tundra, some of the scorelines were suffering here. They couldn't get some of their heroes going in the fights, and they fell behind. So if you're ever worried about winning a game, you can still have a good KDA and look like a boss, even if you lose.
That's right. And then you can blame all your teammates. If you have a good KDA and you lost the game, you just typically you just type that in the chat and then just blame your team, and you're good to go. That's typical Dota behavior right there.
Well, maybe we can talk about something during the break that people want to learn about. I think I'll open it up. We're gonna have to wait like a minute for that delay, but if there's like a big topic people want to go over during the break, I think that'd be cool. Yeah,
absolutely. We got it's probably going to be 5 to 10 minutes before we get into the next game, and then we're at the start of the game. We're going to be doing another draft as well, so there's a lot of time for us to be able to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. So we could probably take a look at what's going on the mainstream right now. See what's going on at the actual event itself. Oh yeah, so they're showing
the
KDA. So right
better.
there, they are comparing two players that occupy the same position and the stats that they had. So they were in that situation. They were comparing the two offlaners and their KDA and damage done and such. So,
I mean, maybe we can also just talk about heroes and items in general, because that's a big concept. Maybe I can even just share my screen. That might be the easiest way. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, that sounds
it might not be too HD, but.
But I wonder what kind of approach.
Here, I'll go live for you guys. Maybe production can use that. See if it comes up. Give it a few seconds here.
Again, we're going to be in.
Wow.
We're going to be going through this stuff progressively every series. So we're not going to repeat all the same stuff that we said in game 1. Going into game 2, we're just going to keep evolving the learning and talk about as much Dota 2 as possible. But if you guys do want to recap when it comes to the second series, we'll probably give a bit of a refresher there. But go ahead.
Yep. So hopefully we'll get progressively into like deeper stuff about the game. But since we are here in the game 1, can talk about some real basics of Dota 2, like what is a hero, what makes a hero different from other heroes, and what items should you buy on a hero? What makes all these things work? So here's the hero screen in Dota 2. This is my hero screen. It contains every hero in the game, of which I think there's like 120 now or something. I don't know. There's a lot of heroes. There's an overwhelming amount of heroes. But the basic breakdown is you have 4 quadrants for the 4 stats that make up a hero. Now, you have strength heroes, which are generally your beefy frontliner boys. You have your agi heroes, agility. Think of your rogues, your high damage dealers, a bit squishier though. Intelligence heroes, these are your mage type heroes, your casters with big spells and nuke damage. We saw Zeus earlier, right? Zeus throws out a lot of spells, uses his high mana pool to deal damage. This is generally that category. And then we have a relatively new type of hero, which is a universal hero on the bottom right. And these are heroes that are kind of like mixes of all 3 stats. They don't necessarily fall into any one category. They can do a lot of different things. Maybe they're just a weird hero. Who knows? They're the universally good heroes. So when you pick a hero, generally this stat will tell you what the hero does. If it's a strength hero, it means their primary stat is strength. So we can look at a classic strength hero like Centaur here. His primary hero is strength. So the primary stat means that for every point in that stat you gain, you also gain a damage or a right-click damage for that stat as well. So when you're picking one of these heroes and you're building items, if you're building strength items for a strength hero, generally you gain damage for that. If you build an agility item for an agility hero, you're going to gain damage for that. And so you want to itemize for the type of hero it is. But it also means that you have a certain stat gain for this hero. So for Centaur, for example, he gains a certain amount of strength, agility, and intelligence for every level he gains within the game. And these numbers are different for every hero, but for a strength hero, generally his strength gain is going to be the highest. So for Centaur, for every level he goes up, he gains 4 strength, 1 agi, and 1.6 intelligence, which means he is gaining a lot of strength per level. This is a very high number. I think on average, most heroes are around 1.5 to 2. So 4 strength is very high. And for every point of strength he gains, you can see here on the right, it tells you what you get. He gains 22 HP. So this hero gains a lot of HP per level. He's gaining almost 100 HP for every level he goes up, which means he's very tanky. He becomes very tanky, very high HP. He's a really good frontliner, and he can throw himself in the midst of the fight and become that type of a tank hero for his team. Not very good at dealing damage because generally heroes that scale through damage are agility heroes, which have a very high agility gain. I have to join the lobby, which means as they scale, like we saw Morphling in the previous game, he is an agility hero. So this hero has almost 4 agility gain per level, and which means you gain attack speed and armor for every agility point, which makes them very good carries and very good damage dealers because you're gaining not only damage, but you're gaining attack speed, which improves your damage even more, and you're gaining armor, which armor is another stat heroes have, which basically determines, your physical resistance to damage. Just makes you tankier against enemies trying to right-click you down. As these agi heroes gain more agi, they also try and buy items that help them do more damage, which in turn makes them even better carries than just their stat line. Intelligence heroes, as my thing bugs horribly out here, I will take Zeus. Zeus was the classic intelligence hero we saw last game. Again, look at his stat gain. He gains the most stats in his intelligence as he levels up. Intelligence gives you mana and mana regeneration, and the magic resist is not too relevant for new players. Basically, he gains a lot of mana every time he goes up in levels, which lets him cast more of his spells in a team fight, farm the map faster, and just be a better all-around mage. These heroes try to buy intelligence-based items to buff up their mana pool and help them generally deal more damage as a magical damage dealer as the game goes on. Some intelligence heroes can also be support-type heroes and, be healers, buffers, things like that. Generally, your standard mage-type hero. And then universal, these heroes are strange. They're the strange heroes of Dota 2. But in general, here's a hero called Wind Ranger. Standard archer type hero with some stuns and some nukes. Universal heroes don't have a primary stat. They gain damage based on all of their stats going up universally and are kind of a hybrid of everything. They'll benefit from any type of item. They can be itemized in a lot of different ways and are generally just well-rounded heroes that can perform a lot of different functions depending on what that hero does. So you have your 4 types of heroes. Easiest way to think about them, you have strength, tanky dudes with a lot of HP. You have agility heroes that deal a lot of damage, intelligence heroes that cast spells that can do different things, and universal heroes that don't fit in any particular category but are just kind of, weird, toxic, gooey, Sand King type heroes that do weird things and can kind of give you a little bit of everything. So that's your general hero breakdown. And then, how do you determine what items you want to buy? Well, if you're a strength hero like Centaur who wants to go in and tank a bunch of spells, then you kind of want to buy items that help you tank a bunch of damage. Items that make you have a really high HP pool, or maybe give you extra armor or extra magic resistance so you can tank a bunch of spells. If you're an agility hero, you want to buy items that generally help you deal damage. So it could be attack speed items. It could be high damage items. It could be items that just give you more agility, so you have higher attack speed and armor. Intelligence heroes, like we saw with the Zeus, generally want to buy items that help them cast more spells. So like the mana boots we saw that increases your mana capacity, or intelligence items that give you more intelligence that will allow you to regen your mana faster, for example, also allow you to cast more spells. And universal heroes can just buy anything. So within here, we also have all the items within Dota 2. Now, this is also a lot of information, and it will take any player a long time to learn about all the items in Dota 2. It's very overwhelming at first, but there are some very basic items that we can go through that you'll buy in almost any game, and there are guides within the game that will help you determine what you need to buy for any given hero in any given situation that help a lot. Generally, like we went over, every hero is going to buy some sort of boots. So here we see the basic boots of speed. This is like the most basic item you can get in Dota. It just gives you movement speed, which helps you walk faster around the map. And that's a good thing because it means you can get places faster. You can get away from enemy heroes. You can gank enemy heroes. You can do all the things that make a normal hero function. And as we see here, it costs 500 gold. You can upgrade those boots. Okay, we'll start in the game soon. I'll finish this up quickly. Every item can also be upgraded in Dota 2. These upgrades can go in various different directions and do different things. And they cost a certain amount of gold to upgrade, as well as maybe some other smaller items to build into them. So like the arcane boots we saw in the Zeus earlier, really good intelligence item, gives you extra mana. This can be upgraded off the Basilius, which gives you mana regen, another small item, and a recipe. So generally, the items function by you spending gold to buy the item for the type of hero you want to try and accelerate them in a certain way. And there are guides to help you determine that. And obviously, pro players are very good at knowing what they want to buy, when they want to buy it, and for who they want it to buy on. But the extremely basic presence is you're going to build tank, damage, or spellcaster. You're going to pick a hero to be a tank, a damage dealer, or a spellcaster, and you're going to buy items to help you tank, deal damage, or cast spells.
I think Dota does a really good job of helping you identify when you're first playing what heroes that you might gravitate to, like personality-wise, what heroes that you might want to play. Avery, if you could go back to the heroes, I want to take a look at the tags. Since we're, the draft's going to be going on, but I think, helping people pick what heroes they want to start off with is maybe a better way to be able to get people involved in Dota 2. Dota's hero breakdown, if we could switch to Avery's screen, at the bottom there, it gives you a really good way to be able to help you identify what hero you want to play. So if you first decide what attribute you feel like more, you gravitate to, the personality wise, it fits the way you like to play games. On the bottom there is a button that will tell you which, if you hit the button that says carry, it'll show you all the core heroes that give you, that have a priority in farm, that need more gold and experience to be able to operate as a hero. I'm talking about the one in the middle there, Avery. The middle bottom. There's just the support and carry button.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, there you go. So that'll give you, a lot of people will already kind of know if they want to play a core or a support. I would highly encourage you guys to play with both roles if you're learning Dota 2. I think it helps you learn the game the best and get a feel for the many heroes involved. So there's the carry and support tag. There is the complexity tag. So when you're starting off, probably best to start on a lower complexity hero. And then from there, it will give you some additional tags that is some of the personality of the hero. So there are heroes that are better at escaping, that are very elusive, that are hard to be able to lock down. There's the durable heroes, which is going to be a lot of the strength heroes, but not all of them. There are some other heroes in the other attributes that are very good at that. If you just like blowing up heroes and doing a bunch of damage, there is the Newcomer tag. So this will help you guys identify what kind of hero you want to play. You just take that tag system, and that'll help determine which heroes you should first start out on that you'll enjoy playing. So good system. Dota 2 operates on a pretty good system to help you identify, cut down some of the vast amount of decisions that you have to make, and just find something that's right for you. And a lot of people cannot play all of the heroes in Dota. A lot of people like to specialize in just a handful of heroes, or 2 or 3. And if that's the way you like playing the game, that's totally acceptable. And as Avery said, there's also the guides in the game. So once you do pick that hero, you could just follow the guide that is inside the game and just buy whatever items it tells you to buy. And that'll, kind of get you running. Because a lot of times I find when I'm playing a new MOBA, items is something that is usually way too complex to tackle when I'm just trying to focus on how to play my hero in the first place. So, all right, we're going to get into game 2 draft wise.
Yeah, don't get overwhelmed by the amount of choice in Dota, because there's a lot of choices, there's a lot of heroes, there's a lot of items. Like we saw on that item screen, there's like 150 items or something, but you don't need, you're only using maybe 5 in any given game. a lot of them are repeated, and a lot of them are, you know, niche choices down the road when you get very good at something. So you can start out very basic. Pick 2 or 3 heroes, learn those heroes.
10
Pick
seconds
10 or 20 items, learn those items. That's all you need to play a game of Dota. You really don't need much more when you're starting out. And there's a lot of professional players that don't play every hero. In fact, most professional players probably only play 50 out of 150 at the top level. So if you're just an average Dota player and you only play 5 or 10, that is more than enough to be a very high skilled Dota player in the first place. There's always something else you can do or learn, but don't overwhelm yourself.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, we are getting into the next game. So I think this time around, we'll probably explain each of these heroes a little bit more, which might help you guys identify a hero that you might like to play while watching this. So we've got the draft that's going on. We have on the bottom there, we have the Bat Rider. Self-explanatory. He's just a dude who rides a bat. We have a pirate captain called Kunkka, and we have the same hero from last game, Marana, the lady who is riding the panther or whatever you want to call that. So we could talk about what kind of heroes these are and kind of their personality in the game and what they do. So we'll start with the captain there, Kunkka. He is a hero that is typically a core. Usually plays either in the mid lane or off lane, so the 2 or 3 position. And he has a couple different abilities, but most of them are going to be involving water. Probably the most iconic one is Torrent, where after he places a spot on the ground, after 1.5 seconds, it'll shoot up this plume of water and does damage and stuns the enemy for a period of time. And so he's going to be throwing out a lot of disables. So he does a lot of damage, but also he stuns heroes or keeps them in a specific place for a period of time. So, you know, he's going to be on that disabler tab. Marana is going to be shooting out an arrow is probably her big iconic ability. So you're going to see her occasionally shoot out a big arrow. That arrow is it just flies in a straight line, and the farther away the unit is when it gets hit by the arrow, the more damage it takes, and the longer it is stunned for. So she has this big single target ability that can do a lot of work for you. Bat Rider, his iconic ability is Lasso. So you're going to see sometimes in the game the Bat Rider get close to an enemy hero, and then he will put a burning lasso on them, and he is able, that unit is disabled, and they will be drug around wherever the Bat Rider goes for a few seconds. So he gets close to somebody, he grabs them, and then he will pull them typically back to, you know, other teammates, or maybe he will pull them up a cliff where it's hard for them to be able to get down. A lot of different things. Yeah. Yeah.
I actually can see what you're talking about.
So we're going to talk about some of these abilities as we see them in the game, and that'll hopefully help you guys identify heroes a little bit better in these fights, and we can kind of get a better breakdown of what goes on in a fight. So we'll there's a pretty good replay system in the game. I believe we have some replay possibilities. Is that correct, Shriff? Are we able to replay team fights at all? Okay. Okay, so we may not do any live replays during this stream, but the Dota 2 game has a very, very robust replay system. So after this game, we can go and take a look at the replay, and we can probably break down a team fight and go back and rewatch the game. And we'll take a look at some of those abilities that we were talking about and see how they impacted a team fight.
Is it possible to pip my screen on top of this? Or like show both?
10 seconds remaining.
Just so we can highlight some heroes.
5 seconds remaining. Bet Boom teams turn to ban.
All right, so we're just. So I think the heroes we should highlight are these initiators, because that's what you're going to see a lot in this game. Is the heroes that start a fight or stun somebody. So we talked about Bat Rider. This hero is a great initiator in Dota 2. We've seen him in a lot of patches because he has a spell called Flaming Lasso as his ultimate, which allows him to walk up to an enemy hero, put them in a lasso, and drag them somewhere, which is very strong because it means you can start the fight and drag them into your team. You'll generally see this hero play with the item called Blink Dagger, which allows him to blink a short distance. You'll see the green indicator on my screen showing us the range of Blink Dagger. So in a lot of this game, you're probably going to see this hero blink on somebody and try and lasso them to start the fight. So I can blink lasso this target, drag him into my team. Very strong mechanic. And I think the other initiator we saw was Clockwork, right? The same team. So I can show you Clockwork real fast, which is also an initiator who can hook shot in on a target and latch them into cogs. So if I see the enemy, I can shoot my hook shot and trap them in, which also starts the fight for my team. So these types of heroes that can easily close the gap, start the fight, and set enemy heroes up for their team to kill are generally picked fairly confidently in the draft. We can go back to the draft now.
And when it comes to the team fights that we're going to be watching, they're going to usually be the first spell that we see cast in a team fight. So we'll be able to see a lot of that. Some of the other heroes around this, so we saw the Bat Rider and the Clockwork as the two initiators for Tundra, who are going to be playing on the Dire side. So this time where the teams are swapping the sides of the map they're going to be playing on. So this time around, Tundra is going to be on the Dire side, and Bet Boom is going to be on the Radiant side. The other Dire side heroes, we have Brewmaster and Luna. Brewmaster is typically a 3 position, and he is a pretty funny hero. He's just a drunk panda dude who his ultimate allows him to split into 4 smaller pandas that all have different abilities and elements attached to him. Earth, Wind, there's the Storm Panda, the Earth Panda, the Fire Panda, and then there's a Void Panda, which don't really know what that element is, but he's just a little purple dude. The Luna is, she's the one riding the Panther there. She is typically a carry or 1 position, and so she's going to be the one doing a lot of just regular auto attacking. Her auto attacks, her right-click attacks, she has an ability called Moonglaive, so those attacks will bounce. So we'll see a lot of that in these fights. She's going to be attacking somebody, and her glaives are going to bounce to units. It can bounce to like how many times does glaives bounce in total?
5, I think.
Yeah, so it'll bounce like 5 different times. So it can just like add up a lot of damage as a result. So she's going to be the carry, and then we have Pugna, who can be a bit of a flex. Sometimes he is a 2 or a mid laner. Sometimes he is a 4 or 5 position or a support. We'll see. We actually technically don't know which one it is until the players pick. But in this case, the player that plays for Tundra, Thompson, who we were following play the Zeus last game, he is very well known for playing this hero in the mid lane. So he is indeed going to be playing it again in this game. So we're going to see this little green undead dude playing the mid lane. So in this case, he's the 2 position. He throws out some green blasts of damage, and he can also do a life drain where he clicks on a hero within range, and he will transfer their HP away from them and into himself. So healing himself and doing damage to the enemy. We'll see a lot of that in these fights. He can also heal allies with it as well, taking some of his own HP and giving it to an ally, but probably won't see as much of that in this game. At the top part, though, we have, so we already talked about the Kunkka and the Mirana. We saw the Mirana last game. We have Weaver, Lion, and Pangolier. So the bug in the middle, Weaver, is typically going to be your 1 position or carry. So he's going to be doing all of the physical damage through regular attacks. He's he can go invisible and move at a very fast speed. So he's going to be kind of scuttering around in these team fights. You're going to see him move really fast. The hero with the get up next to him is called Lion. He is typically a support hero and will do a lot of disables. So he can throw a stun in a line where called Impale, where these spikes come out of the ground and knock heroes up and does some damage and stuns them for a while. He can also hex heroes, which means that they turn into a little critter for a short period of time where they can't cast spells, and they can only move at a very slow movement speed. And then the last hero we saw him last game was the Pangolier. He was that red ball that was rolling around in team fights. He is typically a 2-position or a mid laner. So we're going to see the little green undead guy against the red ball this time around in the mid lane.
In terms of why teams would go for certain heroes, generally they're trying to build a lineup that allows them to win the team fight. So when the big clashes happen, when you have 5-on-5s, they want a lineup that allows them to do certain things so that that fight is as easy as possible. One of the things we talked about, the initiation, right? You want to be able to start on the enemy first. So these heroes that can jump in and stun somebody, or hook shot in like the Clockwork, blink lasso somebody like the Bat Rider, roll in like the Pangolier. You generally want some of these heroes in your lineup so that you can start the fight on your terms and go on the hero that you want to go on first. And the lower cooldown that those abilities are, then the faster you can do that. And that's where we talk about the pace of a lineup. You know, how fast can a team play? How often can they start fights? Pretty dependent on the ability for their initiators to do that at a rapid pace. You also want damage dealers to follow up those initiators. So heroes like the Weaver here that we see scurrying around, or the Luna for Tundra, those are going to be the big damage dealers in this game. They're the 1-position carries. Those are the heroes that want to go in and follow up the initiators, kill enemy heroes, bring them down quickly. And then you have a bunch of spellcasters who can control the team fight. Heroes like the Pugna, the Thompson's playing here, or the Kunkka on the side of Bet Boom, the ghost ship captain who can, you know, throw out these big torrents and ships and X marks and throw all these crazy waterwork spells into the fight that stun people and give you buffs and speed heroes up. It's a lot of not necessarily damage, but what we call utility. In other words, you're controlling the enemy while buffing up your own heroes. And they're kind of just like team fight heroes. They like to fight, they like the 5-on-5, and they just want to be able to control how that goes for their team.
Okay, so this time around, we spent the entire first 10 minutes of the game, the laning phase, watching the middle lane. This time around, we're going to watch a different lane. So we could probably just stick on this lane. This lane is going to be the Radiant off lane. So for the team that is in the bottom left, this is the lane that is a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more difficult to play versus the Dire safe lane. So this is where their carry or their 1-position is going to be playing, who is going to be trying to, you know, play close to the tower and get these last hits. And this is going to be the hero that is going to be the strongest hero for the Dire side the later the game goes. So we're going to see this battle of last hits just like we saw in the game 1, but instead of a 1v1, we have a 2v2. That is typically how Dota goes right now, is that there are 2 heroes in the off lane, 1 hero in the mid lane, and 2 heroes in the safe lane, though sometimes that can shake things up. And again, Dota is a game that there is a lot of movement involved, so you may see a 3rd hero show up in this lane at some point in time. We'll talk about how that happens and what the result is.
Generally, the goal here is that the person in their safe lane, or Pure in this instance, on the Luna, he's trying to get as many last hits as possible, get as much farm as he can, and it's up to the enemy team to try and limit that, either by killing him or stopping him from getting those last hits on the creeps, stopping his ability to stay on the lane at all, perhaps because he's afraid of dying, which would limit his ability to get golden experience in the early game. And that's generally how these off lanes versus the safe lane matchup goes, which will also influence the picks. If people feel like a hero can kill the enemy hero like we're seeing here, they're going to feel really good about being able to do that. And that's a very good start for Boom in this off lane, especially for the Kunkka, who not only gets to shut down the Luna and stop her from farming because she's dead, but gets a lot of golden XP for killing her, which means when the Luna respawns and comes back to this lane, it's going to be a little harder for her to not die again because she gave away that advantage. So we saw the disables, the stuns coming out from this Boom tag team, putting in some decent work there. And these little kills on the lane are going to add up down the road for when they're trying to, you know, take those team fights later. All these little kills make you as strong as possible for when that comes.
So we see an interesting interaction that you only see in the side lanes. It is not possible to do in this middle lane. It's what we call pulling neutral creeps. So those the red guy and the yellow guy, the tomato and potato or the hellbear smashers, those are neutral creeps. So they are not tied to one side or the other. You can draw aggro on them. You can pull them out of their little camp, and they will run towards you. And if you get them in range of your creeps will attack them for attacking you, and they will get pulled over to the side, which helps disrupt the kind of back and forth that the lane goes through. So it's kind of like an interesting little wrinkle that only happens in the side lanes. It's just one of the many interactions that we'll see in side lanes that are unique, where it doesn't really pertain to the 1v1 in the mid lane.
Basic premise there is if you pull some creeps over to you, you're going to kill some of those extra larger creeps and get some more golden experience and generally help you on the lane more. So it's just like a bonus on top. You can use them to manipulate your opponents a little bit too, but basic premise is you're just trying to kill some extra creeps to get as strong as possible.
Also, if those creeps kill, if the neutral creeps kill your creeps, it is preventing the enemy team from being able to get the golden experience for getting the killing blow on those creeps. Another part of the lane that is a bit of a wrinkle for the side lanes is to the left of the lane here, we can take a look at the Lotus Pool. This is a small little objective. It's a pool where lotuses will spawn every 3 minutes. These are just little flowers that can heal up a small amount of HP and mana. Very similar to last game when we were watching the middle lane and we were talking about the runes that were spawning and the interaction it had with Bottle. It's just a source of HP and mana that is important to be able to win the lane. So you're very oftentimes going to see heroes fighting over this little area at minute 3 and minute 6. So you could see Miro's coming over at 6 minutes and the Lotus spawns. He takes a brief channeling time to be able to pick it, but now he has a healing Lotus in his inventory. In fact, he has 2 healing Lotuses, one from the 3 minute and one from the 6 minute. Those stack. If you get 3 of them, they stack. They become a greater healing Lotus, which heals you for even more HP and mana. And then there is a 3rd tier to that healing Lotus as well. So it takes 9 in total to be able to get that.
So we're seeing a lot of these early items bought by players on the lanes. And what I mean by early items is when you're early on in the game, we're only at the 6.5 minute mark. You don't have a lot of gold to work with, so you're going to buy cheap items to try and help you as much as possible early. Things like a bracer just gives you some extra strength and a little bit of health regen. Maybe a stick, which can be used to gain charges whenever enemies cast a spell, and then you can use those charges to gain HP and mana. So as much of these early game stat items as you get makes you stronger on the lane, and then you can compound that into advantages, which gives you more gold, and then you can buy bigger items later on. You have a lot more to work with. Maybe you're winning team fights, gain a couple thousand gold, you can buy a really big item. But in the early game, you just buy a cheap item for a couple hundred.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, so so we can see this is one of those times where the laning phase is kind of beginning to break down, and we could see that one of the other support that was not in lane has kind of come up to this lane. And as a result, Pure is the enemy carry. It doesn't feel safe, so he is farming neutral camps. So he's just away in the jungle. He feels like he cannot lane anymore. So he is probably getting maybe a little less golden experience than he would out of the regular creep wave. But it is much safer for him to be able to farm here. And you could see those bouncing glaives that we were talking about. This is a big part of Luna, and she is one of the heroes that is able to farm neutrals a lot earlier and more effectively than many other carries. Because these glaives. So you could see she throws out an attack, and then that attack will bounce between those two units back and forth. And that makes it very effective for her to be able to farm these neutral camps a lot better than many other heroes.
Generally, these one position carry heroes will also be able to farm faster than a lot of other heroes. They'll have some mechanic like bouncing glaives, for example, or some sort of cleave that can clear through these creeps very quickly. We're seeing Pure is going through these camps pretty fast compared to what a support would do or some sort of team fighter would be able to do, which means he's going to farm up really fast and get to his big items sooner, which will help his team take those fights and give him as much damage as possible for when they need it. If he were farming a lot slower, then when those team fights come, he might not have those big damage items that he needs to be able to go in the fight and win that fight. So this is another factor that helps teams decide what type of hero they want on these different positions. If you can farm really fast based off extra skills you have, it generally makes you a pretty good carry. If you farm kind of slow, then generally you're a better support hero or utility hero.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, so you want to talk about a bit about items, I think, as this the game kind of goes along, since we don't have too much action that's happening in this top lane. So you can see the Luna's items there next to the skills there in the middle bottom. So she has a couple of small items called Iron Branches. These are the cheapest item in the game. They give you +1 to all attributes. You're going to see a lot of these at the very start of the game, and then people will typically sell them as the game goes on. She just upgraded an item. We've got that item there, the Red Mask, the Mask of Madness. This item gives her both damage and lifesteal, so it allows her to be able to farm these neutral camps and keep her HP very high. And it has an active ability that allows her to attack even faster and move even faster in exchange for a reduction in her armor. And it doesn't allow her to cast any abilities. She's silenced during this period of time. So she just activated it here. You could see there's the jail marker. There's the silence mark that goes over her hero portrait saying that she's silenced. And then there's sort of that, like the jail bars that go over each one of the abilities that says, okay, you can't cast any spells during this period of time. So she's going to be using this ability a lot to be able to farm through these neutrals. If she uses it in a team fight, though, she does take more damage, so that part can be pretty dangerous. But obviously, when she's using, she's just attacking things, and she's using those Moonglaives, this attack speed helps her farm these neutral camps even faster. So you're going to see she's spending less and less time on each one of these camps. She's getting more and more farm, and this is just helping her speed along her net worth. So you can see her CS is very high. We can also check out her net worth, which showcases it's going to be, she's a little bit farther down there, but she's got 5,300. So she is, a little bit behind some of the other heroes of the game, but is doing all right. We also have the green boots. So that's one of the upgraded boots that Avery pointed out during the break between games. These are called Power Treads. These give you a little bit more movement speed than the regular ones. They give you +10 for a certain attribute. These Power Treads can be switched between each of the 3 abilities. So right now she has it on agility because she is an agility hero, so it's going to be the most beneficial. But occasionally you're going to see those boots change colors to red for strength or blue for intelligence. She'll do that sometimes if she wants to. Right there, she just switched them to the intelligence boots because it gave her more mana, and then she used her ability called Mask of Madness. Now, here's the Kunkka using his abilities. We saw the splash of water in the boat that came in. And that was sort of their way of initiating the fight on the Luna. And then we had a big rotation coming out from Bet Boom. They actually brought all 5 of their heroes to be able to kill the enemy carry. And they're going to be able to find even more heroes as a result.
So there we saw her farming all these neutral camps for a long time. And the reason she was doing that is because she was afraid of dying. And the second she showed, we saw that Betboom brought a bunch of heroes and killed her very quickly. And that's why she was killing all these neutral camps, because she was afraid of that happening. And that's very bad, because now Tundra are losing a couple of heroes on the map. They're falling behind in this game. It's hard for them to stay in a position where they can defend their towers, like we see here off those deaths. Now their tower's getting hit. They have to pop glyph again. And, you know, this Luna can still farm pretty fast. She can get some stuff out of the map, but maybe the rest of her teammates aren't going to be as lucky if they fall too far behind. So Betboom are playing really well right now. We can see they have a pretty decent net worth lead. All three of their top 3 positions are leading that net worth chart. Generally a good sign for them. And all these different heroes are going to buy different items to do what they want to do, but they're generally going to do similar things. You know, these one position heroes, they want to get really fat, so they're going to buy these mid-game items that help them farm faster. So power treads, we're going to see that on a lot of different heroes that want to get extra attack speed to kill the camps faster. You're generally going to buy one, you know, small farming item to help you either gain attack speed like the Mask of Madness, maybe deal some extra damage like a Maelstrom. That's just going to help you clear through these camps and deal a bit more damage and get you to your big late game items. So these items kind of scale over time. You're going to buy small items at the start, medium items as the game progresses, and then you can upgrade them into larger items later in the game. And all of this hopefully builds into like a synergistic item build that makes you as strong as possible.
So we're looking right now at the Weaver, which is the opposing carry on the Radiant side of the, for Betboom. That's you know, the Weaver who is going to be moving around. You can see Shikuchi, that's his primary ability, where he goes invisible and he moves really fast. Any hero that he moves through takes damage. He also has the farming ability, which is kind of similar to Moonglade's Geminate attack, which every once in a while when he does an attack, he does an additional attack. That pairs up really nicely with his farming item, which is the Maelstrom, which gives him attack damage, attack speed, and then a 25% chance that a little chain lightning will shoot out, doing additional damage and bolt to the unit that he's targeting and then bounce to some other units. So this is kind of what his farming item does. It's a way for him to be able to farm these neutral camps a lot faster, push through these waves, but also can obviously do some good damage to heroes as well. So saw that in the last little fight. The Weaver used that Shikuchi to get close to a hero, got that one hit in. It did the Geminate attack with the extra attack, and it procced the lightning. So it was like a whole lot of damage in one little period of time. So he's now killed the tower, and he's going to be moving to another lane. He's using his TP scroll. Every hero has a TP scroll spot in their inventory. That's the one that is the small little one there in the bottom right. That is a slot for TP scrolls. He currently doesn't have one. You start off with one at the very beginning of the game, and every single time you die, you get another one. You can buy additional ones in the shop, but right now, because he used the one TP scroll he had, he does not have a way to be able to TP around the map, which is, again, Dota is very much a game based on movement, so very important to have TP scrolls. Always try and have them. In fact, there was that little inventory that popped up. He bought a TP scroll, an additional item, and it's flying out to him right now on something that's called his Courier. It's a small little creature that can carry items from the shop to you, and it's coming through the middle of this fight right now to deliver the item. So now he has a TP scroll, and he also got a Ring of Health, which combined with another item to form this item in the bottom right, which is called a Perseverance. It just gives you a bunch of mana and HP regeneration.
You only can buy items from certain shops on the map, and then you have to use your courier to bring them out to you. Generally, the biggest shop is in your base. It's that dude standing there with the hammer, and he allows you to buy 90% of the items in the game. There are a few select ones you can only buy from the secondary shop, which is located in 2 spots on the map and offers a similar selection, but of just different sets of items. So if you send your courier to one of those guys, or it's in your base, you can buy those items and then ferry them out to you on the courier, and they'll be delivered to you. If your courier can die, the enemy can kill it while it's traveling to you, in which case it has also a respawn timer, and then you can't deliver your items. You have to go back yourself, which takes a lot of time. It might not be viable. So it's good to protect these couriers. You'll see them running through the game all the time. A lot of different cosmetic versions of them. You know, there's little mini Roshans, there's little mini heroes, there's dogs and cats and all kinds of crazy stuff that people personalize, but they all function the same. And each team has one per hero. So all these couriers are just busy ferrying out items to the different players based on when they get them. And they have like little speed boosts and things that can protect them, but they're all generally functioning the same. Here we see like the Panda's courier. He was waiting to buy a specific item at that secondary shop, and now he's going to run it back to his hero. When it arrives at his hero, he can combine it or use it, whatever he wants to do.
So this hero we're watching here, Lion, he was able to start a team fight with the Blink Dagger that we were talking about. Avery pointed out this is a very common item. It's one of the most popular items in the game. It, for no mana cost, allows you to be able to teleport to a specific spot up to 1,200 units away. 1,200 units, to visualize that, is just the green circle that we're looking at that surrounds this line. So that'll give you an idea of how far he's going to be able to jump forward. Because he has a couple of disables, this makes it's a really nice combination for him, where if they see a hero, he's able to get on top of that hero and instantly disable them with Hex or Earth Spike. So that was that. He turns them, in this case, because of a cosmetic he has, he turns them into a little fish. A lot of times it can be a pig or a sheep, just kind of depending on the hero or the cosmetic.
And a lot of heroes with stuns will generally buy a Blink Dagger just because if you want to start the fight, if you want to stun an enemy hero before he can use items, before he can cast spells, he's unable to do any of those things if he's stunned. So stuns are very strong in Dota 2. You want to buy a Blink Dagger so that you can close that gap and get in cast range of your stuns to lay them on the enemy hero. So we're going to see Save running around here with his Blink Dagger. He's just going to try and find enemy heroes, blink, stun them, set that kill up for his team, then the damage can come through. That enemy hero can't cast any items or spells during that duration, which makes them very vulnerable. And generally getting these Blink Daggers on your stunners is a good way to easily set stuff up. Got baited by an illusion there, a fake hero, but luckily Blink Dagger has a pretty short cooldown as an item. It only, 15 seconds or so is pretty low. And so he can use it pretty frequently here and just blink around the map. We're gonna see they know where the enemy is. Let's watch Save run in here and blink hex somebody. Boom! Blink stunned him. Look at that. Got Thompson. So Save's having a very good game.
We did see an effect come over these heroes as they were running to this fight. That ability was called Moonlight Shadow. That comes from a different hero. That is from this hero right here, Marana. Her ultimate is Moonlight Shadow, and that allows her to turn herself and all allied heroes invisible, and it gives them a little movement speed. It's just an invisibility spell that will last a short duration, and in this case help them get to a different part of the map without being seen by any wards or any other heroes. So that's what allowed them to be able to get to Thompson, the Pugnum player there. We're going to see them TP over to the other side of the map right now. They're currently fighting over a small little objective. Another rune, different kind of rune that spawns right here, is called the Wisdom rune. It gives you a little bit of experience for the person who picks it up and the person who has the lowest levels on the same team. So yeah, it's going to be this little purple rune you see here. It's also right next to the Tormentor. We'll talk about the Tormentor once we see a team actually try and take that objective. That's that big cube that's right next to it.
We're going to see them smoke up. Talked about these smokes earlier. This is generally when you don't want to be seen. You're trying to look for a kill. We're going to likely see Save trying to start this fight off for them. So Dire can't see where they're moving right now unless they move a hero close enough to break that smoke. Now they appear, but there's that Hex initiation. And so Tundra are going to try and turn this around, but it's looking pretty solid for Beboom. The Brewmaster gets his ultimate off. There's those little pandas going to work. and everybody's just trying to cast as many spells as items as they can to get as much damage off as they can. But Tundra are getting run over in this fight, it would seem, as they're struggling to stand their ground against a lot of stuns coming out from Beppu. They have a lineup with a lot of stuns, a lot of control that's able to disable Tundra's heroes pretty frequently, and looks like they're gonna get them all. So 5 heroes dead. That is what we call a team wipe. They killed all 5 heroes, only lost one of their own. A very successful exchange for them. And now they are leading this game pretty damn well.
Yeah, that was about as good as it gets. So now they have a 9,000 net worth lead, which in 23 minutes would say that this is turning into kind of a one-sided game. We'll see whether or not Tundra is able to come back at all, but it seems like the draft that they put together, the set of heroes that they put together, as Avery said, a lot of stuns, and they're being very aggressive. They're finding a lot of fights. Oh, there's that clockwork hook shot that we talked about before the game. He tried to get on top of the Weaver. Unfortunately, he hit a creep right in front of the Weaver. So he wasn't able to actually lock down the Weaver in the cogs, which you see there. There he's using the cogs to actually see up to that little cliff area. He had a suspicion that there was a ward up there, so he was trying to get some vision up there to see if there was anything up there. There was not. Now he sees placing some wards. So there, the observer ward on the left is the one that gives you vision through the fog of war. And then the ward on the right, the sentry ward, that's the one that helps you see other wards and invisible heroes. All right, another Roshan got taken. This time, Bet Boom took the Roshan, and they have the Aegis of Immortal on their Weaver. Again, they're one position, so they're again trying to make their carry hero the strongest they can possibly be. So they're going to give him that second life. So if he does die, he doesn't have that death penalty. He comes back to life. He's getting pretty strong here. He is now upgraded that farming item that we were talking about, the Maelstrom, into an upgraded version of that called the Mjolnir. And they're using that to take the Tormentor. So that cube is a little objective like Roshan that exists on the map on both sides of the both the Radiant and Dire side. So you can look at the Dire side one and see where that one is. These are just, with the cubes are gone, this is what it looks like. Normally there is a cube there. This spawns at 20 minutes. And doesn't really move or cast any abilities or anything. It just takes some damage and spits that damage back out at you. And if you successfully take it, it will give one person on the team that gets the killing blow, it will give one person a free item called an Aghanim Shard. There is 2 different items that have the Aghanim's nomenclature, Aghanim Shard and Aghanim Scepter. Those 2 abilities are, or those 2 items are items that upgrade a specific ability in your hero's toolkit. So it is customized to every single hero what it upgrades. So an Aghanim Scepter or Shard for one hero does something entirely different for a different hero. So in that last case, we had the Aghanim's Shard go to Mirana. And we can see on her hero UI, the right next to the abilities, that is the symbol for the Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard. If you highlight over them, it will tell you what the Aghanim Scepter does and the Aghanim Shard. The Aghanim Shard costs 1,400 gold, so it is the weaker version of the Aghanim Scepter. And it upgrades her leap ability right there, where it gives her an extra charge. She normally has 3 charges, now she has 4. And it also helps do a bit of damage when she does do that leaping motion. So it can be really powerful for some heroes and less powerful for others. It's just kind of part of the balance of the game. The more expensive one is the Aghanim Scepter. So for Mirana, that one upgrades the arrow that we were talking about. The arrow that she shoots out will also cast her other ability called Starstorm. So her arrow just does more damage as a result. That item costs 4,200 gold, so it is significantly more expensive and therefore has a more powerful effect. So every single hero has an Aghanim Shard and an Aghanim Scepter. So basically every single hero has 2 abilities typically that can be upgraded through a specific item.
Radiant's bottom tower
You'll see a lot of these in almost any game. A lot of heroes are going to buy a shard because it's pretty cheap and you get a nice little upgrade. A decent amount of heroes are going to buy Ags because it usually gives you something pretty powerful for what your hero does. It takes up an item slot, but sometimes gives you a spell, upgrades your other stuff like Austin was talking about. So you'll see a lot of these in the game, and they're all called the same, but they do something different for every hero. And they're generally good investments. Worth learning about them for whatever heroes you play, as they're pretty powerful. Once more, we're seeing that Boom just initiate on the enemy carry, best case scenario for them. And the Luna's had a very difficult game, trying to deal with all the stuns that are coming out, starting the fight on him. Tundra have not had good answers for it.
No. So we saw a pretty good example of both the Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard. Miro is playing Kunkka, the sea captain that we were talking about, and if you saw that wave that was coming through, what it does is it's called Tidal Wave, and that comes from his Aghanim Shard. Well, a lot of times the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard will upgrade a pre-existing ability. In this case, it actually gave him a whole new ability called Tidal Wave, and that creates a wave that will drag any heroes in it to the direction that the wave is going. So we saw that casted a couple times in that instance. And then we also saw the Aghanim Scepter. So he has this ability called Torrent. We see it right here. After a little delay, a big plume of water comes up and will knock up any heroes, kind of stunning them and doing damage over time. He also has Torrent Storm that comes from the Aghanim Scepter. It gave him this ability, which is basically in an AoE, he creates a lot of torrent storms, a lot of torrents. So it's just going to be multiple, just a big water park is going to be going on. A whole bunch of plumes of water are going to be shooting up randomly all in a specific area of a fight. So you'll see it. It's just a big mess in the team fight, and it can be very difficult to dodge in the middle of a fight. You'll see a little indicator of like there's some bubbles, and then a second later, the water is going to shoot up, and that's just going to be all over the team fight. And creates quite the mess.
I think the other item worth talking about, not that we should talk about every item, but Black King Bar. This is an item you're going to see in every game, in every team fight, on a lot of heroes, and the big question is maybe why. So Black King Bar is one of the most popular items for cores in Dota because it gives you debuff immunity, which means you basically ignore enemy spells for the most part. So you can just go in the fight, activate your Black King Bar. You'll see it as the hero becomes larger and golden, and it extends for a certain amount of duration that decreases with each usage. But generally, it just means you can go in the fight as a damage dealer or spellcaster and guarantee get your damage or spells off for that amount of time without getting stunned or disabled. Now, there are some stuns and disables which go through it, but they're very rare. And so generally, when you see heroes pop it, that's the interval in the fight where they don't want to get disabled and they want to be really strong. You'll see a couple of them here. The Weaver, for example, is BKB'd right now. The Kunkka is BKB'd. The Luna was BKB'd, but she died anyway. And so whenever these team fights happen, you'll see, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 cores all pop these BKBs, as they're called, very, very quickly to try and make sure they don't get disabled so that they can deal the damage and win the team fight. So that's probably the most common item you'll see in a lot of these fights in terms of it having a large impact and all these heroes buying them. You'll see them a lot in any modern game of Dota 2.
So the ability gives you the term debuff immunity. Now, there are some spells that can actually go through that debuff immunity. And the best example of that in this game is Bat Rider, the flaming lasso that we were showcasing between the game. We hover over that spell. It gives us a lot of information. It tells you what kind of ability it is, the range in it, all sorts of numbers. But at the top there, it says a couple things. It says the damage type, which is magical. So if it does any damage, it does magic damage. And then it says pierces debuff immunity. And that will either say no or yes. Flaming Lasso does pierce debuff immunity. So when these units, when these heroes use the debuff immunity, use the Black King bar, or maybe some other abilities in the game that will give you debuff ability, Flaming Lasso pierces through that and will disable that that hero anyway. There's another little line below that. Dispellable just means there are certain dispels in the game, and those will have varying effects. So Dota does a pretty decent job of being able to give you the some of the nitty-gritty mechanics in that regard. And this whole debuff immunity is something that was reworked relatively recently in Dota. So all of the abilities will tell you whether or not. Most of these, when you hover over them, are going to say they do not pierce debuff immunity. But there are specific abilities that do. A lot of them are ultimates. Well, we are probably looking at it's the score is 33-5 at 33 minutes in. They've got a 23,000 net worth lead on BetBoom. So we're probably looking at the end of the game here pretty soon. The game is probably going to the final blow is probably going to be coming with Roshan. They're going to go back to the Roshan pit, pick up the Aegis of Mortal, and then go for another fight into the enemy's base, or the enemy high ground is very often what you're going to hear us refer to it. We call it the enemy high ground mostly because it's just, the base is up on a little hill, so it's kind of just common nomenclature for that. I'm going to move. Once they pick up that, they're actually going to move to the other side of the map here, and we're going to see a little fight. We see that Black King bar being used by the Luna as well as the Kunkka. There's that Flaming Lasso grabbing the Kunkka despite his BKB. I tried to grab the Kunkka and drag him away, but the Bat Rider just died too quickly because, again, BetBoom is pretty far ahead. And now they're going to chase down the remaining panda. So the Brewmaster, the panda guy that splits up into various units, that was one of his last remaining pandas. If that panda died in time, then his hero would have actually died. Instead, the spell ran out, or he recalled himself. And he brought his hero back in, and his hero was obviously vastly outnumbered. And now we're going to see BetBoom try and end the game. So they can either do that they could just go straight to the tier 4s and hit the Ancient afterwards. That is a possibility. A lot of times it's just, you'll hear people say, just go Throne. That probably means that they just want to hit the tier 4s and go straight to hitting the enemy Ancient. Most games, people will take the time to take the barracks first. It is typically considered a safer way to close out the game. So they already took the mid lane of barracks. Now they're going to take the bottom lane of barracks, and at some point probably regroup, go for that final lane of barracks, which will give them mega creeps. Unless they can just kill the enemy heroes right now and stop them from being able to defend, in which case maybe they could just go for the Ancient. There's that hook shot from the Clockwork. He tried to jump in. You see all the Black King bars going out from Nightfall, Miro. And yeah, they kill them. They don't have any buybacks, so Tundra are just going to GG out because BetBoom otherwise would have just gone for the throne and ended the game anyway. So that was our upper bracket finals. BetBoom is going to be going to the grand finals of ESL 1 Birmingham. So they managed to get a 2-0. We could say that's pretty well deserved. That last game was pretty one-sided. So they are a great team to be in the grand finals.
And generally, Dota's also played in the BO3s. So if you win 2 games out of a best of 3, you're going to advance. Here we see another endgame score screen. We can see Nightfall at the very top, 15-1-10. He had a very strong game on this carry. Tundra were pretty much unable to disable the Weaver. Weaver tends to be one of these elusive heroes that can run through the fight, hard to lock down. And since Tundra lacked a bit of stuns, they had a really hard time controlling him in the fight, which means he was just running around killing everybody. And they couldn't really stop it. Whereas we saw from the side of BetBoom, they had this Lion, they had Kunkka, they had Potom, all these heroes with stuns. They were able to lock a lot of Tundra downs, even starting from that early laning phase, and just kind of control them as the game progressed. And generally, those types of lineups are lineups people like to play because they're easier to execute. If you can stun enemy heroes and deal damage to them, it's pretty straightforward. Or these lineups that can do some of these things, but they maybe need more items to do it, or they need a lot more levels, are a lot more difficult. So if you're starting out in Dota and you want to have high impact on your team, and you're bad, but you still want to be good, play heroes with stuns. Go in the fight and stun enemy heroes. And you can again sort for stunners through that hero screen. Find some heroes with some easy stuns. Go in the fight, impale a dude, hex a dude, lift a dude. Do anything to disable that guy, and you're generally having pretty good game impact because you'll set the game up well for all the damage dealers on your team.
So we do have another series that is going to be coming up after this. So we will continue this tutorial of running through Dota 2 and stuff for the next match as well, which I am forgetting what teams are going to be playing against each other. Falcons versus OG. That'll be the next series coming up. So we're going to keep that going, keep this whole tutorial. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Hopefully you guys are learning something. We're going to try, and I think we're going to try and keep progressing the knowledge. We'll probably recap some things in this next series, but we're probably just going to keep pushing forward and hopefully teach you guys more and more about Dota 2, especially since that series was so fast. We couldn't really actually, or at least that game 2 was so fast. We couldn't actually get into some more concepts in Dota that we haven't actually got to yet. That being said, I could use a break because I need to get some water. I'm thirsty out here. Okay, production is telling me that we got an hour until the next game. We will not take a break for an hour, but we can come back and talk about some Dota mechanics. We can go through a replay and break down a team fight and stuff. Avery, how long do you think you need for a break here?
20. I can do 20-minute break.
Okay, we'll do a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll go over a replay, talk about any questions you guys have for a solid 20, 30 minutes, depending on how that goes. And then we'll probably take another break, and then we'll get ready for the final series of the day. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Any feedback that you guys have, please let us know, and we'll, we're just curating this entirely to your guys' experience. So if you guys have anything you want to see, please let us know. And we'll see you guys in about 20 minutes.
staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, baby. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I
motion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? Look who's crying now. Try to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Think of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back, baby. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time, yeah, coming.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Breaking your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, yeah. don't you know? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
Take all the wealth, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Newcomer stream for ESL 1 Birmingham. On this stream, we are just going over some of the basics of Dota 2 and hopefully teaching you some things along the way. So if you're new to Dota 2, this stream is for you. If you don't know what you're watching on screen when you watch Dota, this stream will hopefully give you a little bit better idea of what you're watching, what's going on the screen. I'm Austin Walsh. I go by the moniker Cap. I'm joined by my partner here, Avery Silverman, also known as SVG. Avery, how'd you enjoy your first bit of the Newcomer stream?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter how I enjoyed it. If the viewers enjoyed it.
True.
I had fun as long as they're having fun. Seemed like people learned some stuff, so that's always good in my book. You can always learn Dota 2. It's never too late. It's never too late, Austin. You can always join in because this game has been here forever. And it's probably going to be here forever. So there ain't no rush.
Yeah.
You can take it slow. You can learn at your own pace, and you can choose what you want to know. What is that? My God, it's hideous.
Yeah, they're currently doing the cosplay competition at ESL in Birmingham, and one of the talent working there is showing off his cosplay that he put together, which is Io, or the companion cube Arcana for Io. So a little bit of Portal and Dota combined together.
Damn.
So, yeah, that's currently what's going on the mainstream. So if you want to watch more of the cosplay competition, you can find it there. But us on this stream are going to be answering any questions that you guys have during this little bit of break. Also, we'll go over maybe a team fight and a replay and kind of break down some of the heroes that we saw from the previous game. Some of the heroes that we talked about, but maybe in the moment we couldn't actually get to. So we're going to go over a team fight, what a team fight looks like, and how it's kind of set up. So it's 21 minutes in. BetBoom definitely has a bit of a lead here. They are doing pretty well for themselves. As you can see, the Dota 2 replay system is pretty robust. It's got a lot of nice little things tied to it. It's got nice, fast forward, and you could slow down the playback speed and stuff. So I'm gonna speed things up a little bit here just we get to this point where BetBoom are going to start a move for a team fight. So we've got a look from their perspective. Hold on, I gotta play. All right, we got to look from their perspective. So if you look in here in the bottom left, this is what their mini map looks like. They don't really see any heroes. This is what they can see from their perspective. So all the fog of war and stuff, we could see like this board, for example, and the kind of vision that it gives in the middle of the game. So they are using an item that we talked about a couple times, the consumable called Smoke of Deceit. What this item does is you pop it and it makes your hero, the hero that pops it, and any of the heroes in the AoE of it invisible. It's a special kind of invisibility that isn't detected by wards. Like there is this, there was a ward up here. Normal invisibility can be seen with sentries. That helps you see any invisible units. Smoke of Deceit is a special kind of invisibility where you can't be seen at all, but this smoke will break once you get within a certain amount of units of an enemy hero or tower. It's 1,000 range. So they use this smoke ability, this item, used it on the lion here, got a bunch of heroes invisible. While you have this invisibility and you have this Smoke of Deceit buff, you can also touch other heroes and give them the smoke buff as well. So he has come in and given a couple of heroes the smoke ability, and they're going to aggressively. Hold on for a second here. They're going to aggressively be looking for a.
All right, Austin. Austin's gonna have to reconnect here. Something happened to him. He got lassoed in real life. We'll wait a couple seconds for him to reconnect. I mean, sometimes that's what happens, boys. You know, you get ganked IRL. Somebody comes, beat your ass up. But that's what Dota's about. It's about rising up again, overcoming the difficulties, and persevering. As Austin's going to persevere. Hello? Uh-oh. Hang with us, boys. But if you guys have any questions, as we stated, this is an interactive chat, very minimal delay. Please post your questions in the chat, and we will do our best to answer them, or somebody else in chat will answer them, as people have been doing all day. Some of those answers have been right, some of them a little sus, I'm not gonna lie. Some little sus answers in the chat, but that's okay. I'm not gonna penalize anybody here. Been Brewmaster tornadoed. What can you do? Yeah, this is the questions time. I would also show that replay, but that file failed to download for me, so a lot of stuff going wrong right now.
All right.
He's back, everybody.
Hello.
Look at that.
Well,
Wow.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Try this again. Trying to break down another team fight. Okay, so we have the smoke and deceit that we were talking about that got used, and we're gonna watch Bet Boom try and take a team fight from their perspective. So, whoa. Okay. All right. Apparently, my whole PC has just been crashing, so we'll have to share again. Okay. How's that?
Whoa.
All right. We'll go
made
back.
it.
We'll go back 10 seconds here real quick.
Holy.
All right. Smoke deceit being used. They have seen that a hero is in the mid lane, so they're going to move to try and gank him from behind the tower. They're using this smoke deceit to get into position, so if there's any wards over this area, they wouldn't be spotted until they get in range of a hero or a tower, which is going to happen right here. So they're close enough to the Brewmaster that the smoke pops. They try and use the torrent to catch him. That actually misses, but there's that torrent ability that we're talking about. Instead, we get the blink hex that comes out from the lion, turning him into a little fish. We also had the response from Tundra, where they got the lasso on Miro, trying to stop him from casting any abilities. And there was the arrow off of the hex from Toronto Tokyo. So we had a lot of those basic abilities that we saw, that we talked about a lot, all being used in conjunction with each other. We also had the Rolling Thunder, the Pangolier, who turns into a ball. He's just kind of bouncing around. The Brewmaster was able to get off his ultimate, which here's all those pandas that we were talking about, the Fire Panda, Storm Panda, Earth Panda, and the Void Panda. That right there was the hook shot from off screen that unfortunately missed. You could see the Weaver, they just go straight for the enemy carry. So they're using the Pangolier's ability to stun the Luna to keep her controlled, while the Weaver came in and did all of the single target damage. He loses sight of her for a moment, but he uses Shikuchi to catch back up again, gets one more hit in. That hit doesn't seem to quite kill him, but it looks like Save went after him. He blinked inside the base and got him with an Earth Spike. So now we have these pandas in the mix, and this is how Tundra's going to try and win their fight. They lost their carry, but they're going to try and play it out through their pandas. Thompson using the life drain ability that we talked about, where he would heal, but he got interrupted there, so he wasn't able to keep that spell casting. Toronto Tokyo came in with his Starstorm. That's that AoE damage that comes down from the skies. He was able to finish off the Pugna. And now the team fight is pretty heavily won for Bet Boom. They're just going to run down any other heroes that they can, like this Clockwork, who's a support hero, so he dies pretty much instantly. And then the Brewmaster That's his ultimate running out, so he comes back into his regular form. But again, he's surrounded by so many heroes, nothing's really going to happen. So we saw a lot of the basic abilities that we talked about over the course of that game being used in that one team fight. And you saw the way that they were able to have an impact, like the Blink Hex starting the fight out on the Brewmaster, or the heavy damage that the Weaver was able to put in on the Luna and just focused her down as quick as possible. That's kind of what every team fight is going to break down to. The initiation of the Blink plus stunning abilities, and then the damage follow-up that comes in from your carry. Anything you want to add about that fight, Avery?
Not much. I think the biggest things to look for new players are like, one, you're trying to get the jump. So vision and your initiators getting in there first is a big deal, because you want to focus down their big damage or their big team fighters first so that they can't get spells or items off, because then you just gain a huge advantage. You have a 5-on-4, 5-on-3. So this whole play from Bet Boom is trying to find this Brewmaster because he's the big team fighter for Tundra, or the Luna because she's the big damage. So the second they see that, that's a very good target for them to go on. And they're going to make that jump every time. So they get the vision and they try and go on him. Now there's counterplay here, and the Brew does not get bursted down. But we see the second that he gets that split off, and he's no longer targetable, then they turn towards the Luna. And the Luna just gets chain stunned very heavily there and loses almost all her HP. Ends up dying as a result, because she can't activate that Black King bar early due to the crowd control, which is why that item is very powerful. If she'd gotten it off earlier, she might have been able to ignore a lot of those stuns and survive longer, which would have maybe enabled them to turn the fight with some of their own carries damage. So a lot of the team fights come down to target priority, trying to find the big one position or trying to find the big team fighter, bring them down first, and then create that advantage for yourself. Stuns and initiation are pretty much the key to that, and then the damage follow-up on top. So when you look through these drafts and you see what teams are picking, again, they're almost always going to go for a combination of these two things. Like, you're looking for the stuns, you're looking for the jump, and you're looking for the damage, and then just sync it all up in a team fight off of something like a smoke that allows you to find that opening, and you're pretty much good to go. Like, that's 90% of team fighting in a nutshell. There's obviously a lot of small things that go into making those plays better for yourself or worse for the enemy, but most Dota team fights come down to those aspects. And you're always going to see people pop a bunch of BKBs in a fight to try and ignore stuns so they can't get jumped. And you're always going to see people pop almost all their ultimates in a big team fight. That's when those big cooldown, really powerful spells are going to come out. People are going to throw them against each other. And certain heroes' ultimates are really strong in team fights. You can control a lot of heroes in a big AoE. You can lock people down through a BKB. You can buff your team to a really large degree. And so generally teams try and save those big spells and items for when those team fights happen so they can try and win them as solidly as possible. And that's the fun part about Dota, seeing teams play these fights, playing them yourself, lining up your spells and your items with your teammates. That synergy counts for a lot. You know, making sure that these things work together is the fun points of it.
Yeah. We even saw in that fight how, like, things can go wrong due to counterplay that happens, right? Where the Brewmaster, they wanted to blow up the Brewmaster, but they couldn't get him. And then they had to adapt in the middle of a fight, and it all happens very quickly. But Bet Boom adapted really quickly and got the second part of the fight that you were talking about, where they hit that Luna with the Rolling Thunder. And how that fight could have been different if the Luna does get off that BKB before she gets hit, right?
Yep.
Where there's a world where that same fight happens and he gets off the Black King bar before he gets hit by the stun, and he's able to do a bunch of damage. But because that didn't happen, the team fight goes the way of Bet Boom pretty heavily. So,
just a quick question. So, you asked, is it worth initiating on someone you might not be able to burst? So there's a lot of times in Dota where you're going to go on somebody even though you aren't necessarily trying to 100 to 0 them, simply so you start the fight, because whatever develops you might be content with, or you can separate that person from the rest of his team and put his team in an awkward position. So like something we saw with the Bat Rider, right? He can lasso somebody and drag them back. If you separate someone from his team, maybe that guy doesn't die, but maybe it forces his team to engage. And then you're going to go on someone else on kind of that second engagement, that the real target you want to go on. So it's not necessarily bad if you go on a target and don't burst them, because it could force the enemy team to commit into that fight. Maybe they clump a bunch, right? Maybe they try and save that guy you went on by healing him or forcing him out of the fight or trying to save him. And then that forces them all into a very tight area, which then you can use a big AoE spell on them and win the fight off that. And like your goal all along wasn't to burst the first guy, it was just to force the clump. So that's something people do a lot. You talked about the high ground as well. So the stairs lead to a high ground, which means there's different elevations in Dota. Whenever you see one of those stairs or ramps, it means you're going up or down in elevation. The two things about that are, one, you can't see up them. So that fog of war is active from one elevation up, but not down. So the person on the hill can see down the hill, but the person down can't see up. So when you're going up those hills, you're going up blind, which is a big advantage for the defending team who's standing on top of that stairway that has vision advantage. And two, you can miss your attacks uphill, which isn't that influential in team fights, but it can come into play. There's uphill miss chance, which just means if you have a ranged attack, you throw your spear, you throw your dagger, throw your glaive, and it goes up the hill, you have a small chance to miss going up that hill. So there's two small advantages for a defending team who takes a high ground position. Quite literally, I have the high ground, Anakin. There's nothing you can do.
It's true.
Very strong.
Now, that doesn't apply to melee attacks, just ranged attacks. And it applies to attacks, not spells, so it's not like spells you can miss or anything like that. Why do Dota games last so long? It's a good question, Avery. As a professional, why do Dota games last so long?
I mean, if something's good, you may as well enjoy it for a long time, right, Austin? I mean, that's the step. I think, okay, so the thing is that it varies patch to patch. There's a lot of patches that are released for Dota that change the game every couple months. Mm-hmm. And sometimes the games on average are shorter, sometimes they're longer. Depends on what heroes people are playing and, what sort of objectives get added to the map. Right now, I think the average game length is around 35 to 40 minutes. The games we saw earlier went longer than that. Particularly at these big tournaments, when professionals are playing, those games tend to go longer because there's a lot of decision making. There's a lot of people trying to posture and set up for the team fight instead of just running into it. And all of that takes a longer amount of time. Teams play for more Roshans to try and get a good advantage to take that next fight instead of just running into it as well. Whereas if you just play an average pub game, most of those average, random games you play are just going to be anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes. They're not going to last that long. But if they do, it's good teams battling it out. And Dota's a game of accumulating advantages. So both teams are trying to accumulate as much advantage and strength as they can. And if those teams are very evenly matched in doing that, then the game just keeps getting longer and longer because teams are continually searching for the next advantage they can get until eventually one of those advantages is just insurmountable or it breaks the opponent. So long games are generally very cool in Dota because it means you get to see teams at the highest power point. Like when they get the really late game items, the really late game spells, super high level heroes, team fights are crazy, everybody has buyback. Generally the shorter games aren't as crazy because it's more one-sided. A short game, a 20-minute game means somebody stomped the other person. And there was not much counter.
Yeah. I think there is some. So he was bringing up League of Legends. So I can talk about this. I think League of Legends is a great game. It is a very fun game to be able to play. And there are some core differences to League of Legends and Dota that kind of make up the why Dota games can go longer. So it really comes down to their foundation. One thing about Dota is that Dota has a lot of overpowered things in it. Basic abilities and stuff are a lot stronger in Dota compared to the field in League of Legends. So certain things like Ravage and Black Hole, these are really big spells in Dota with big cooldowns and stuff, but they have a very large effect. And as a result of these heroes being very powerful, and have these very big abilities that can sometimes single-handedly win you a fight. The result is that there is a lot more comeback mechanisms where a team that is behind is able to do a lot more because they have an ability that is so overwhelmingly powerful that even though the enemy has a lot more gold and items and levels, that ability can still allow you to be able to win a fight. So that means that if a team always can win a fight due to a certain mechanic or something like that, it means that the team that is winning naturally has to be more cautious as a result, right? They want to build up as much of an advantage to make sure that they do not throw away the game, because it is possible for the enemy team to win. That has a trickling effect on Dota and League of Legends and how their esports scenes have developed. One big difference that I've always said about League of Legends and compared to Dota is that League of Legends is a lot more focused on skill and Dota is a lot more focused on strategy. Now, both games obviously have elements of both of that, right? But I would say League of Legends is a lot more skill-based and Dota is a lot more strategy-based. And that's because of those big abilities. These big abilities have a very large impact, but they also have a very large downside to them. Usually their cooldown, sometimes their mana cost. There's a lot of things to that. So as a result, the strategy that is employed to be able to maximize the usage of these abilities and get the best effect out of them becomes all the more important. Whereas with League of Legends, with smaller abilities that don't have as large of an impact, but are more consistently thrown out, skill becomes a bigger factor. Your individual movement around the map and dodging abilities or landing your own abilities becomes a lot bigger part of the game. And that also means that when a team is more skilled, oftentimes they're able to take control of the game better and as a result close out the game faster. There are some other mechanics such as like high ground is a lot harder to, the enemy base is a lot harder to siege in Dota. There is a balance to that where the benefit that you get is more permanent. So when it comes to the barracks in League of Legends, right, they regenerate, you can kill them and they come back. Dota, that doesn't happen, right? Once you kill them, they're gone forever. So that's kind of designed to balance out the fact that going and assaulting the enemy base is a lot more difficult, but there's a lot bigger boon to that fact. There's also, I would say, just a factor of the power scale of the heroes continues the longer the game goes. There's just a lot of ways that heroes can continue to build up. It's very rare, actually, nowadays, as Dota has evolved, that a hero is as powerful as they can possibly get. There have been developments such as the backpack. So we have this 6 item slots, but then you also have an additional 3 item slots below that. Where the best pro players are able to utilize those 3 additional slots that they can slot in items out of their backpack, which their backpack doesn't have an effect on their hero. They put it into their main inventory and they use a one-time active effect from it. Very common example would be Black King Bar, refreshers. Those items are very often cycled in and out of backpacks and into your main inventory to use. There are things like neutral items, which is an additional item slot that can be used. There's consumable items that you can use as well. So it's very often that you could say a hero has completely peaked. Very often takes a game that goes like over 70 minutes before you could say a hero has reached 100% of their power, thanks to all of the various scaling things that can happen in Dota. So the game is designed to continue to progress. So if it's 45 minutes in, the game still has room for you to grow and get more powerful as a result.
If you want to bring up my demo, I can show. There's a decent amount of questions about fog and attacking and spells and sort of stuff. Let me just show them all real quick. Help. All right, so I'm just in a quick demo lobby here. There's a hero Leshrac. This hero's a ranged hero with a bunch of spells. And here's an enemy Brewmaster. So as you can see, I can only see him past the tree line at a certain point. If I attack him, just normally, he gets hit. If I attack him and then he gets fogged, the attack will still land. He took the damage here. If I'm in fog, I can't attack him. I have to see him first. So I cannot hit him. I also cannot cast single target abilities or items on him in the fog. But I can cast AoE abilities on him in the fog. So Leshrac has a spell called Split Earth, which I can level it up here. It's just an AoE stun. So I can choose an area, throw it out, and it stuns anybody where the spell lands. even though I can't see the panda here, I can still throw my AoE stun, and it will hit him in the fog. As we see, he took damage, and he got stunned here, the same as if I didn't see him. So fog and vision is really important in Dota because it allows you to cast all of your single target abilities and items. For example, I have Lightning Storm, which is a single target ability. I can cast it on him because I see him. If I don't see him, though, I cannot cast him even though I know he's there. AoE spell I can still cast, but the single target stuff, no. So it's the same for auto attacks. Auto attack is basically a single target ability. So I can throw this out as long as I see him, but I have to be able to see him.
And where that's why the vision comes into play. So you could show him the Scythe of Ice. That's an item that is mimics the use of the lion that we were talking about in last game, where he was able to hex a unit. This item does the exact same thing. So it instantly disables that unit, preventing them from being able to cast any spells and slowing down their movement speed while they're this little piggy. So they're not able to really move around. So in a lot of fights, we talk about the vision. You need to be able to see heroes to be able to cast your abilities like the Scythe of Ice or Hex or any of your disables that you have. A lot of them are going to be single targets. You need to be able to see them in the first place to be able to start the fight, by disabling that unit, basically kind of making it a 4 versus 5, preventing them from being able to do anything in the game. And that's also why it's very important to have Blink Dagger or some sort of mobility or cast range, which allows you to throw your spells farther. So you need to be able to see the unit, and you need to be able to be close enough to get the disable on that person before they have a opportunity to react as a result. Going back to the whole Dota versus League of Legends thing, in Dota, you're going to see, again, the strategy aspect of things. There is a lot more times where you yourself individually cannot counterplay an action being made on you. You sometimes will just get blinked on and hexed, and you will get killed 100-0. That sometimes can feel unfair. You did not get a chance to be able to play your hero and try and react to what they did. But what it does is it makes more of a focus on the overall team strategy of the game, where you yourself are not able to counterplay, but you can rely on your teammates to act in your stead and maybe stop them from making whatever actions they're trying to do on you and give you an opportunity to let that disable run out and get off your own spells as a result. So there's a lot less of that in League of Legends, where you're not going to see as much killing of a unit from 100-0. There's usually a lot of give and take in that regard. A lot of you cast a spell, you have an opportunity to be able to respond. There's certain things like Flash, right, being innate in League of Legends, or as an ability you could just have from the get-go of the game. Basically, if they go on you, you can always have that escape. So there's a lot of skill shot and escape use back and forth in League of Legends, whereas Dota, there's going to be a lot more of just like, we jump a hero, we have strategically taken enough advantage, we've set ourselves up to a point where we can now kill this hero without any sort of counterplay from them. Which is, again, that's why the vision and the disables are so important in Dota.
Quick cast is just the ability to cast a spell or item by clicking the hotkey without clicking the mouse to cast it. So normally when you cast an ability, you're going to click the hotkey for the ability and then click your mouse on where you want to cast that spell or ability. If you have quick cast, it simply means wherever your mouse is, when you click the hotkey for that item or spell, it will automatically cast it without the extra mouse click. So it's a bit faster. Some people like it for certain heroes, but you do not need it to be, professional level. There's a lot of professionals who don't play with quick cast at all. So it's not something you necessarily need. Just a little extra speed if you get used to it. It's efficient. I saw a question about the high ground. If high ground is so difficult, how do you keep them stuck in their base? So once you lock somebody in their base, that's where vision comes into play. A lot of good teams will try and set up vision to scout the exits from a base. So you can see if somebody's leaving their base to go farm. And then when you see that, you can go smoke there or run there with 2 or 3 heroes and kill them for attempting to do that. And once you do that once or twice, the enemy feels like they can't leave their base anymore. It's very difficult for them to get out onto the map, and thus they're getting choked out. which is usually when they will just make a 5-man move because they're like, all right, if I can't leave my base on my own without getting killed because they have vision that sees me wherever I go, let's just go as 5 and try and take a fight to get back in the game. And those are like kind of desperation plays, but again, once you're locked in your base, you're getting choked out, you don't have many good options anyway. So, desperation play might be the only play you've got to make it.
Pretty good. We're going to go to another break at some point in time as the next match is going to be coming up. We have Falcons versus OG Esports. That is going to be our final series of the day, and we'll walk through the same bit and talk about the basics of Dota. But sorry, what was that, Scrooge? Our production was saying something. Okay. Avery, you have anything else you want to talk about, or you want to go to break?
Oh, we can go to break. That's fine.
Okay. We will go to break now, and then we'll be back somewhere around 10 minutes in time for the final game of the day to start, or the final series, rather. We still have a full best of 3 to get through, so stick around, guys. We will continue this conversation when the next match starts.
when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
I've been waiting patiently, sitting on the edge of my seat, eating up the daylight, longing for the nightlight. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it all way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head
tied up. Yeah,
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for the final series of the day. It is OG versus Team Falcons, and we're going to continue our journey along learning Dota 2. So I feel like we have covered a lot of the basics, not quite all of them. There are still some basic mechanics that we haven't talked about. That we'll get into at some point in time. We haven't talked about like neutral items as one of them. Being the first time that I've ever done a Newcomer stream, Avery, it is insane how much knowledge there is in Dota 2, how much stuff there is that just takes up the conversation of like, okay, you want to learn Dota 2, where do you even begin?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I mean, that's what makes the game as good as it is. Like, if you want to play a simple game, there are simple games out there, but Dota's a very complex game, perhaps the most complex ever made. So there's a lot of knowledge levels. There's a lot to learn. It's better to just dilute it somewhere, pick a couple heroes, pick a couple items, start there and build it up over time. But the problem is the game has been built up over time too. So yeah, it is kind of astounding how much is in the game at this point. Even thinking back, I think 7 or 8 years ago, we didn't have we were missing 30 or 40 of these heroes. We were missing 30 of the items. Didn't have neutral items, didn't have tormentors,
no neutral
didn't
items,
have 4 of these runes, didn't have 3 of the neutral camp types, no talents, no Aghanim shards, half the Ag Scepters weren't in the game. Like all this, most of the stuff we're talking about didn't even exist 6 years ago, let alone you go back 10 or 15. So that's why it's intimidating, but if you don't start now in another 5 years, it's going to be even more intimidating. So better to start learning it now than to continue to wait.
Yeah, some of this stuff will likely get cycled out as well, as Dota 2 just doesn't always add stuff. Sometimes they take away things to make room for new stuff. So we have even had a lot of things that used to be in the game that are no longer there. First thing that came to mind was shrines. But let's go ahead and tackle a couple of these like basic things while we're waiting for the game to start. Scriff, if you could pull up the neutral items list and we can kind of talk about them conceptually. So there is regular items in most MOBAs that you're going to be able to buy, and there are neutral items. So this category on the right here, it says neutral items, and there's a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and tier 5. These are free items that are dropped by killing neutral creeps. You have a specific slot in your inventory for a neutral item. You can only carry one at a time, and they will begin spawning at, you could even see the timer here, 7 minutes. So the tier 1 neutral items become available at 7 minutes. So once you start killing neutral creeps past the 7-minute mark, there is a possibility for tier 1 neutral items to drop. There will only be 5 dropped, 1 for each player on each team. You will get a little icon, and if you click on that, it will bring up 5 different items, and you get to choose which one of the items that you would like. So you do not get your choice of the full list of tier 1 items. You get a smaller selection, but you do get to choose which one you have. So it's a mix of choice and RNG. The tier 2 neutral items start spawning at 17 minutes, tier 3 at 27, 4 at 37, and tier 5 items start spawning at 60 minutes. As you can imagine, with the upgraded tiers and the later the timing, these neutral items become more powerful. With the 60-minute ones, the tier 5 neutral items intended to help bring an end to the game because they every single one of those has a very large effect. So we're not going to go over any of these neutral items ourselves. There's a chance maybe we talk about it if it comes up in the middle of the game, but just another aspect of the game to be aware of, that there are kind of these regular items and there are neutral items. And again, it is overwhelming and too much information to break down every single one of these. Again, if you're playing the game, just play with the hero guide, and it will direct you into which item is likely the best for your hero, both in what you're buying as well as the neutral items. It has that as well. So,
okay, we got to talk about a couple.
Okay, sure. All right, what do you want to talk?
We got to talk about
which
Giants
one
Ring.
you want to talk?
We got to talk about Giants Ring. You can't not show people Giants Ring, the best neutral item in Dota 2. Why? Because if you have a mega large size hero, okay, you can increase his unit size by BKB, and then you can make him even larger by getting Giants Ring, which doesn't stack, but it makes you larger without the BKB. Look at this. Look at the size growth here. Boom.
It shrinks down.
Ginormous. Now,
Okay,
there's
now
also
show 'em the small
unwavering
one.
condition, which shrinks you. I can become tiny. Oh. And then if I
He's a
BKB
small
while I'm
boy.
unwavered, I go back to normal. Look at that. Actually, almost normal.
Does the size increase still stack with Bloodlust?
Huh.
You have Ogre Bloodlust. Let's see what. All right, so this is Ogre Magi. He has an ability. One of his abilities is called Bloodlust. He buffs up the hero. There you go. Oh, he went back down. All right, does Giant's Ring get even bigger? It does.
I can't.
So the Bloodlust makes the hero model larger, but also increases their movement speed and attack speed. So you get Giant's Ring and Bloodlust, and you can have a big old boy going on there.
That's why Giants Ring is the best neutral item in Dota. If you ever have a chance to get it, because you become big, and everybody likes being big. Big stuff, smash hard. That's what Dota's all about.
Let's take a quick before we get into the draft of game one. We can really quickly take a look at talents. So there are hero abilities and there are also talents. So if we can just pull up any hero and we can show the ability list and we can show the talent list. So abilities work in that every single level you get a skill point, which you can put into any of the three basic abilities. Ultimates, you can only level up starting at level 6, at level 12, and level 18. So you can have one level of your ultimate at level 6. At level 12, you can have 2 levels of your ultimate ability. And level 18, you can have a 3rd level. Now, talents work similar to ultimates in that regard. Talents are a passive bonus that are, again, individually curated for your specific hero. And there are 2 options for level 10, 15, 20, and 25. So similar to the ultimates, you have to get to the prerequisite level, and then you have to spend that skill point on one of these 2 talents. It works in that you can choose either one at level 10 and a level 15. It does not work in that it is a pathway where once you start on the right side, you can only choose the right side. You can bounce back and forth, choose the left one for level 10 and the right one for level 15. These talents are, again, passive bonuses that will change your hero in some regard. So it will usually make a certain ability stronger in a very specific way. Maybe it's more damage, maybe it's less cooldown. Some of them have bigger effects than others. Sometimes, like there's one that will give you an extra charge for an ability or will change an ability in some way that makes it even stronger for you. Just another thing to keep in mind when it comes to playing the game and leveling up. You level up your abilities, but there's also an opportunity to level up talents, which are oftentimes worth it, especially the later ones. The level 20 and 25 are always worth it. Sometimes people skip the level 10 talent in exchange for leveling up their abilities further, their basic abilities further or something. But the later ones are always very, very impactful.
And you get all of them if you get to level 30.
Oh, yeah.
So that's another incentive to get the super late game levels going, is you can just keep scaling all the way to level 30, max out talents. You also have some stat points you can put in on the way as you level up, on top of skills and talents that just give you +2 to all stats to carry over from the old Warcraft 3. So yeah, there's a lot of incentive to get high level in Dota. Makes you very strong. You're gaining stats every time. potentially bonus stats, potentially bonus skill points, potentially talents. And all of that is very, very juicy. The downsides are your buyback is more expensive and your respawn timer is longer.
Seconds remaining.
So if you die and you're super high level, it takes a long time to come back versus if you're level 1. But you're a lot harder to bring down because you're innately tankier and stronger. So that's where the late
You
game
also
fight
give more
becomes-
experience to the enemy when you die is another part of it, right? So if you get a very high level on a certain hero, but that hero dies, the enemy will get a lot of experience for killing them and boost them up, make them a lot more powerful.
Big old pinata. You know, the more gold you fill yourself with, when the enemy pops it, they get a decent chunk of it back. So
Yeah, it works
why
that,
teams
that way
like
with
killing
both gold
high
and experience. It's part of the comeback mechanism of Dota. The more gold the hero has, the more gold you get for killing them. The more experience they have, the more experience you get for killing them, right?
absolutely.
Radiant team pick.
All right, so this is, once again, our drafting phase for the game 1 of OG versus Falcons, and we're going to see an old friend here yet again, the Pangolier, the red ball in the team fight that's rolling around, bumping into people. He's going to be showing his face once again, this time for Team Falcons. We have a new hero that we have not seen yet, Templar Assassin. Well, the Pangolier typically operates as a 2 or 3 position core, so mid lane or off lane. The Templar Assassin typically operates as a 1 or 2 position, so either going to be in the mid lane or as a carry in the safe lane. So this is going to be one of those heroes that they put a lot of gold into, and is going to be one of those heroes that their attacks do a lot of damage. Her special mechanic is that she just does a lot of minus armor to a unit when she hits it. So armor protects you against physical damage, right? Protects you against the basic attacks that all heroes can do and creeps can do. And minus armor obviously lowers their armor and increases the vulnerability with which they take physical damage. So
5 seconds remaining.
Hoodwink is going to be another hero for Team Falcons. It's this little squirrel with the crossbow. This hero is usually going to be a 4 or 5 position. So it's a support hero that likes to throw some damage and disables from way off back. It has a special mechanic where it's going to be playing inside the trees. So it can tree walk if it uses an ability. So the trees typically operate as obstacles that you cannot push through. But Hoodwink has a way to be able to walk through them for a certain amount of time. So that's going to be one of the things that she does. And the other support of Team Falcons is going to be Venomancer, another hero that we have not seen on this stream just yet. And it's a hero that does a lot of damage over time spells. So he pretty much just throws poison around. That's his whole kit. It's kind of very similar to Zeus in that it is somewhat a one-dimensional hero that is mostly focused on damage and slows. So in this case, all this poison does a bunch of damage over time, and it will typically slow down heroes, whether it's their movement speed or their attack speed.
Can showcase this Mars a bit too, because this hero is a huge team fighter. He's a big team fight initiator. This is a cool hero to watch in the game. I can also demo some of the spells. You want to take a look at that. This is a hero that you can very easily see in the fights because he has massive arena, and his goal is to go in, tank some spells, and stun some heroes. So his big spell, Arena of Blood, you can summon this arena of dudes, and it blocks attacks going into the arena, so it can be used to protect your team. It can also keep enemies out, but you can also spear them to the arena with his stun. So if I throw out the arena and I spear my enemy, they get pinned to the wall, they're stunned, and they're taking damage from the arena wall. It's very powerful. And the big thing about this hero is he has a shard, which upgrades his spear to allow it to stun 2 targets. So I can go in a fight, I can throw out my arena, I can spear 2 targets to the wall, even though it's bugged in demo lobby sometimes. And they'll both get stunned. It's actually still bugged, that's interesting. So, but normally they'll both get stunned. Dota has a
That's
lot
the,
of bugs.
That's
I can also
the
spear
Aghanim
them
shard.
to terrain in the game. That's not a spearable thing. Man, this hero's so buggy.
I
spear
can
them.
pin to trees
What?
and cliffs. It does not work down cliffs.
Okay, well, there's a double spear on the wall. So I can spear, this hero can spear people to terrain or to his arena and then just punch him in the face. Very strong team fight hero. You're going to see him in almost any pro Dota match just because he gives you a lot of team fight flexibility. He has a lot of AoE control, a lot of capability in his spells, and can set the fight up really well for follow-up stuns, things like that. Which is why, you know, OG, they go for Rubik and Mirana, the two supports that they want. Both really good supports at following up an initiator like Mars. Mars goes in arenas, some heroes, stuns them with spear. Rubik and Mirana can both throw an arrow, they can throw a Fade Bolt, they can steal a spell, they can throw all their spells as two spellcasters on top of that guy who's stunned, and it gives you a lot of easy initiation power and a lot of easy kill threat.
So we've already seen Mirana a number of times on this stream, but we haven't seen Rubik, or at least we haven't talked about him. Rubik is a super fun hero, but he is a little bit complex because his ultimate and kind of what he's all about is he has spell steal. So he uses it, spell steal, you just click it on an enemy hero, and the last ability that hero used is then given to, or not given, Rubik takes a copy of that ability and can use it himself. So you're going to see a lot of times the Team Falcons team is going to be throwing around some spells, and then those spells are going to get thrown right back thanks to Rubik's ultimate ability. So he is typically operates as a 4 position, so he's going to be the support that gets a little bit more farm and operates in the off lane. Here's the Black Hole, which we talked about as one of the big abilities that Dota 2 has. And then the counter Black Hole. You can usually tell the Rubik abilities because they will have a special cosmetic effect. One, they will usually be green, and thanks to the cosmetic that Avery has, and very likely the players in game have, there will be some special effects added into it as well. So it'll not just be green, but in that case, there's like the cube that gets thrown out. He has this whole like cube thing that is always going to be there. So there it is, green Chain Frost.
Triple kill. An easy out here, boys. Rubik is one of the more fun heroes in Dota. Like it's a hero that's not necessarily super strong, but people love to play it. It's one of the most just entertaining heroes to play because you can style on people. You know, there's few things more satisfying than stealing somebody's spell and using it against them better than they can. That's the whole concept of the hero. And generally, this hero thrives when he sees other heroes with really powerful abilities, because obviously the more powerful of an ability you can steal, the stronger it makes you. And the hero is generally weak against heroes that are just right-click, agi carries that want to itemize to beat you down. Well, if there's no spell to steal, then he doesn't do much. So they see Pango here, they see Hoodwink, they see Venno, all 3 heroes with a lot of spells that Rubik can steal and throw back against them. What he's really looking for here is the Rolling Thunder from Pangolier. If Rubik ever steals Rolling Thunder, he can use it back against the Pangolier and it becomes a Rolling Cube, which is kind of cool. I can't spot any more heroes though. Sad.
A lot of times you're going to see Rubik picked up for certain channeling abilities. So Hoodwink's ultimate is she stands still and charges up a bolt that she is going to fire over a period of 5 seconds. So because it's channeling, because she is sitting there constantly using this ability, it means that Rubik can pretty freely take it from her at any time. A lot of times the counterplay in Dota when it comes to spell steal is you use your good ability, and then if you have a weaker ability, you try and cast that immediately afterwards to make sure that the Rubik doesn't get to steal it. So there's the Rubik's Cube. Look at it go.
So if Pango... So Rubik's going to be trying to steal this in most of these team fights this game, but Pango, as Cap said, can cover the spell by casting something else. So if he Rolling Thunders and Shield crashes and Rubik tries to steal, he will only get the Shield crash, which does a cool hop, but is not nearly as impressive as him getting the ultimate from Pango. So Rubik forces enemies to think about how they're casting their spells and try to cover the last spell they cast so that Rubik doesn't get that steal. And like I said, in this game, Rubik is trying to get the most powerful spells out of Team Falcons. So Team Falcons are going to try and not give away those spells to the Rubik here so that he has less impact in the fight.
We are going to see the Kunkka again. So our sea captain is back yet again. So we're going to have some more waterworks that are going to be going on in the game. We have another illusion hero, the Naga Siren. We'll see her use her illusions a little bit differently than the Phantom Lancer, which was the other illusion hero that we watched last time. So we'll get to see her use that and how it affects the game. We have Monkey King, which is going to be the one position, the carry for OG. Monkey King, I guess his special mechanic is that he's able to, whereas Hoodwink can tree walk, she can walk through trees for a specific amount of time. Monkey King can actually hop on top of those trees, which gives him some better vision of the area, and then he can also hop from that tree to other trees or back down on the ground. It makes it so he has a lot of mobility. So you're going to see him move around the map really effectively through hopping around from tree to tree. So, yeah. What lane do you want to focus on this time, Avery? We got Kunkka versus BZM. Kunkka versus Templar Assassin is going to be our mid lane matchup. And then we've got, so it's going to be Mars and Rubik, very likely against Venomancer and Naga Siren as one of the lanes. And then the other lane is going to be Marana, Monkey King versus Hoodwink and Kunkka. Sorry, Kunkka is off lane, not mid this game.
We can watch the Monkey King lane. Those lanes are always exciting. I think Monkey King's a fun hero to watch too. It's a very momentum-based hero. You're trying to hit enemies to build up stacks to power up your attack. So if he gets 4 sequential hits on you, he powers up his passive called Jingu Mastery, which then gives him bonus damage and a lifesteal. So if you give him that 4th stack and he gets that off, he can then Boundless Strike you for even more damage, and he just runs you down. And the Monkey King asserts dominance. So he's a fun hero to watch in the lane because he's going to just try and start, smacking people. He is a melee hero, but he has extra melee attack range because he carries a big staff. And if you're wondering why he looks like a little smoke teleport scroll, it's because this hero has another ability called Mischief, which allows him to turn into random objects to attempt to fool enemies and just kind of mess with them. So pros like to just kind of use it whenever because it's kind of cool. It does allow you to dodge some damage for a really brief period of time, so it does actually have a use in the fights and everything. But the hero's theme is kind of, he's a mischievous monkey, so he gets to turn into other random objects. He can turn into a tree, for example, if he's near a tree. He can turn into an item if he's near a specific item. And we're just going to watch his teleport scroll run around. But he will turn back into the monkey soon enough. Do not worry.
Yeah, if there wasn't enough confusion in Dota, some heroes just start off with a free basic ability, like Monkey King does.
Yep.
The battle begins.
See, teams are going to fight for these initial bounty runes. There's 4 bounty runes which spawn at the start of each game that are worth 50 gold to each player on your team, so they're 200 gold each. So you want to get at least 2 out of the 4. If you get 3 out of 4, it's a pretty nice advantage. If you get all 4, you're super happy. It's a lot of extra gold for you, and 1,000 gold or 800 gold for your team, none for the opponent. That's a pretty big swing. Most games they'll get split 2 and 2, but sometimes teams will fight over them. Sometimes they'll kill each other for them. And the first kill of each game is called First Blood. Right now the score is 0-0, but the first player to die will give away First Blood, which means the killer of that hero gets bonus gold on top of the normal gold from the kill. So the first kill in every Dota game is worth a lot. And you'll see teams prioritize trying to get it or trying not to give it away, which is another reason why if you fight for those initial runes and you give away a kill, it can be a very big blow early on.
Yeah. So a lot of Dota games are going to start off from the get-go. There is going to be some sort of action. Very often, First Blood happens before the creeps even spawn as they're fighting over the bounty runes. very often you can have multiple kills before the game even really truly begins. So it's the bounty runes are just there to help incentivize early action and early strategy. I mean, there's a lot of strategy and small tactics that go into trying to secure these bounty runes, and the mind games involved in like trying to read where the enemy team is going to be set up and what bounty runes they're going to be trying to take. But now that that's over, we're going to focus on this bottom lane. So this is the Radiant safe lane, which typically means that the creep wave is closer to the Radiant tower, though not the case in this situation. There's that first blood. So looks like the Radiant off lane managed to get the first blood here. But the Radiant safe lane, so we've got the Monkey King, who's going to be the one farming or the one trying to get the last hits, the killing blow on all of these creeps, and supported by the Mirana, lady on the white cat. And that's going to be the matchup against Kunkka, so our sea captain, and the squirrel and Hoodwink is going to be the opposing force, the off lane and forward position, the 3 and 4 of the enemy team. So you're going to see, like right here, Crit's just doing what he can to annoy Tomato. The Hoodwink's just trying to keep the Monkey King from being able to get the killing blow on these creeps or do damage to him, so he has to use some of his regen.
And what the Monkey eventually wants to do in this lane is be able to hit this Kunkka to build up those Jingu stacks so he can really put the damage into him. And generally, Monkey King is very favorable versus other melee heroes for this reason, because it's difficult to trade with that passive. Once he starts building those stacks up, he'll turn into a banana here. Look at that banana go.
And in that situation, he went to the Lotus Pool. So he got that Healing Lotus, the consumable that we talked about that gives you an instant amount of HP and mana. Normally, we would see the teams kind of fight for that position. But again, because the Monkey King is very difficult to fight into, Falcons opted not to try and contest that. Just let him have it for free. Now, a lot of what's happening in this lane is they are trying to reposition the creep wave away from the Monkey King. So the dire side, the Kunkka and the Hoodwink are trying to use what is called aggro to pull creeps to their heroes. So they're trying to, they basically use an attack on an enemy hero, and it causes the enemy creeps to go, hey, what are you doing? Don't do that to my boy. And they try and attack you back. And in the process of trying to attack you, they chase after you a little bit. And so there is this back and forth game, this little mini game that is happening in this this laning phase, where the Kunkka and Hoodwink are trying to pull the creeps closer to them and away from the Monkey King, so the Monkey King doesn't get to just get free hits on the Kunkka and get the Jingu Mastery stacks up, which we haven't seen yet. We haven't really even seen him start the stacks just yet, but are very impactful. So it's usually a good sign in the laning phase of the fact that we haven't seen that come into play. A lot of times if Monkey King is getting those kind of trades, probably just means he's full HP and winning the laning phase. But since he hasn't gotten to that 4 stack, he hasn't hit the lifesteal, so the damage that he's taken is adding up as a result.
Aggro is really important to understand because it affects how you lane. It also affects how much damage you're going to take in a trade against an enemy. So if you're just standing around, the creeps are not going to attack you. The creeps will only attack you if you start attacking an enemy or if there's no other available target. In which case, if you start going on the enemies in lane, you're inviting all of their creeps to start attacking you, which, you know, they're defending their heroes. It's going to make it harder for you to kill them while you're getting hit back. So you have to be in a strong position to overcome it. You can also abuse this aggro mechanic to pull creeps away from the enemy by, you know, aggroing the enemy hero and running away. The creeps will chase you because you aggro them, and this can pull the wave in a favorable direction for you overall. So maybe you don't get hit by the enemy, or you put the wave closer to your tower in a more defensive position. This is a mechanic that the pros can master and everybody else can learn as much as they can, and it'll help you beat everybody else in your bracket. You also must be in range of the enemy creeps for the aggro to work.
So a lot of times what this aggro, very often you'll see in the side lane is that they will try and pull creeps to hit the range creep. So every creep wave has the melee creeps and the range creeps, and they actually give a different amount of gold and experience. The range creeps are actually worth more. So a lot of times what these players are trying to do is they're trying to draw the aggro of the melee creeps, and they pull it closer to them, and they get it near the range creep, and they let them hit their ally range creep so they can try and get it denied, which we talked about as being a way to take away the opportunity to get the killing blow for the enemy team. And because range creeps are worth more, particularly in experience, it helps you passively win the lane over time. There are a couple other different kinds of creeps. There is the siege creep, which is very common in MOBAs. It's a creep that just does better damage against buildings. It has a special kind of attack called reinforced. You can see it's a passive ability right there. Just means that this creep does more damage to towers than most creeps do. So this will help you take some early towers, kind of helps build up damage over time. There is also the flag bearer creep, which we see one barreling down the lane. That's the guy with the little circle around him. Looks like a normal creep, except for he is bearing a flag, and he has a little aura that he gives to his allies. It's a little HP aura. And that creep is also worth double gold if you can get the killing blow on it. It is worth the normal amount and then an added amount for the person who kills it and any allies in the radius. So it's just a little money bag. He just basically has some extra gold to spread around. So very important to get the last hit on the range creeps and the flag bearers. Those are the big ones that help a lot.
And again, you're trying to get as much early gold as possible so you can buy all these little items to snowball your advantage more. You're maybe also trying to get to level 6 as fast as possible so you can unlock your ultimate and generally use that as soon as you can to secure big kills or take the early fights. We're seeing here Amar, he's level 5.5 on this Kunkka. He's really looking for that level 6 so that he can skill his ultimate in Ghost Ship, which is a very strong spell. It's an AoE stun and nuke that deals a lot of damage. Generally gives you pretty good kill threat, really strong team fight spell. So you're going to see a lot of these heroes in the laning phase fighting for that experience to try to get to level 6 first and fighting for all this extra gold to try and get, 1 or 2 early stat items so that all of that comes together. They can secure a big kill and then go from there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, right now, we only see 2 heroes in this lane because the supports have both opted to leave the lane and go somewhere else to have a bigger impact elsewhere. So that just happened where both supports on both teams actually kind of moved into the mid lane. It's very common for the hero that starts out mid because they are getting solo experience. They have a higher level and will have their ultimate a lot sooner. Very common for supports to try and play around those mid heroes because they are just more powerful due to the higher level. So that's kind of what happened there, combined with the fact that you have these power runes that we talked about spawning at 6, 8, 10 every 2 minutes. So those are particularly impactful early on and something that teams will try and play around them. That whole spawn situation is like a 50-50. It can happen on the lower part of the river or the upper part of the river. You just kind of have to guess and play for the possibility. And that's where a lot of clashes end up. But now we're back to the bottom lane, where it looks like the Monkey King did get ganked, but OG, the Radiant side, did respond with 2 of their supports, got a kill in return. Did not feel quite as good, though, because they only killed a support while the enemy team killed their carry. So that is definitely a win for the Dire side.
You also see people stacking camps a lot of times in these games. If you're wondering, seeing the Pango earlier or some of these other camps with like multiple sets of creeps on them. So every camp has a box in which the creeps spawn. You can highlight this by pressing Alt in the game, and this box will show you where the creeps need to be out of for the next set to spawn. So if you aggro these creeps, as we're seeing here, if all of them go outside the box, when the next spawn timer hits, which is every minute in the game, it will spawn another set of creeps on that camp. So stacking simply means, there's even a stack timer there. If you pull them at a time which all the creeps leave that box at the minute mark, it'll spawn the next set, and then they'll return and it'll stack them up over time, so you can get 3 or 4, maybe 5 stacks of these creeps on a camp. And the reason for doing that is twofold. One, when these core heroes or whoever goes there later to clear those camps, it's very efficient for them to clear 4 or 5 sets with a cleave mechanic or an AoE mechanic than to clear through one of them at a time. So you're basically storing up gold in the bank, so to say. You know, you're going to create these big piggy banks of creeps for big heroes to come along later and clean up and get really farmed off them. It's just more efficient. And you, as a stacker, whoever stacks the camps, gets a bit of the gold as well. So you get some bonus gold on top of it. It's just an extra mechanic to make the most out of the map, accelerate your big carry 1 or 2 positions so they can get the damage online faster. And that's why you're seeing in a lot of these games, especially pro teams, are going to try and be really efficient with how much they use these neutral camps, and they're going to create massive stacks so that at some point somebody can go there and just clear through them and get really farmed off all the gold. TA is a good example of one of these heroes. She has a spell called Psy Blades, which is a passive that allows her attacks to go through certain targets. So it hits the front target and then splashes onto heroes behind that target. Basically like a cleave mechanic. That's an easy way of thinking about it. It also means that this hero can clear through stacks really fast. So if you stack up camps, 4 or 5 times, she can just Psy Blade through all of those heroes with 1 attack. And basically, for her to clear through 3 creeps takes the same time as her to clear through 6 creeps, because they're all getting splashed, roughly. So it's a very efficient way to make this hero's abilities work better for you overall and get her really farmed. And as we're seeing here, if you look at that net worth chart in the top left, she is pretty damn farmed. She's well ahead of everybody in this game, and this is where that hero wants to be. This hero wants to use her spells to clear through a lot of camps, clear through a lot of stacks ideally, get really high level and really farmed, and then just start assassinating people, as she is indeed called the Templar Assassin for a reason.
Yeah, so we're going to see her pick up the Blink Dagger, so that item that allows you to jump onto an enemy or jump away potentially. And we're going to see her do this nifty little thing where she kind of jumps on an enemy and she does a big burst of damage. And she does this to a support hero that has less gold, less stats, less levels. Probably means that they're going to get 2 or 3 shot. So, yeah, we'll look forward to that. Look forward to the Templar Assassin just menacing supports. It's kind of what she does.
And she's
all right, the Moonlight Shadow.
Here she goes.
Moonlight Shadow gets used. They use a global invisibility spell. So they thought they were going to take a fight, and they still will. The Monkey King hopped onto the tree and caught up to the Kunkka. So the Sea Captain goes down. A big 5-man move from OG in order to get there in the first place. But if you look on the other side of the map, oh, never mind. I was going to say the Wisdom Runes are about to spawn. Those spawn at every 7 minutes. So 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, so on and so forth. And that was another little objective that was happening at the same time there. So a lot of times in Dota, when something happens on one part of the map, it happens somewhere else at the same time. There's something else going on. So it's just kind of, if you're watching the main tournament broadcast, you're going to see the camera is going to jump quite a lot from place to place because there's just constant action going on at different parts of the map.
Does that actually, I'm sorry, like, does that actually, can he not sleep the Naga with stolen sleep? He just
no, I don't think you can. I think
that doesn't make sense though, because if you're slept,
yes, I know.
That means you're in range to sleep.
So the Rubik stole a spell. You could see if we click on the Rubik, the spell steal ability is there on the far right, but he's got 2 empty slots here. Those are for the abilities that he steals. With an Aghanim Scepter, he can actually hold on to 2 spells at once, but with just regular spell steal, he can only hold on to 1 spell at a time. So if he uses spell steal again, he'll replace this ultimate that he stole from the enemy carry. It's called Saga Siren. It just puts everyone to sleep in AoE, all the enemy team to sleep anyway. So he probably won't hold on to that because it's another 90 seconds until he can use it again. So we'll probably see him steal something else. But we'll just have to wait and see what that is. Looks like OG is doing pretty well. They're up 2,000 net worth right now. They're going to play for the mid lane fight, though they've already lost their tower.
You can see another stolen spell here. We got an X mark that can drag a hero back, but there's that arena, there's that spear. OG trying to commit on this Pangolier, take him out of the fight, but not enough damage to bring him down, and then they're kind of stuck in no man's land. X is going to force this hero into the Kunkka spell, so the Monkey King, big damage dealer for OG, gets brought down instead off a failed initiation. It's going to result in a turnaround for Falcons. It's a big pickup for them in this game, as they didn't want these high damage heroes on OG side in the TA and the Monkey to be getting out of control. So instead, what turned out to be an initiation with the Mars Arena, there's not enough control and consistent lockdown to finish off that Pango, and the second he's out of there, Dire can turn that fight around, get some big kills of their own, and take away some of that net worth lead, put themselves back in a solid position.
And as a result of that, the Pangolier surviving that fight means that he kept the gold that he has in the bank right now, and he purchased a Blink Dagger. So we're going to see that item put to use once again. He also hit level 12. So he has a level 2 of his Rolling Thunder. That's the ball that he rolls up to. So that's going to do more damage and stun for longer. And combine that with the Blink Dagger means that he's going to be jumping into fights and just start that ultimate, which lasts for, how long actually does it last? 10 seconds. So he's going to roll up, he's going to blink into the middle of a fight, and for 10 seconds, he's just going to be bouncing around, causing havoc, stunning heroes, doing damage. And so this is going to be a particular good timing for the Dire team, Falcons, to play around. As they have gotten very strong with this pickup. So we had a pause game right now. This is, pretty normal stuff. A lot of LAN environments have little things that we need to pause the game for. But we're back into the game now. You can see there's those Naga Siren illusions. In fact, the Naga Siren herself is using the illusions to try and kill the Templar Assassin. So they found her in the jungle. The Naga Siren used an ability called Ensnare. She just throws a net on an enemy hero so they can't move. And then she spawned a bunch of illusions with Mirror Image and used her real hero and all of those illusions to just hit the Templar Assassin while she couldn't move. So you could see the illusions, she just runs them out into lane, and those are farming for her. So while she's farming one part of the map, her illusions are farming other parts of the map. A lot of illusion heroes operate this way, in that they are able to get farm for you away from your hero, which is pretty unique to them.
And very annoying to play against.
Yeah, a little bit.
Many people do not enjoy playing against Naga Siren because she just makes the game go very long and stalls it out. Apparently there's a monkey bug. Interesting. Well, while we sort that out,
Monkey King.
I did see some people comment about the deny. So there was a hero denied, which is probably a weird mechanic to a lot of people because I don't think it exists in a lot of the other games. We saw Seb deny Ari, his own teammate, earlier. There are a few spells in Dota over Dota's years that allow you to deny the hero if he's on low HP. Normally, you cannot deny a teammate. So denying a teammate would mean that you kill them instead of the enemy, and then the enemy does not get the gold or XP. This is a mechanic that only exists based off of a few spells in the game. Veno is one of the few with one of those in Venomous Gale. Venomous Gale, in fact, if you click Alt on this ability, it will tell you, Alt gives you extra information on spells, by the way, but it'll tell you Venomous Gale can be lethal, but if they are below 25% HP, it allows them to be denied. So this specific text to this spell, very few spells let you actually deny a hero anymore, but this is one of the few that still exists. And so if you get low off this spell and it's ticking you down, your enemy can deny you, and then the opposing team does not get anything off that kill. It's kind of a niche mechanic nowadays, but since it happened in this game, worth bringing up.
Yeah, there really are less and less abilities over time that give you that option. Venomancer is definitely the most notorious one because he just throws around a bunch of poison, so makes sense that one of his abilities would allow that mechanic. Here comes the boat, though somehow the boat didn't actually show up on screen for some reason, but that was that Torrent Storm. So we have the Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka, the Sea Captain, and he gives that Torrent Storm, so now it's not just one torrent, it's a whole bunch of torrents of water that are shooting up, and then he's comboing this a lot with X marks the spot. We talked about this ability, referenced it a couple times. This just puts a marker on a hero, and when it reactivates, which after, if you cast it on an enemy, it's 4 seconds, on an ally, it's 8 seconds, it will return that hero to the spot they were at when it was initially casted. So you're going to see like kind of the X go onto somebody, and then as they walk around, it'll create this red dotted line. But after the spell expires, they will just go right back to where they were. So it's a really powerful ability that allows him to be able to combo his other abilities. So the Torrent is a big, AoE stun that lands after a bit of delay. The Ghost Ship also is very similar, and that is an AoE stun that comes in after a delay. So you'll see it. Kunkka is going to a lot of times be using X marks the spot, and then he uses Torrent, and then he uses Ghost Ship, and then he pulls that unit back. The Torrent ends up going off, it stuns that unit, and then the Ghost Ship lands not long after that, doing more damage and more stuns, and it just creates a really nice combination that, is pretty powerful in the game, hence why we've seen Kunkka so many times.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Quick smoke. This is Dire team wanting to get aggressive,
His bottom tower
make a move of their own, so they're going to use smoke to try and get the fight on their terms. They have hit some item or level timing. They're going to start on the Monkey King, a good target for them to start on because he is a lot of the enemy damage. They can bring him down, but he's pretty tanky, and they still have enough burst damage. And now Radiant needs to get the hell out, because the second you lose most of your damage in a fight, you're probably not winning it.
Radiant's top
And it was just a nice little fight.
It's one of our first Black King bars of the game. So we got to see the Mars turn golden there. So when he got hit by the ball, he didn't actually get stunned. So he used his Black King bar, activated that, so he was immune to debuffs, immune to stuns, and then he used his TP scroll to get away. So it's going to be a very common strategy that you're going to see employed in Dota a lot. Is that those two items used in conjunction with each other quite a bit. So the like if we hover over the Rolling Thunder, we talked about how there are certain abilities that pierce debuff immunity. You can see right there at the top, it says pierces debuff immunity. No. So when he got hit by the ball, it did not stun him. So again, there are going to be abilities that do manage to do that. This game, what abilities in this game actually do it?
I mean, nothing really worth mentioning. Like X mark can go through it at the end, but that's not really a mechanic worth mentioning. Basically, all the stuns in this game are prevented from debuff immunity. So Black King bars are very good in this game. You're going to see a lot of heroes trying to turn golden, particularly the Monkey King and the TA. We see BZM on the TA trying to build one, and Tomato here on the Monkey King also trying to build a BKB, because they know, like that previous fight, if they just get disabled, if they get stunned and then chain stunned and they can't do anything about it and they just die, that fight looks pretty hard for them. Whereas if they have a Black King bar, like that previous fight, if the Monkey King gets ghost shipped, if he gets torrented, if there's a threat of him getting stunned by multiple people, he can pop that item and then be immune to it for a decent amount of time and return the damage and be near invincible. So OG are definitely going to be looking for these Black King bars. They're going to try and line them up together so they can hopefully take a fight with all of them ready. Here we see Whisper trying to start a kill for them. That's going to be the Aegis though. There's that respawn timer. So he has a second life coming in. And see if OG can deal with him twice. They do. So this Pangolier got nothing off in this fight. Pretty much a disaster for Dire. The script has been flipped, as that was an aggressive push into Radiant's tier 2. That was a pretty good defense.
Puts
yeah,
everyone
so Dire's at bailing.
Yeah, a full retreat. A lot of times that song is going to be used defensively to allow you to be able to retreat from a fight.
I think it's also worth mentioning some of the itemization for supports. Like if we look at the Venos items in this game, we've talked a lot about cores and dealing damage and Black King bars, but there are a lot of items in Dota that let you help other people in the fight. That let you buff your teammates or heal them, these types of things. Veno in this game, for example, has an item called Guardian Greaves, which lets him give a burst heal to his team and also heal and dispel himself. We see a Force Staff being picked up by the Rubik, for example, another item that can be used to reposition your teammates. So a lot of these support heroes that have lower net worth on that net worth chart in the top left are going to be building support items. The Mirana here also has a Greaves, for example. So these like little small heals and reposition spells and stuff like that sometimes are more important than all of the damage items on a core, because if you can save somebody or allow them to maybe reposition, get a Black King bar off, then maybe they can ignore some more stuns, or maybe they can just survive through some stuns in the first place and turn the fight with their own spells. That's a huge deal in the top level gameplay, but in any game. So these small items on supports can be just as influential, even though maybe they're not highlighted as much. And that's why everybody trying to find their own little item timings in these games is really important. And you're going to see all these support players that, yeah, maybe snaking here on the 5 position Veno isn't given huge farm priority compared to the Naga, who's, you know, triple his net worth in that top left, but his items are still really important to the team here in terms of providing his support value and finding enough farm on the map to make his hero work, but not being too greedy that he's taking it away from the more important heroes. So right now, Falcons, Dire team, they're in a pretty confident position. They have the leading net worth hero in the Naga Siren, who's very farmed and is a hero that just cleans through the map. She can kill a lot of creeps at any given time using the illusions. And they have their team fight online. The team fight for them is the Kunkka, the Pirate Captain, and the Pangolier. And both these heroes are in a pretty solid position as well. So they're being aggressive right now. They feel like they're confident. They have everything they need to take a full 5-on-5. And that's why we see them continuing to try and push Radiant off this bottom tier 2, secure a big objective for them in the game, and probably look towards future Roshans, because they really want an Aegis on one of their heroes. They want more Roshan kills so they can push future towers. And this is the objectives that they're thinking about and trying to line up in this game. Have it all come together and get a good fight off it. They're going to try and start another fight, just leading in with the stuns. Not a lot of follow-up damage though. So a bit of a reach for them. And this might open up an opportunity for Radiant here. If Radiant feels like the cooldowns expended right there were enough for them to maybe take a fight, then sometimes you can counter smoke, make a counter play. They have their Black King bars as well on some of their cores, so they might feel confident to try and take a fight into all the stuns that Dire has if these BKBs are strong enough.
Now, an interesting little wrinkle is that the Pangolier did have the Arcane Rune. So he had that here, that rune that allows him to lower the cooldown of the abilities he used at that time. So you could see the Rolling Thunder It's not been very long. It usually will have a cooldown of 85 seconds, but that got cut down by 25%. So as a result, his ultimate is almost back up and ready to go again. Trying to see if there's
trying to poke this PA. There's a big arena to try and separate the fight, but they did get that BKB out of the TA as we saw him turn golden there. So Dire team happy with that exchange to start this off, because now he's a lot weaker in the fight, and that's why Radiant are just trying to get out of there. Not a fight they want to take when it gets poked out like that. They want to use these BKBs in a committal situation where they're killing enemy heroes with them not running away. So Dire is playing these fights pretty well. Their lineup is kind of built around this Naga Siren, you know, clearing through a lot of the maps, sending these illusions in, scouting people, being really annoying. And then when they see one hero, they can kind of jump them, force some spells or items out of them. And if not, they don't have to commit. So Dire is really just making this game annoying for Radiant right now. They're not taking the straight up 5-on-5. They're not, you know, just smoking into them or not taking a straight on fight. They're kind of just playing the outskirts, playing around them, taking these small poke plays. You know, here's another solo play where he's kind of just messing with them, but he's not in fear of dying, so he's kind of happy to give information to his team, scout some stuff out. There's a lot of different ways you can play the map and play the fights in Dota 2, and that's just strategic decision making from each team and how they want to do that, how they want to best use their lineup. But it's not almost ever as simple as, you know, we're going to run our 5 heroes into your 5 heroes and see what happens. There's almost always some idea of how they want the fights to progress, where they want them to happen. So sometimes you have games like this where Dire team might not want to take the straight 5-on-5 fights. They might want to just keep splitting the map up, farming everything, getting Naga more farmed. As you see the net worth on the top left, Naga is continuing to pull pretty far ahead of Radiant, and what that's doing is it's putting pressure on them to try and change that rate of gold accumulation. So they're going to try and make an aggressive play of their own, but that Spirit misses, and that allows the Kunkka to get his own BKB off. That's just a failed initiation from Radiant. So now they're going to try and probably reset here, but there's a lot of catch for them to deal with, and they're having issues getting back out.
Whisper does have a refresher, so he's going to use a second round of the Arena and Spear. But Skeeter does a really good job. The Naga Siren uses her ultimate to reset the team fight, puts everyone to sleep, and it allows them to kind of wait out that timing of the Arena being used. And now they can kind of go again as a result.
They're going to try and turn because the Monkey King can't get out of this fight. A very close fight, but he will drop. So this Naga Siren is just incredibly strong right now. Radiant are having big issues fighting him when the actual fights come.
Oh, Rod of Atos, one of the items. Locked him down for a little bit, and then they followed up with a hero ability called Bushwhack. And it's an AoE stun that ties you to a tree that the squirrel throws. So that was... Mars ended up getting tied to the tree there, and they were able to run him down in the end. So, yeah, in the end, back and forth fight, but Falcons, the Dire side team, did get a little bit more out of it. They got that extra hero kill. Their Naga Siren, their carry is, again, feels very strong. He's already got 4 different, like, pretty big items and is working on a 5th one. And the results of winning these sort of fights usually means that you have something called map control. It means that you have killed the enemy lane creeps. Your own creeps are running down the map. They're giving you vision. They're giving you information about where the enemy heroes are. And they have better control of the areas that they want to control, which in this case is going to be setting up for Roshan. So Roshan has just spawned. So after this little bit of engagement where the Pangolier is bouncing around, they're probably going to go back to it, but it does look like OG, they were looking for an opening to start a fight anyway.
Right now, Dire's just trying to defend this Roshan. So they want to claim it. They want to get this Aegis so they can use it to push high ground. But they don't want to necessarily just all go in the pit and start killing it if the enemy is coming to contest them, because then you could give a really good fight to Radiant here just by measure of you clumping up and getting caught off guard. So they want to take the fight first before they go for it. And that's why there's all this posturing right now. It's these teams fighting over vision, trying to see each other, trying to get enough information to make a good jump on the target they want to go on. But it is Dire with kind of an innate position advantage. They're trying to defend the Roche as opposed to attack it, which means it is up to OG, the Radiant side team here, to try and assault this position. If they don't feel like they have a good enough opening to do that, they're not going to force a bad fight. So it's kind of a probing type situation. They're trying to probe enemy defenses here, find an opening to maybe take that Roche fight, but if it doesn't exist, they're not going to burn a bunch of extra kills to try and make it happen, and they feel like it wasn't here, so they're going to give it up. Time does switch from night to day.
Circumstance here of Roshan. We said, he changes from day to night cycle. This is a rare time where a team tries to do Roshan as that day and night cycle changed. So Roshan said, it's time to go. I'm heading over to the nighttime pit that I like to go to on the Dire side. And he was trying to go through the Twin Gate. We haven't actually talked about the Twin Gate. We can maybe highlight that. The Twin Gate is a gate that allows any unit it wants to be able to channel for a couple seconds, and they go through and they land on the other side of the map, or the other Twin Gate. So Roshan there was going to use the Twin Gate. He goes through it, he comes out on this side, and he goes to that pit there on the left. That is his nighttime pit that he likes to go to. So,
and the Aegis got denied?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened exactly.
So this is another rare thing that it very rarely happens, but the Aegis can be denied, which means you attack the Aegis to kill it instead of picking it up. You might wonder, why would you want to do that? Well, if the opposing team is claiming it, you can attack and kill it so that they don't get it. That's the most common situation. This was a misclick deny. In other words, the Dire team accidentally killed this Aegis instead of picking it up, so they do not get the spoils of defeating that Roshan. There was some all chatting about it. Found it a little bit funny. Pretty big mistake, though. This is an error that has caused teams big wins on big stages. Here, it might not end up making a difference, but it definitely could, and not something you see often. It is very rare you see an Aegis deny.
Yeah.
Like, you can see them attempted on a steal. If some hero's trying to deny it from the enemy team, that's the most common. But even then, it's very rare. To see it denied on accident like this is extremely rare, especially in a big tournament. Like, that is
you're talking about like 1 in
reel
1,000 games sort of thing.
Probably more. Probably 1 in 10,000 maybe.
So pretty potentially big mistake, but Falcons are winning the game. You can see the kill score at the top, 16-17. So it looks like it's a very even game, but they do have a 4,000 net worth lead on their side. Again, we can always go back to that graph and the win probability. That is probably the absolute best metric of who is winning the game right now. And it looks like the system gives Falcons a 60% chance to win the game. So a healthy lead, but certainly not out of the question that OG can come back in the game. Their heroes do. We have been talking about scale, basically the ability of heroes to go stronger and stronger as the game goes on. OG have some heroes that scale very well. So That is part of the win probability, is the fact that as the game goes later, OG's heroes will get stronger, and by relative strength, they may even become stronger than the Falcons team.
So we saw a question, how did Mars come back? So Mars got X marked the spot, which is Kunkka's ability to return a hero to where they were 4 seconds earlier. This spell does go through debuff immunity if you use it after the debuff immunity is run out. So if you get X marked during your Black King bar and your Black King bar runs out, that X will still pull you back to where you were before all that action happened. So Mars got X, he TP'd to base, but 4 seconds after he got X, he got pulled back to where he was, back out of base, and appeared where he was originally. So it's a very powerful skill a lot of times. One of the reasons we're seeing this hero in a lot of these pro games right now is it is one of the only spells that can go through debuff immunity in this game. And even though it's not necessarily stunning you or dealing damage, it can still really mess with your escape ability or your movement.
Some clarification, there are a lot of abilities that when these units are debuff immune, you can still cast this spell on them. It just will not have the same effect. So it won't do the stun or the silence, and it will do less damage because of the magic resistance that he has during that period of time. So there are a lot of times where you're going to see spells still be cast on units that have the immunity to it. And if the immunity runs out while the stun would still be going on, or whatever debuff it is, then the unit will then get stunned once the buff runs out. So it's just kind of like, that's kind of how X marks the spot works, for example, is that basically his immunity ran out when the X marks the spot was pulling the unit back into play. All right, well, without Aegis, it does kind of slow down the game a little bit. So Falcons probably thought they were going to be trying to hit high ground sometime soon. Without Aegis, they may not have the same incentive to do so, though they do have this very annoying Naga Siren hero, so it could be that they try and chip away at it with their illusions. There's that Rolling Thunder. Goes right through the heroes. BZM, the Templar Assassin, uses his Black King bar, so he doesn't take any stuns during that time. And it looks like they managed to get the spear on the Naga, but they couldn't chain it, so he got off his own Black King bar, and he just goes straight to killing the Templar Assassin. And the enemy carry, the Tomato Monkey King there, so he has this AoE Wukong's command. Any unit standing inside will take some damage. He used his, but Falcons just kind of like backed off for a little bit and kind of let it play out. Nice double spear. Damn.
And there's that shard going to work for the Mars, but Naga is just overwhelming them right now. Very strong hero when it has this much gold. They're having issues dealing with the Naga plus her illusions in the team fight. Even though this hero is a bit weaker at killing buildings, she's not the best objective taking hero in the game. She's very strong in those 5v5 exchanges, and Dire team played it pretty well in singling out the big damage dealers and the Templar Assassin. They forced the Templar Assassin's BKB early on in the fight, which meant once it ran out, she didn't have defensive capability, and then they re-engaged and focused her down, and once that damage is gone, they were able to win the really long fight here. So just a pretty well played exchange by them. There's no buybacks available for those heroes on the Radiant side, which means they can't spend gold to return to the battlefield. They have to wait those death timers out. And while they're waiting for those death timers, they are losing their entire base here, as Falcons are going to try and claim all three sides of barracks, get mega creeps in one swoop. There's that X pullback again into a net, into some more chain stunning. Chain stunning is an incredibly effective way to just burst a single target down without them being able to do anything. And that'll be a third lane almost. There's one ranged barracks left. So OG are going to try and defend it. It's a really important building for them to keep alive here.
They got the arena to keep some heroes inside. Unfortunately, the song is kind of stalling the rest of his allies from getting there. Now the song's gone, BZM
Templar Assassin jumps in and he's able to blow up one hero, but now his Black King bar is out. So now that debuff immunity is gone, and they're trying really hard to get him out of the fight. Because once that debuff immunity is gone, Falcons have a lot of stuns and a lot of magic damage they can throw to kill him. So they had to just retreat, which means Falcons were able to take that final building standing. So the final barracks is down. Now we have mega creeps. So the creeps are upgraded not once, but twice. So they are super strong. So you could take a look at the wave of creeps that are pushing in bottom lane right now, do 26 damage and have 610 health. Now we can take a look at the creeps that just spawned. They do 105 damage and have 1200 HP. So that gives you a pretty big idea of like the difference between the regular creeps and when they get upgraded once or twice. Very big difference.
Biggest advantage of these is that they're going to kill the enemy creeps very fast on their own, which means all of your lanes are going to push into the enemy very quickly without any interference. And when you try and kill the throne here, which is the last building up for OG before they lose the game, you have these really large creeps to help you take that fight and push down that base. So it's very difficult to win against mega creeps, though it can happen. It's just a very large advantage, and most teams feel as though they've won the game when they get to that level of upgrade. You know, your win probability has got to be extremely high, so Falcons are feeling very comfortable right now. They don't have to rush this. They're just going to look for some casual pickoffs, maybe get another Roshan, and then try and end the game with the mega creep advantage that they accumulated. They'll catch a hero on the map. BZM normally might have been able to TP out there, but there's a basher on this Pangolier, which is an item that gives you a chance to stun an enemy hero off every auto attack. And this stun goes through debuff immunity. So it's kind of an anti-BKB item. It allows you to get some control over BKB heroes on a % chance to bash them off every hit. And since Pango is a hero that functions off dealing a lot of attacks off his spells, there's a spell called Swashbuckle, which deals, you know, basically like 3 bonus attacks in one swipe, is how you can think about it. Each of those attacks has a chance to bash, so it's a very good basher hero. He almost guarantee bashes you off of the Swashbuckle. His Ags also adds 2 attacks to every shield crash in his roll. Basically, when he's rolling through, he's swashbuckling all over the place. He's dealing 20, maybe 30 attacks in a fight. He's guaranteed to bash you. So that is why, even though BZM, the OG mid player, had a BKB teleport there that normally gets him out, he knows there's basically no probability in which he actually escapes without getting bashed there. So it's a nice little item pickup for the Pangolier in this game. Gives them more control over those BKBs, which were really important for OG to stand in the fight. Roshan respawn is still random, yes, but it's within a certain interval. So it has to spawn between the 8 and 11 minutes after it's been slain. But you don't know where in that 8 to 11 it's going to spawn.
One unique thing about Dota esports specifically is the fact that you've probably noticed a bit of all chat. So the teams are talking to each other in the middle of the game. That is allowed. In other esports, you aren't allowed to do anything like that. Dota has a pretty open system where you're allowed to do those sort of things. Now, obviously, there is some limits to that, but there has been a little bit of all chatting, a little bit taunting, some smileys being thrown around. There's also other things in the game, such as tips. So you can tip a player. I think if you have good intentions, you could tip an ally for making a great play. More often than not, human nature means that the tips are used usually on the enemy team when they make a bad play. So there's been a lot of back and forth between the players involved in this game.
So OG's going to try and give one last base defense here. They're going to throw all their BKBs, all their ultimates, try and kill something, but they are very far behind and they are unable to kill that frontline target. So this fight is, it's going to be over for them, and this is going to mean game 1 going towards Falcons here, as they just played this map really well with the Naga Siren. They got incredibly farmed on the hero. I don't think the Naga died once this game. OG were just unable to ever find the real one. It's a very annoying hero to play against, and well, the all chatting continues as they're making fun of Seb, who's a very well-established player, but a very old player at this point, and kind of poking fun at the fact he's old. That's Dota 2 in a nutshell. The quick question, if you have high attack speed, you can get Basher. Yeah, Basher is very good on the heroes that deal a lot of attacks or high attack speed. It's always worth thinking about the synergy between your items and what your hero can do. So for like a hero like Pango that puts a lot of attacks out, he likes buying items that proc off the fact he's attacking 10 or 20 times in a given fight, right? Basher's one of them. Diffusal Blade burns a certain amount of mana per attack. That's another good example. If you have really slow attack speed, these items just aren't that good on your hero. But there are other items that benefit slow attack speed heroes, because generally heroes with slow attack speed hit really hard. They have really high base damage. So a hero like Sven, for example, I can bring up my screen maybe too. Where is this guy?
Sven's going to get in like 4 hits and do more damage than somebody who gets in 10 hits. Yeah.
So Sven he's a strength hero, which means generally his attack speed is lower. But he has a spell called God Strength, which is his ultimate, and it gives him bonus damage, as you can see here, 100 and 140 and 180% bonus damage. So he basically hits really damn hard, but he kind of hits slow. Like if you're watching the little video there, it takes him a while to get these hits in, but each hit is worth maybe 2 or 3 of an agility hero's hit. Basher on Sven would be pretty bad, because he has a chance to get maybe 2 or 3 hits on the enemy before something else happens. So he needs to make those hits count. So he generally wants to buy items that maybe give him critical strike to make those 2 or 3 hits, even more powerful, or maybe an attack speed item, so he gets more of those really strong hits in. But generally, he doesn't want an item like a Pangolier would want, who's going to benefit from all these small attacks, dealing all these like small instances of damage and stuns and mana burn and all of this. So a lot of heroes in Dota can be itemized a lot of different ways, but there's generally a direction in which the hero pushes you to maximize what he can do, if that's what you're trying to do with him.
Yeah. You could probably show them Troll. I think it's probably a pretty good contrast to Sven as a hero that has the opposite mechanic, where he builds up attack speed as he hits a unit with his fervor. So he's going to hit a unit, and his attack speed starts off kind of slow, but as he keeps hitting them over and over and over again, his attack speed can get really, really high. So something like a Basher ends up being very good for that hero. So we'll see him here.
So Troll is based on basically this passive called Fervor. And you can read this spell basically. Each time he hits an enemy hero, he gains 30 attack speed, up to 12 stacks. So he can gain a huge amount of attack speed if he keeps hitting a hero. As we'll see here, I have no items. I will just start hitting this Naga Siren. We'll see the Fervor stacks build, and you can see he's continually attacking faster and faster and faster and faster until he's up to max stacks. Pretty fast attack speed. So if I build certain items like the Pangolier had, like a Diffusal, which is an item that burns 40 mana per attack, which is pretty good with attack speed. I can build something like a Basher, which 25% chance to stun on attack, pretty good with attack speed. And if I just go in here with my attack speed, it's a lot of extra damage going into this Naga. She's getting mana burn, she's getting stunned, all this type of nonsense. Where I can go back to the Sven. Sven has pretty much no innate attack speed, so I can pop my ult, I can gain a bunch of damage way slower in comparison. Me getting the 1 or 2 hits in with these items isn't as good. But if I buy something that scales my damage up like a Daedalus, which is an item that gives raw bonus damage plus 88 and a chance to crit for 200%, that's pretty value when I'm hitting this hard. We'll see, like if I crit, those are big crits. So I can make this hero work a lot better with this versus the other way around with a hero that's scaling off, getting a lot of hits in with fast attack speed.
Awesome.
Well, that closes up the game 1 of Falcons versus OG. We have 1 or 2 games to go. Again, this is a best of 3, so there might just only be 1 more game. If OG wins the second game, then we go to a third game. But if you guys have more questions, we're going to be here. We are going to take a break between game 1 and game 2. But if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat now. We'll read them. And then as we get back into game 2, we can talk about them, especially during the draft phase where there's not as much to go on. So break time now. We'll be back in how long, Scriff? What's that? 10ish. So around 10 minutes. Around 10 minutes. And then we'll come back ready for game 2.
Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. Inner visions realized in a new tomorrow. Running with the rising sun, a new tomorrow. Step beyond how far we've come, a new tomorrow. Looking up, we rise as one, a new tomorrow's Open every door. The world is waiting for you. Right here, right now is our time in the new tomorrow. Running with the rising sun, a new tomorrow. Step beyond how far we've come, a new tomorrow. Looking up, we rise as one, a new tomorrow's here. Running with the rising sun, a new tomorrow. Step beyond how far we've come, a new tomorrow. Looking up, we rise as one, a new tomorrow's With you, I'm always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna walk alone. When I'm with you, with you, with you. about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you, girl.
When I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. 10, 9, 8, 7 minutes in heaven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door.
Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lights from down the way.
Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into game 2 of OG versus Falcons, and the draft is right around the corner. But I did want to say, for those of you guys who are checking out Dota 2 or are more curious about the game, this is a pretty good time to actually get into Dota. We just had a big event recently drop called Crownfall, and it is an event, a battle pass system, where you are able to get rewards for playing the game. So Avery, if you can show them what the market looks like.
Look at these
The
beautiful Arcanas.
Oh, of course. Can't forget about the cosmetics first. We are good chills for Valve. You could spend $35 to get pretty cool cosmetic.
But there's actually a lot of free content too.
Yes,
There's this
that's
whole
the cool
battle
part.
pass thing where you get to play different heroes to earn different tokens based on what the hero is, and you get to progress through a map, which gives you free cosmetics and little emoticons, and you can play a fishing minigame. Holy hype! Look at this fishing minigame.
Time to go
Look at the
fishing.
leaderboard. These are all professional players playing this minigame. I don't know why. There's me. But you can get more. You can literally fish in Dota. Look at this. Oh, look at this guy, dude. You think I'm gonna catch him?
That's a big fish right there.
That is a big one, actually.
I mean, if you don't catch him, I'll be highly
I
disappointed.
failed. I didn't see that. but you can fish if you want, and you can do all kinds of stuff, and it's all free. It's all absolutely free. You don't need to pay for any of this stuff, so it's cool. It's fun. I've actually had fun with this one. I think the token system's pretty nice. Oh, Cap's gone again. That's fine. I think the token system's pretty nice. Incentivizes you to play a lot of different stuff. Get some rewards for it. You get stuff even if you lose. I think I actually have enjoyed the system overall. And then, there's obviously a bunch of stuff you can buy in Dota, but there's a lot of free stuff in this free-to-play game that's pretty decent. So yeah, good time to come into Dota. This is only Act 1 of 4 for the ongoing event. So there's a lot more content to come. So if you want to learn Dota 2, it's not a bad time to get into it, because people are all just enjoying the new content and, fooling around a bit in pubs. It's not as serious. Anyway, is this a quick question?
Yeah.
Struggle to understand controlling the couriers. I also struggle with understanding how teleportation. All right, we can look at that real quick while there's this draft going on. But there is, obviously there is a lot of hotkeys in Dota 2. There are hotkeys for the courier as well, which are somewhere I always forget. Where are they?
I'm going through the learn section right now to see if there's anything on the courier.
Did I? Oh, yeah. So you can select courier.
Yeah, there you go.
And so basically the only two you need are this one and this one. I have mine set in the game to something else, so it doesn't appear here. But if you set, select courier to a hotkey and then deliver, this will automatically deliver any items you buy. So you just press 1, 2, boom, boom, and it'll auto deliver and go back. And that's kind of all you need, honestly. You can be like me and set an individual control key to this courier. And that will, you can save those control keys in the game, and then you can use it manually, which is how some people operate it. But this is like the more modern way to do it. It's the easiest. And the other thing was teleportation is, okay, so something that will help you guys a lot is this. So purchase sticky. This I recommend setting as a hotkey and setting it as your teleport in game. You have one item that you can set as your sticky item, and that means usually it's teleport. So if you need to buy a quick teleport, you can do this. But teleportation is pretty simple. You can go in a demo lobby. I can show you how it works. Basically, you can teleport to any structure on your side of the map by default with a teleport scroll, and that will use that teleport scroll and then set it on cooldown for a bit. Every hero comes with one. You get one after dying. So here it's on cooldown. I'll refresh it. So here's my teleport scroll. If I click the hotkey for it, it'll show me where I can teleport in the game. Now, the scroll can only go within a certain range of a tower, and it'll tell you how long that teleport takes. That teleport time increases based on previous teleports to the same location. So if all 5 of my players on a team teleport to the same tower, this will increase my teleport from 3 to 5 seconds. But I can teleport, to any structure in the game. I can't just teleport to a random location. Only certain heroes can do that. So if I teleport, you'll see the channel, and I'll appear where I teleported. It will use the scroll. I can rebuy that teleport, but it does have a cooldown. The other way you can teleport is with the item Boots of Travel, which is a 2,000 gold recipe upgrade to basic Boots of Speed. And what this does is it gives you a lower teleport cooldown, 40 seconds, and it allows you to teleport to ally heroes or units. So if I have an ally over here, or that's Boots of Travel too, but I can travel to the units on the map with basic Boots of Travel. And if I upgrade them again, I can travel to ally heroes. So there are multiple ways to upgrade your teleport capability in the game, but the basic premise is you have a scroll. The scroll lets you go to ally buildings so you can, defend your allies against enemy moves or make an aggressive move of your own.
One small little wrinkle there with the Boots of Travel. If you were to teleport, Boots of Travel 1 and 2, the unit that you are traveling on, if they die while your teleport is channeling, your teleport will get canceled. So one little thing to just be aware of. If you ever try and TP somewhere using your Boots of Travel and you wonder why it didn't go through, it was probably because that unit died. Sad
face.
Yeah. Hopefully that answers your questions. If you guys have any more questions about it, we got another one. Hopefully not a stupid question. Someone who's more into the esports teams, do events like ESL 1 play a part in qualifying for TI? Or is it more experience, prize money, fame, etc.? So Dota 2 esports scene had a bit of a shakeup recently where Valve, the developer, who used to run their own sort of league that was going on, it was called the Dota Pro Circuit, the DPC for short. They decided this year that they were not going to be doing that and open up the space for third parties to fill up the space instead. So this event that we're watching right now, ESL 1, that's put on by ESL. They're a third-party tournament organizer in Dota 2. They have their own circuit that they have created where they have a couple different events called Dream League. There are a couple of different seasons of Dream League that have happened this year. And then they have 2 LAN events called ESL 1 Birmingham and ESL 1 Malaysia. Those give points as well as money to give teams. There's a point system called the EPT, and where you place at these tournaments gives you more points, and those points can help you get automatically invited to the finals at the end of the year called the Riyadh Masters. We may have changed that name recently, and maybe it's the Esports World Cup. Maybe, I can't quite remember. You can Google it if you want, but TI is still around. The international is still going to be going on. Valve hasn't given all the information about the upcoming TI, but presumably the ranking that these teams place at these various tournaments over the year will lead to them being invited to TI. That system used to be a more open point system that was kind of worked out over time. It looks like we're probably going back to an invite system where Valve are kind of arbitrarily deciding which teams they think are the best over the year. And then there is also going to be open qualifiers for the international. So the international is still around. It's just the circuit that led to the international is no longer here. And instead, we've got a lot of other third parties doing their own tournaments like ESL 1. So there's an answer for you. We're here in the draft for game 2 of OG versus Falcons. We're going to see some familiar faces. Once again, we see a couple heroes we've seen some before. We had the Hoodwink last game for Falcons, little squirrel there with the crossbow. We had the Weaver. So we're going to see the carry bug skittering around once again. And Shadow Demon, who we really didn't talk that much about. That was in our opening game for this stream. So that's the purple demon guy on the left there with the chains, who's got a particular
particular likes, I guess, with all those chains he's got on. But he is, we've seen that guy before. We'll talk about what he does. We've got a lot of newcomers this time around, though. So on the very top left, we've got another demon, Doom. Avery, you want to explain what Doom does?
Doom dooms you, and then you die.
Very good.
He has a very powerful ultimate called literally Doom that he casts on you, and it prevents all healing going into your hero, deals absurd amount of damage over time that's near unpreventable, and means you get silenced as well. So it used to also break your items. It used to be even more broken. It's gotten nerfed a bit and changed. Now it just prevents healing. But basically, when you get doomed...
Wait. When you say break your items, can you explain what that means?
It means it used to make it so you couldn't use items either. Now you can use items while you're doomed, but you're silenced and you take damage and you cannot be healed, which usually means in these professional games, when you see somebody get doomed, they're probably dead. Like, it's very hard to save the guy who gets doomed. You might be saying, well, that sounds insanely broken. You know, like, what am I supposed to do against that? And yeah, it has been decently broken for long periods of time in Dota 2. It's a very strong skill, but the hero has weaknesses and downsides that maybe make it hard to doom the right person or get to a point where he can doom somebody and then also fight them to kill them on top of that. It's not a end all be all. The spell does do a set amount of damage, so it's not just a one-click delete button. But it's a cool hero with a cool ability, and Doom. So I would like to talk about Winter Wyvern though, because this is a very cool hero. It's one of my favorite heroes in Dota, maybe my favorite. I think it showcases...
really quickly. Let me oh, you're going to show Winter Wyvern. Never mind. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think this hero showcases a lot of the cool things that make Dota Dota, because it's a hero that can function aggressively or defensively, and his spells can make or break a team fight either way. So one of the cool things about this hero is he has some slows and nukes, but he also has a very good defensive spell in Cold Embrace, which freezes an ally, so they cannot move, they cannot cast spells, they cannot click items, but they take no physical damage, and they are healed. So, enemy can come over here and right-click them all they want. It's not going to do anything. So it's like an upside and downside spell. You're saving your team, but you might also disable them in the same process. And he also has a spell, Winter's Curse, as his ultimate, which freezes an enemy and causes any other enemies around them to attack them for the duration. So if I freeze this Luna, this Dragon Knight gets taunted and he starts killing his own dude. Again, a very powerful spell, but the downside is your team cannot deal damage to these heroes while they are under this effect. So if my carry starts attacking this guy, he doesn't take any damage until the effect ends. So what makes this hero really interesting is that his spells are very powerful in a fight, but they can also hinder your own team if they're not used properly. So it's a very high risk, high reward hero that takes a lot of skill to play in competitive Dota, which is why it's cool to see it come out here, because it's one of my favorite heroes to watch. You can do so much with it, but you can also grief your team, which is hilarious. So yeah, I think that showcases, I think, the cool design of a lot of heroes where things aren't always just straightforward. Yeah, you have heroes like Doom, where you doom a guy and he takes a bunch of damage and maybe he dies, but you also have heroes like Winter Wyvern that their spells are not always just straightforward. Sometimes you want to ult the enemy to like hold them in place and set up for something else. Sometimes you're the one dealing damage in it. Sometimes you want to freeze your ally to buy time, but sometimes freezing your ally can set up for the enemy team. There's a lot of back and forth and a very cool hero to execute, so I just wanted to highlight that.
I'm also going to showcase a couple of heroes if you guys have my screen as well. We can show off both Doom and Magnus. So I'll take a little bit here to switch over to the screen. So we'll talk about Doom there on the top left for Falcons. And so here's the Doom ability. So it prevents healing. So this guy is doomed, can't cast spells. He's slowly dying over time. This is Omni Knight. He's a healer guy. That's what he's most known well for. His heals just don't do anything. So this guy will just slowly tick out and a lot of times will die to that ability. So that's going to be one of the big abilities that we see in these fights. And here is Magnus. So he is on the opposing team and we're going to see a lot of him. And he does a pretty interesting combo where he's got, we'll look at 3 abilities of him. So he's got Shockwave, which does a little damage. It kind of pulls the unit towards him. So he can kind of move them along here. He's got Skewer, which allows him to be able to charge through in a direction.
And then any heroes he hits along the way, enemy heroes, he drags them along and does some damage to them. And then he's got reverse polarity, oftentimes referred to as RP. Just in an area around him and in front of him, he sucks up any enemies and stuns them and puts them all together. So we're going to see some combinations in this game, very likely, where at some point in time, a Magnus is going to blink in. He's going to RP, and he's going to skewer them to his team. And we're going to see various combinations of that. Sometimes it's skewer into RP. They just skewer and then RP or something. But we're going to see something like that. So look for that combination of abilities in this game as we watch along. And let's get into game 2 of OG versus Falcons.
So OG have a lot of stuns in their lineup. Something to note. They have Tiny, who is a stunner frontliner. They have the Magnus with the big reverse polarity AoE stun. They have Chaos Knight, who is a strength-based carry. Also an illusion-based carry. He's a very unique hero. But also has a stun in Chaos Bolt, which is a single target stun he throws out. And they have Earthspear, who is an unconventional mid-pick. He's kind of a spellcaster strength initiator, which goes in and rolls on you, quite literally. He has a spell called the Rolling Boulder, and stuns you and silences you and deals damage over time. So he's kind of like a frontline spellcaster, like a battle monk or something. So he's got the monk hat on. So they have 4 heroes that all stun. So OG have a lot of teamfight control, and they have a lot of AoE presence. If Falcons ever clump in this game, they're going to try and punish them very hard. And on the flip side, Falcons, they tried to match them to a certain degree. They have Earthshaker, perhaps one of the biggest AoE stunners in the history of Dota. This hero has an awesome spell called Echo Slam, which this hero almost always wants to buy Blink Dagger because his stuns are all melee based. But if he gets on top of you, it does more damage the more units that are around him. So he has 3 stuns in his kit, and he just chain stuns you into oblivion. He punishes Clump very hard, and he's generally pretty good against melee heroes. So, OG have these 4 melee stunners, and Falcons went with the Shaker to try and punish all these melee heroes going in and standing on top of each other. Look for the big Echo Slam in the fights. You will know it when you see it when we come down the line. It's a very fun hero to watch. And the Wyvern, the Winter Wyvern that we highlighted as well, similar idea, right? If you're going in as OG with all these melee stunners and you have to get on top of people and stun them, you're going to end up playing around each other. And this Wyvern's Winter's Curse can really punish that type of gameplay. Whereas if you have 3 heroes on top of each other, you curse them, they're all hitting each other for 4 or 5 seconds, that might just be a 1-team fight. That might be enough damage and setup for the Shaker to come in, for example, or for the Doom to come in and just pick his target as he pleases. So a lot of these fights are going to come down to OG trying to go in and stun people with their big AoE stuns, and Falcons trying to kind of flip that script and counter-initiate or control that clump from OG as best they can. So this could be a really cool team fight game. A lot of really powerful AoE spells in this one, a lot of stunners, a lot of control, and just a lot of big meaty dudes trying to go in and do what the other guy wants to do, but only better. A fun draft.
Which lane do you want to start on?
I kind of like this mid or top. I'll let you pick between those two.
Okay, let's watch the top lane then. Because we have a couple new heroes here, so we can talk about the Shadow Demon, which we saw before, but we didn't actually get to talk about his abilities. So he has an ability called Disruption, where he kind of puts a hero in a hole, an ally or an enemy, so it can be used as a save or it can be used offensively. And then when they come out, they will have 2 illusions that the Shadow Demon controls of that hero. And so in the case of an ally, you can create multiple units of that hero and use it in that way. Or more often, it's going to be used offensively on an enemy and create versions of themselves that can do some damage. He also has a stacking poison. It's called Shadow Poison. He's going to be throwing that out sometimes. We'll point it out when it finally comes. But if it kind of increases exponentially, so the more you hit, the more damage it does, but it increases exponentially. So you can get up to 5 stacks for a lot of damage. So it can be a pretty fun hero to be able to watch. He's going to be paired up with the Chaos Knight. That's going to be the one position or carry, who's going to be trying to farm away. He's got that Chaos Bolt. It's just a basic nuke that he throws out that stuns units. He can pull units in with Reality Rift. He kind of pulls himself forward and pulls the unit back to him at the same time, and allows him to get one hit that does a healthy amount of damage. And he's also got a passive in the crit. So there's the Reality Rift where he threw out the stun and then pulled the squirrel back into it. So the Hoodwink just died to that combination pretty quickly. So Chaos Knight is a pretty scary hero to fight early on into the game. It's probably one of the tougher carries to fight in the first 5 minutes.
He has very good stats. Like, his starting damage is high. He has really good armor. He has very strong level 1 spells. So as we saw there, he just deleted that hero early on in this lane stage. But everything in Dota is a trade-off. You know, the heroes that are really strong early, maybe not so strong later on. The heroes that are strong later on, maybe not so early. It's all just about balance and making your lineup work as well together as possible. Synergy counts for a lot in Dota. More often than not, the team wins the game rather than any individual hero. It's about making each other as strong as possible. So look for these fights in terms of, you know, what these stuns can do for OG's other heroes in terms of helping them just try and delete people. We're gonna see the Doom fight this demon on the side. Demon brothers unite.
And he pops his Scorched Earth, so the Doom has a basic ability that creates fire. It's not super noticeable, but there's a little bit of fire going around. It also increases his movement speed, so he's catching up to him and also doing damage over time to him. So they finally chased him down. The Earth Spirit, BZM, he did what he could in that situation. He's stunned, but even more all chat. This is Falcons, the Radiant side team. They are probably the team that will all chat the most to their opponents, and you're already seeing that come into fruition.
He also ex-teammates, which definitely helps incentivize some of the chat going on. Damn, a lot of action mid as Falcons are picking up kills there, and this is going to be a faster paced game. We're seeing a lot of kills happen across the map. Just, I think, a nature of the fact there's so many heroes that have early game stuns and nukes. It's just, they're just going to keep throwing them on each other, and someone's going to feel like they have an advantage. Another 2-man kill down here. Falcons playing a very fast game, just trying to skirmish and fight wherever they can. They have a lot of good early game heroes. We've seen the Weaver in the previous game as well, where this is a carry that can play very fast, somewhat like the Chaos Knight. Very strong early game laning carry. Easily can join any sort of these fights, has a lot of single target burst damage. So you back those types of heroes up with the disable that both these lineups have, and yeah, I'm not surprised we're seeing a lot of kills as OG really struggling to fight this Shaker mid.
8 kills in 6.5 minutes. This is a more typical pace, I would say, for Dota. Maybe it's even a little above average. The Earthshaker is just doing a whole lot of work. Now, Earthshaker is a really interesting hero. It's one of the most iconic heroes. Has traditionally been a support for most of his time. In fact, only like relatively recently has he been played as a mid hero. And it's because he's got these different abilities. A lot of the heroes based around Fissure, which is this long range stun where he creates a line that people cannot pass through. Or his Echo Slam, which is the ability that Avery was talking about, where it does more damage the more units are around him. But you can see there his skills, he has maxed out his second ability there, which is called Enchant Totem. So it used to be this ability was one of the more ignored ones, but in the recent years, this hero has been played more of a core around Enchant Totem, which he slams his totem on the ground and his next hit will do bonus damage, and it's a rather significant amount. So it's kind of very similar to when Avery was showcasing Sven, a hero that can amp up his own damage so that a single hit does a lot of damage, but doesn't have the best attack speed. Earthshaker as a core hero is very similar to that. And again, that is part of the uniqueness of Dota, is that the heroes do have the versatility to be played in multiple roles. So we're gonna see him get ganked here. The Winter Wyvern is gonna come in and maybe try and help out.
Ooh,
But
that
the
echo.
Earthshaker is just too damn strong. That was the Echo Slam get used there. Only hit like 1 or 2 units there, but it was enough to help finish off the unit that the hero they were going for, which was the Rockman. And Maureen, of course, has to all chat because, you know, they were trying to kill him. They brought 3 heroes to the lane to try and kill him. And he not only did not die, but he turned around and killed one of the OG heroes. So he's feeling pretty good about himself. He's telling them, yeah, guys, relax. I'm trying to kill me. You know, chill out.
So this matchup is tough for Earth Spirit because Shaker kind of out damages him this early in the game, and he can out chain stun him this early in the game. He has lower cooldowns that can do a bit more damage and control him better, whereas the Earth Spirit can do a bit more later on. The Earth Spirit's missing some of the levels he needs, particularly it's one of the heroes with a long duration silence built into his kit in Geomagnetic Grip, which can be very good versus the Shaker later on because you can silence him and prevent him casting spells in the fight. So right now, Maureen on the Earthshaker here is getting the best of BZM on the Earth Spirit, but as this game progresses, that matchup is not as one-sided. And those are those kind of dynamics that you have to take into account and try and play around in the fights. You know, when am I stronger than other opponents? At what point maybe I'm weaker, then maybe I'll become stronger again. And you're trying to get those team fights in the periods where you feel like you can counteract what the enemy wants to do. Maybe before they get a big item that can deal with what you're trying to do. Maybe at the time you get a really good item that you can use against them. For example, the Shaker, we talked about him going the Blink Dagger so that he can use his low range stuns on enemy opponents easily. This is going to be a fast item for Maureen here on the Shaker, and once he gets that, you're probably going to see Falcons want to try and take a fight or make a move with that Blink to catch OG off guard and get that like surprise first kill with it. You know, blink on somebody who doesn't suspect it, drop that Echo Slam, just chain stun them into oblivion.
If you're wondering what the random noises that keep on coming up are, it sounds like somebody's talking. There was a Chinese line that was being used there. Sometimes it's the heroes that are talking, like right there, time to die. They'll pop up in the chat area. That is the chat wheel. You can fill out your chat wheel with things that your hero says, or you can fill them out with some other chat wheel lines, such as the Chinese voice was one of these Chinese female commentators from previous TI. It's one of those things that you can get in the game and you can use and just spam to your heart's delight. Well, not to your heart's delight. There is a bit of a cooldown to it, but you can use it in game and everybody will hear it. There's also, can we open up the scoreboard and show where the mute button would be? If it was, we're observing, so we don't have the access to the mute button, but it's right there next to the flag. You can report people with the flag. Next to that would also be the mute button. You can see the team mute there next to report Radiant, report Dire. So if you know, people are all chatting you, don't be afraid to use the mute button. While Dota does encourage all chatting, it also allows people the ability to escape the if you're just finding some people are just being too obnoxious. That's the way to do it.
And don't be afraid to mute anybody who's giving you a hard time. This game's here to have fun. Make sure you're having fun. Play Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah, we're meant to have fun playing Dota. Yeah.
That's right. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I mean, Maureen is having fun in this game, I can tell you.
Yeah. I don't think BZM is having fun.
Get into a fast blink. We're seeing that stack off to this left there. So Radiant's trying to stack their jungle in preparation to accelerate some of these cores towards, you know, that big blink dagger or big first item. The faster you get that, the faster you can use it against your opponents, the faster you're going to build advantage on the map. So it's all just kind of a race to dominance here. And he is closing in on that blink. You can see his gold in the bottom right. He's sitting currently at 2,200 gold, and Blink Dagger costs 2,250. So the instant he has it, we see it get purchased. It's immediately on his Courier, which is flying out from base right now. He has a nice little bird, toucan, I don't know what it is. It's carrying out his Blink Dagger to him. And again, we should expect that Falcons will want to try and make something happen with this blink. Either smoke play or just instantly use it. There it is. Instant jump with that blink. Seb did not see it coming. And he will get instantly killed. So really strong item on this hero. The faster you get it, the more powerful it is. And that was just a very easy first usage for the Earthshaker.
Now you can see most items will have some sort of cooldown attached to their active ability. Blink Dagger has a cooldown. Blink Dagger is also kind of unique in that it has also a separate cooldown where you cannot use that Blink Dagger if you have been hit by an enemy hero or Roshan within the last 3 seconds. So it kind of prevents you from being gone on and just being able to jump out of danger anytime you want. Which he could be in danger right now if they can actually catch him with some of these abilities. Which it looks like they wanted to go for a toss, but didn't quite get it.
So we'll see Radiant make that move, and they kind of jumped the hero and then instantly ran away. They didn't want to take the fight into all the teleports coming out from OG there at a numbers disadvantage, but they're happy making that move, forcing a reaction out of them, because they have heroes farming elsewhere on the map. They have this Doombringer top, who's getting a lot of gold right now. They're pushing that tower. So they were probably content with that move, not necessarily getting them a huge kill, but getting them the space they wanted for their hero, and they're going to take the fight mid instead with a big Echo Slam, but just outnumbered here.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage, but not enough to take down any heroes, unfortunately. There's that Cold Embrace. You can see the Shadow Poison, which is magic damage, that was stacking up. So while he did put himself and it made himself hard to kill for a little bit, it also left him exposed to magic damage that was being thrown out there. Now we're watching the Hoodwink and Doom chase after the Tiny. There's the Doom. So that man, they're just going to walk away from him. He is low enough that the damage over time is going to kill him, and there is quite literally nothing he can do about it. He is doomed.
So Doom is a hero a lot of people dislike as well because he gets extra gold. So he has a spell called Devour. He can eat random creeps on the map and steal their abilities. Right now he has a Mana Burn ability that he got off a little Satyr Tormentor somewhere. But when he eats them and digests them, as we just saw, he ate a creep there, he gets bonus gold for doing that. Which means this hero gets very farm. And he's designed to kind of use that extra gold to buy extra items and assert that strength on the map. And that is why this hero is the stuff of nightmares for a lot of people, because sometimes it does feel unfair to play against. Sometimes it is unfair to play against, but all is fair in the world of Dota 2. And every hero has its counters, so we'll see what OG can do against this Doom. But so far, he's off to a very good start. And when this hero's off to a good start, he's pretty scary because he prints extra money. And extra money is, extra money's pretty good, you know? It's pretty good in Dota,
Yeah.
It's pretty good in life.
He gets extra items. Of course, there is still the downside of, like, if you have more gold, it also means you're getting more gold when you kill that unit. So something just to kind of keep in mind. Some other downsides to him as well, but we're not going to go too far into it. I'm alone, bro. All right, so Crit playing the Hoodwink. They're going to go for a kill with the Doom here. He came through the gate, so he was on the opposite side of the map. He went through the gate to join Amar, the Doom, here to kill Seb. And he is indeed alone. TY for info, bro. Said, well, if you say you're alone, I'll take you at your word and we'll just kill you.
Again, these two teams know each other, so the all chat here is all friendly banter. Just ex-teammates giving each other the old poke. But so far, if we're looking at the net worth chart, which is usually a good indicator of where teams are at, Falcons are pretty happy with how this early game's gone. They made some pretty good moves around that Shaker. He had a pretty good laning phase. They got a bunch of kills. Their Doom is very farmed. They have all their cores online. So they're kind of looking to fight around this Doom getting his big item in the Shiva's just delivered. It's a big armor item with an AoE Frost Blast. You're definitely going to recognize it in the fight. Very noticeable. It'll shoot out this giant Nova Pulse that deals damage and slows people, reduces their healing. Very strong item, very expensive item, but because he's the Doom, gets that extra money, he's kind of able to rush this earlier than a lot of other heroes. So Falcons kind of want to fight around that item if they can. They can get some brawls going where he can put that Shiva's to work. He's going to be very happy about it. We also saw some of the Blink Daggers for OG being delivered. Their lineup is also going to want a couple here because they have all those Blink Stunners. The big one is the Magnus here. His Blink is done. And so OG are trying to make a move with that. And there's the Blink Stun RP initiation. And once that happens, you just get chain stunned. So it's a big pickoff for them. Finding the enemy carry here off that reveal. Again, Dota's a lot about hitting your timings, or when you get an item, when you get a big ult, you want to use it to assert dominance on the map. And you want to try and surprise your enemy as much as possible. So both teams are just trying to fight for these types of little pickoffs with their timings that the enemy might not expect. And try and get some control of more camps, more lanes, more creeps, more gold, more snowball.
We saw them use the Twin Gate to get to the other side of the map, so they wanted to keep hunting. They feel like they're strong right now, so they're looking for more fights. Now they're going to look towards mid, but Falcons probably going to dodge a little bit. We have part of the reason OG was getting aggressive. We talked about the item pickup of the Doom. We have an item for the Chaos Knight as well. He just completed his Orchid. Orchid applies a debuff called Silence. Silence does not allow you to cast spells. That is very effective against certain heroes and less effective against others. One of the heroes that is very effective against in this game is the Weaver. That bug carry that we saw destroy the game before. He moves around with Shikuchi. He goes invisible. He moves very fast. He's a hard hero to lock down because of his abilities. But if they see him at any point in time, they can use the Orchid on him if the Chaos Knight gets in range, and that'll take away both his Shikuchi as well as his ultimate. Is another reason why he's very difficult to kill. Time Lapse, which allows him to go back in time 5 seconds, and whatever his HP, whatever the Weaver's HP and mana was 5 seconds ago, and positioning, the Weaver will turn to that positioning and return to that HP and mana value.
So fight's going to break out here. You got to watch for these clumps with the big AoE. As we see the Echo Slam go out, claim one of the supports. And they're going to get 2 off that. So anytime these heroes group around each other, both teams are going to try and throw out their big spells and try and get the multiple heroes stunned, multiple heroes locked down. That's the easiest way to win a team fight. And both sides have that capability. There's the reverse polarity. Happy to use it on one good target here. Doesn't need, to get a massive 3 or 4 every time. Just happy to throw it out, get a big core pick off, and go back to farming. So it's a nice little find there for OG, as they're getting a lot of farm on the Chaos Knight right now. This is a hero, again, illusion-based carry. His spell called Phantasm creates illusions of himself, which he can then use in the fight, or send around the map to get some extra farm. You're seeing he's top of the net worth here, even against the Doom, who's printing some extra free money of his own. Much like the Naga from the previous game, functions similarly. And so OG are going to want to use the fact that he's the strongest hero in the game to try and get these extra pickoffs, win them the team fights, and maybe get Roshan at some point. They can threaten it.
Right now, you can see what OG is doing. If we actually take a look at the map from their perspective, they are playing around this high ground ward that they have. So the ward is up on this cliff area and is looking down on the area around it. And so they are just playing, it's called playing around your vision. Basically, you put your hero in an area where you have some good vision, and that makes you feel a bit safer. It gives you an opportunity to be able to initiate on heroes once you see them. So that's what they were kind of doing there. Though the fight has definitely gone a bit wrong, as Falcons got that pick off on the Magnus. And then they were hoping to find more, but it looks like OG successfully retreated in time.
Also shows the power of smokes. So Falcons smoked there to try and bypass that high ground ward, which is why OG just didn't see that move coming. So it's a way to get around enemy vision, maybe get your own vision out at the same time, or set yourself up for a fight. This game is a pretty cool game. Very even, very brawl heavy, a lot of big stunners, a lot of heroes trying to get to a Black King bar in this game so that they can ignore all the stuns. That's a big deal, but there are some big spells in this game that go through debuff immunity. The Winner's Curse from the Wyvern goes through debuff immunity. So Snaking playing on the back lines as a support spellcaster, he can interrupt a Black King bar or multiple from the enemy team. Reverse Polarity from the Magnus on the side of OG. This is another AoE stun that goes through debuff immunity. So even if you pop a BKB on the Weaver or the Shaker, for example, RP can still hit you through that. So some of these big ultimates that can pierce that debuff immunity are very strong. Yeah, there are even some talents in the game that let spells go through debuff immunity as a bonus. Chaos Knight has a level 20 talent, which allows his Reality Rift to pierce debuff immunity. So these are all worth thinking about as the game progresses. Big fight top. We got a 2-man curse into an Echo, into an Embrace. Wyvern really showing his strength in this fight as he just turns that around completely. And OG late to the party will only get one with this RP. Not what they were looking for, but it is enough to get the kill as the Orchid prevents the Weaver mobility here. And OG able to turn this fight around. We'll get some cleanup kills. Chaos Knight is just incredibly strong right now. And the downside for Falcons, like we saw there, is if they get stuck in a fight where they have to commit the curse and the Echo Slam early, the illusion-based carry in the Chaos Knight, who normally suffers against those big AoE spells, he has more opportunity to go in that fight and play aggressive. He doesn't have to worry about the Shaker. He doesn't have to worry about the Wyvern preventing him all-inning somebody by cleaning him up with his illusions. So OG are constantly going to look for the heroes that can prevent the Chaos Knight going in. OG are looking for the Wyvern. They're looking for the Earthshaker first, because if those heroes get taken out, this Chaos Knight has a way easier time taking the fight and can just clean up. So target prioritization is a big deal in Dota. You want to go on the right targets first, and you want to take the right targets out so you can open up the fight for the rest of your heroes.
Yeah, and that's where the team strategy is so important, right? What Avery's breaking down is so key. Because it is some of their only abilities to deal with the illusion-based carry. In fact, their own carry is notorious for being pretty single target. So he will not be able to deal with the illusions very well. The Buckman just likes to stick it to one hero and does not typically like to be able to deal with illusions. Now, there are certain items that can help with that. He's got the Gleipnir, which allows him to shoot out some extra lightning when he attacks, but for the most part, he's not going to be super happy dealing with these illusions.
And we can see
there's
OG
that time lapse
running at that Wyvern.
Yeah.
Sev is a little dismayed at the lack of all chatting.
Are you still here? Yep. Falcon's pretty known for all chatting when they're winning, for sure, because they want to be able to tilt you, but not as much when they're losing the game. So Seb just kind of poking at him, letting him know. You can tell they're being quiet because they're losing the game. And this Chaos Knight has become quite the menace. So they're up 3,000 net worth. We did have some big items. We have a couple of Aghanim's Scepters picked up, so that's the expensive item that alters one of your hero's abilities. So for the Magnus, it actually gives him a whole new ability called Horn Toss. We'll see him use it at some point, but he gets a unit in front of him. He grabs him with his horn. He tosses him behind him, which is typically comboed with Skewer. So you kind of like hit a unit, you horn toss them, and then you skewer them backwards is what you're going to see a lot of times. Or in that case, the opposite situation, Skewer to try and find the squirrel, the hoodwink, and then horn toss for the extra bit of disable.
And the Shaker Ags, one of the more fun ones in the game, I think. You just turns your totem into a mobility spell. So your enchant totem normally, which just casts on the ground, lets you hop a certain amount of distance, which is quite hilarious to watch, but also gives it some cleave. So it's kind of like a pseudo farming fighting item. As we'll see here, you can clean up waves a lot faster. You can farm camps faster because of the cleave, but it also gives you some jump and mobility, so you don't always have to use that blink dagger and then you're just stuck there with no nothing else to do after the fight. So it's a cool item for him. He's going to hop around. He might just hop into his death, but sometimes that's the way it goes. Roshan cleared by OG with that Chaos Knight being so damn strong right now. And they're in a really solid position after that Roshan. They have 2 lives on the Chaos Knight. He's the strongest hero in the game by a large margin. He also has Empower, which is a buff his teammates giving him for extra damage. So he's looking to win this game right now. Do some serious damage. And he is definitely the scariest hero on the map. Hits very hard, very strong ult, can stun and silence for himself, has a BKB to give himself the freedom in the fight, and has a second life on top of it all. We're seeing him just force these objectives down. No contest here. Falcons do not want to fight him.
Yeah, what Falcons are going to do is a common strategy employed when you are weaker than the opposing team that you don't think you can take a team fight. The enemy team will typically try and go for objectives, and they will try and kill the creeps in other lanes. It's, you farm, and you also call it pushing out the wave. It's just in general trying to create pressure points somewhere else on the map away from your objectives. But they just got the Aegis. They got Doom on the Magnus too, so this is very good for Falcons. They're going to stop the big reverse polarity from going off in this team fight thanks to that Doom, which has silenced him. And there's the Winner's Curse. They actually got it with the Chaos Knight. Didn't last for very long though. And BZM, Earth Spirit, he rolled out and got a kickback. So this hero can actually kick units backwards. They got a kickback on the Hoodwink. So they actually got both the support heroes, though they did not get the cores that they were looking for. Still very good for them because they still have the Magnus who survived through the Doom. He managed to live through that one, and now he's back up, and they're probably going to fish for any hero that shows in defending this high ground. He's going to blink in, and he's either going to RP or he's going to Horn Toss and then skewer them backwards to his team. A little bit surprised that OG don't hit the high ground a bit more. Oh, if we look at the Chaos Knight right now. Oh, he just changed it. I was going to look at the token, the tier 3 item token. So he had a token. The token is you click on the token, then it'll give you the option of the different items you can choose. He chose Defiant Shell, which just gives him some extra armor, some extra attributes, and lets him automatically return an attack when he is attacked. But it looks like they got the Weaver. So we oftentimes refer to this as ratting when a hero is trying to push out the other lanes. He's trying to kill creeps and kill neutral creeps and maybe even take some objectives like towers. They're trying to do that and pull the enemy team around the map, try and get them to stop going high ground or hitting objectives and come back to their side of the map and deal with this pressure point that he's putting on them. But that also can lead to situations like that where he just gets caught and he dies. And now OG feel very good about that. They killed the enemy carry again, so his net worth is falling, and the Chaos Knight is just getting stronger and stronger. He's about to complete a Heart, which is the highest strength gain item you can get. This item will make him very, very tanky, and it will give him a huge amount of percentage-based HP regen. So not only will his maximum HP pool shoot up, but his regeneration over time will also go up by a crazy amount. Once again, you can see the Doom always is trying to get the Doom on the Magnus, trying to stop that reverse polarity and skewer that we were talking about before. So he's done a really good job of getting that initiation, and this time it actually works so that they win the fight because of it.
Almost always want to think about where the AoE control, the area of effect control, comes in a lineup, so that you're at least aware of where it is or dealing with it, so that you can commit in the fight without getting super punished on that group up. So in Falcon's case, they're always thinking about where this Magnus is, trying to find him first, trying to take him out with the Doom. And OG are thinking about this Wyvern and Shaker, where they are, and if they can take them out with, you know, a good skewer reverse polarity, or maybe just Earth Spirit rolling on this Wyvern, making his life hard with the silence and the ult.
There's Toss. So while the Earthshaker is able to jump around, Tiny has an ability that allows him to toss an enemy or an ally up in the air, and they can be tossed to another unit nearby. So in that situation, he was tossing an ally in. He got the hoodwink, and now it looks like maybe the Weaver is going to be trouble. He already used his ultimate. He already used time lapse. And his Black King bar is now expired. So as long as they don't lose sight of him, they're gonna catch him and kill him. And a little bit more all chat from Seb. I mean, he was taking all that all chat in the first 20 minutes of the game. So it's about time he responds, returns the favor. Only one TI after all. Wow. For context there, Skeeter has won one of the internationals. Seb has won 2 of them. So he obviously would love to be able to keep Skeeter from tying his record. And obviously at the end of the year, he's going to be looking to get a 3rd TI win for himself.
I saw Gem of True Sight there highlighting it. It's a unique item in Dota 2. We talked a lot about vision. Gem is the one item you can buy that gives permanent invis detection. You can also scout wards with it. So it's kind of like a sentry, but on your hero for 900 range on the carrier. Can be passed around. It's a global item. Normally, if you buy an item in Dota 2, you can only use it for yourself. You can't give your items to teammates. They cannot use them. Gem is one of the exceptions. Gem you can buy and give it to somebody else to carry. But if you die, it drops on the ground, which means the enemies can take it and then use it for themselves. So it's a riskier item, but a very strong item to give you the extra invis detection versus heroes like Weaver that are constantly going invis and you need to see them. That's why OG have picked it up this game. But if he does manage to die, that gem will be passed. So sometimes if you win a big team fight and you can steal the enemy gem, so to say, like you kill them, their gem drops, you pick it up. Not only does the enemy lose their gem and they can't buy another one for a long cooldown, but you gain that gem and can then go and deward their vision and see invis heroes yourself. So it's often a big deal in the fights if that gem gets lost for a decent amount of time. You want to maintain control over them as much as possible. I mean, Falcons are trying to make some, you know, sneaky plays around the map, try and find some farm, but they really struggled in the 5-on-5s this game and are just getting picked off.
Oh, and they might find the Weaver again. So there's that time lapse, so he goes back 5 seconds in time to where he was. But unfortunately for him, that was right next to the enemy carry, who has, so the Orchid that we talked about, an item, single target item that applies a silence, that has now been upgraded to a more powerful version. It's gone from an Orchid of Malevolence to a Bloodthorn. So this kind of has the same effect, it just the unit will take even more damage while they have this silence on them. So for 5 seconds, they're going to take a lot more damage during that window, and they're still silenced for that 5-second period as well. So when the Weaver doesn't have Black King bar, and he is in range of this Orchid, it pretty much means that Weaver's going to die every time, unless there is something else to be able to save him from an ally.
So right now, Falcons are just struggling. You know, there's something, well, why are they struggling to take the team fights that they have, some of the AoE spells and like mobile carry and all of this. And the big thing is this Chaos Knight, he got so big so fast off the extra illusion farm, and he got empowered, which means Magnus' second skill, he can cast a buff on an enemy, which gives them cleave and extra damage. So it's a very strong farming tool that is synergistic for your team. You're looking at this Chaos Knight net worth, he's really far ahead, which means he's just insanely tanky. He has a full heart giving him regen. He has extra buffs from his items to make him even tankier, even more armor. And Falcons have some AoE control from the Shaker and the Wyvern, but it's not really damage to kill the Chaos Knight. It's kind of just to stun him, put him in a position where he's not killing them. But if they don't have damage that can actually bring him down, then over the long run, the fights are becoming harder and harder. And meanwhile, OG they're building a lot of damage. They have a lot of damage to output from this Chaos Knight. The Earth Spirit's starting to pick up the late game pace. They have pretty good supports at dealing with enemy cores. So they're pretty happy with their position. They're scaling pretty well. Their damage is continuing to increase. Their tankiness is continuing to increase. And Falcons are kind of stuck in terms of what their options are. They're struggling to figure out how to deal the damage to these heroes. And sure, you have Doom, but this is where Doom can be countered. Like, Doom can only go on one hero in these fights, and it's kind of a pick your poison situation. Like, who do you Doom? Are you going to try and Doom this Magnus to take the big AoE stuns out of the fight? Are you going to try and Doom this Chaos Knight to remove the damage from the fight? Are you going to try and Doom the Earth Spirit when he's rolling on your backline supports and killing them? This Doom has too many issues to worry about right now, and he's going to have to take one of them. So he takes the Earth Spirit, but this is going to open up the reverse polarity and the Chaos Knight in the team fight. And we're seeing this Doom just get kited out right now.
Oh, there's the Echo Slam. Used it on the Chaos Knight. You could see not that much damage done to the Chaos Knight himself, who turned around and just killed the Weaver super quickly. So his illusions were all still alive. So when he turned to kill the Weaver, the Reality Rift, it pulls the unit, it pulls his hero, but it also pulls his illusions in. So they all, if the illusions are still alive, they use that Reality Rift, used it on the Weaver. They all got pulled to the Weaver. They all did massive amounts of damage in a small little window of time. And Falcons lose yet another fight. So this is going to be Roshan for OG. This is the second Roshan of the game, so they will get the Aegis of Immortal, so that extra life. They'll also get the cheese that we talked about, that instant heal for 2,500 health and 2,500 mana, or 1,500 mana rather. So
very solid position for them. This is where they want to be in this game. They also have heroes that they're very comfortable with, which makes a big difference. As we talked about, nobody in Dota plays every hero at a top level. In fact, a lot of players just don't even play a large number of the heroes in the game at all. There's too many to master for any one person. So getting heroes that you've played a lot, you're very comfortable with, and you've played a lot of games on makes a big difference. And OG definitely have a lot of heroes here that they are very comfortable and very confident on, which definitely helps them in these late game situations. They know how to play the fights. They have experience in positioning and spellcasting. And Tomato's had a very strong game here on one of the heroes he's known for in this Chaos Knight. 10-0 and 8. They haven't been able to kill him once. He's continuing to build up this Orchid into the Bloodthorn that we saw. Give him the silence against some of the mobile heroes from Falcons has been very effective. And force them into more defensive items to try and deal with him. He's putting a lot of pressure on them this game, and because he has that Magnus to help him, he's scaling really damn hard. So OG are going to try and press their advantage with this Roshan. They have a second life on the Chaos Knight. He's the strongest hero in the game. Time to try and break the enemy base here. They have to worry about the AoE control, but this is why they're just sending the CK on the front. There's no one around him, nobody to get punished on top of him. Falcons are going to have to try and poke him down a bit. Basically just soft commit, throw out some spells, try and wear him down, dissuade him from sieging, and it will force Tomato back. He'll regen back up here, so OG can keep doing this. It's slow, and maybe they don't feel great about it, but it's safer than them trying to jump the enemy in their base and maybe giving an opening back in this game.
yeah, they have bit by bit chipped away at these tier 3 towers. I mean, the top tower is already taken, the bottom tower is at half health, the mid tower is at half health. So these illusions and occasionally the real Chaos Knight are getting there. It's just a question of, is Falcons getting anything back in return? Is the game going later favor Falcons at all? And I don't think it really does, but it's possible. You see there are some heroes out there getting some creeps right now. OG doesn't know, otherwise they would probably force this a little bit more. But They're just trying to do this one hero siege, and Falcons say, okay, if you're going to play it slow like that, our Doom's going to be out there and he's going to be getting some gold to get his refresher, which is a very big item because that Doom is such a powerful ability. Why not try and use it twice?
So Falcons feel like that they need more items to take the fight, so they're just going to give up a lane here without taking the fight because they feel if they took this fight, they might just lose and then they might just lose the game, whereas getting a bit more gold, trading out, getting to their next set of items, even if you give up a lot here, is still gonna situate them better than this individual fight exchange. And like Austin said, there's the refresher for the Doom. So refresher orb, that green item in the bottom right, gives some regen and a small amount of damage, but it refreshes all of your abilities and all of your items. So very powerful item on heroes with big ultimates. It's going to give Doom 2 Dooms here, 2 BKBs, 2 Shiva's Blast.
Well,
that is a good find from OG.
We're back. Yeah, one of the big threats that Avery has pointed out, the winner's curse, but Doom does jump in. Now, he got the Doom on the Magnus once again, which is a target he wants to go for, but he didn't kill him. They lost sight of him. The hero went invisible as a result. There's the winner's curse.
Try and reset the fight here, but it's not doing a lot of damage on its own. So there's the second Doom. But again, that hero is not taking damage on top of it, so OG have kited out these Dooms. And no Echo Slam. It got countered by a reverse polarity in that silence. You saw Shaker blink in there to try and echo, but he got instantly silenced by Tomato on the Chaos Knight. Super heads up play by him. And Falcons are kind of left with not much here. They get the Magnus.
If you're wondering how Falcons still have heroes, that's the buybacks. So they're spending gold to get their hero back into the fight. They can only do that once every 8 minutes. So the Earthshaker and the Winter Wyvern both use buybacks. So that team fight was not actually a 5 versus 5. That was basically a 7 versus 5. And OG still won it. So that's kind of like how much stronger they are than Falcons, and in some ways how much better they're playing than Falcons in this fight. There's the Echo Slam. Lots of damage, but still not enough. Chaos Knight keeps on using an item called Wind Waker that throws him up in a tornado and makes him invulnerable while he's up there. The lower version of Yule's just keeps you in place, but Wind Waker actually allows you, if you cast it on yourself, allows you to be able to move that tornado. So they keep on going on him, but they don't have enough to kill him outright. And then as soon as the disables run out, he uses Wind Waker on himself and backs away.
Very powerful late game kiting tool. It allows you to go in and disengage, allows you to negate some Doom damage. You can also use it on an ally, which is the real strength of this item. So you can help bail out an ally if they get jumped, which when you're dealing with something like Doom is very nice. So OG are just trying to deal with the Dooms. They feel like that's the biggest threat, and if they deal with them, then they're confident they're going to win the fight. And so far, that's proven mostly true. As Amar on this Doombringer, he is the most farmed hero for Falcons, but he can't do it all. And his team is a little too far behind to help deal with the targets he's jumping right now, as he's getting smoked on. If he dies, this could just be the game.
Yep, they got the skewer back. They used the RP because they know they probably would have been able to kill him without reverse polarity being used there. But, you know, Avery said this is the most important hero for Falcons. OG recognized that, and when they have a chance to kill him, they're going to use every ability that they have to make sure that the kill does indeed happen. So they get that kill. The Doom does not have buyback in this instance. He does not have the gold to be able to make that purchase. So from Falcons' perspective, they have to play this 4 versus 5. OG, they may still think that it's possible the Doom can buy back, but as more buildings drop, they're probably have a better and better idea that the Doom is not able to come back to life here to defend. And so they get mega creeps. And while the game isn't over yet, it's obviously a massive lead for OG. They're feeling very good about it. But they can still do some more structural damage. There's still those tier 4s that are up as well. They still have 30 seconds where they have a numbers advantage, that it's a 5 versus 4. So why not take advantage of that? And they just kind of safely use their illusions to do damage to the tier 4s, which you can see the tier 4s are definitely more powerful than any of the other towers. They actually managed to both stay alive despite the damage coming in from the Chaos Knight. But OG, they've gotten that lead that we talk about. You know, they're very, very far ahead, but there is still a possibility of Falcons winning. There is always a comeback mechanism in Dota, which is why some of these games will go later. A lot of situations, if this was a pub game, then the Dire team would have just probably ended it right there, or at least tried to. But because professional teams and professional players are good, and they recognize that there is a possibility of Falcons being able to put together the right synchronization of abilities to still win the fight. Even though we haven't seen that happen in a while, it is possible. They do have the capability to do so. You know, they're going to respect that and not push their luck too much.
The more you push into the enemy base as well, the harder that fight becomes. So you don't want to throw away a game by taking a bad fight deep in the enemy base. Like, you know, from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3 to tier 4, those fights become increasingly more difficult because the enemy has better defensive positioning, more high ground to see you, closer to their fountain, which provides you the innate regen, closer to their items that they're going to buy from the shop. They will find the Doombringer again, though, and he has to get saved here, but there is no save in time. He's just skewered too far out of position. The strength of Magnus. He can reposition you away from the team. They're going to have to fight without him. Echo missed. Still enough to get a kill, though. Because Tomato was Roshan while this fight's going on. It might not matter.
Nice horn toss, skewer. Chaos Knight is back into play now. He did Roshan. He teleported into the outpost and is here for the rest of the fight. So now that the Chaos Knight is here, Falcons have to give up on it. Any heroes that get caught are just going to die. They're not going to try and save them. And they'll go back to trying to hold their Ancient, which the creeps, the mega creeps, these very powerful creeps came in. They finished off those tier 4s while that fight was going on. So it is very possible that when you get mega creeps like that, they can end the game for you. Skewer back on the Hoodwink. Oh man, that carry just dies too quickly, so they're gonna call it. The Weaver cannot stand up to the Chaos Knight at all. It's
too powerful.
Just strategically a bad matchup for the Weaver, and something that, you know, OG managed to get in the draft, an advantage over Falcons, and comes through, and that means they win this game 2, which means we are going the full distance in this series. We're going to go to a game 3.
Just a really nice structured draft from OG. I think they had a lot of really strong scale in this lineup, some good core matchups that they were confident in. Chaos Knight is a hero because of his illusion capability. He's a tanky illusion hero, which means he's very good versus the Doom, very good versus the Weaver, who can only focus one target at a time. And Falcons had some answers, but they were mainly early game oriented. So OG, you know, they got their comfort picks. They enabled them with the team synergy pretty well. They itemized to be really hard to kill. And all that kind of paid off in the clutch here, as we saw, you know, all these huge team fight spells going out. But if there isn't that follow-up damage on top of them, they don't count for a lot. And OG get the better of Falcons in game 2. So yeah, pretty hype series. Going to a game 3 here. 15-0 for Tomato. Really showed up in this game and feeling good.
Yeah, there's a little bit of context into it when it comes to this tournament. This tournament is in Birmingham, and one of the only British professional players in the history of Dota 2 is on OG. So if you saw, there was a lot of crowd cheering for OG there at the end of that game too. That's why they kind of have the home crowd advantage to some extent. So
Especially with this being an elimination series, where the team that loses will not play in the tournament any longer. The crowd is obviously backing that team quite heavily. So very excited that it's going to a game 3, which means we are going to go to a break, and we'll come back for another game of Falcons versus OG, the final game of the day. Don't forget, of course, that we are going to be doing this same newcomer stream tomorrow as well for the lower bracket finals as well as the grand finals. So if you missed some of this, if you have any further questions, you want to be able to learn more about Dota 2, that'll probably be a longer stream, seeing as the finals is a best of 5 series. So we'll have even more time to be able to go into in-depth Dota. But if you guys have any more questions about Dota that you want us to talk about when we come back for the break, let us know in the chat and we'll catch up.
Girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party. Come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel
all about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 You're amazing, baby, you're amazing. You're amazing, yeah. Well, I thought that I knew it all. Thought I was standing pretty tall. Then you came and you turned my life on its head. How rude. And I thought I was pretty wild. I had the spirit of a child. So what with you? Sometimes I struggle to keep up. Well, no matter what the question is, we'll say, yeah, yeah, yeah. And if we wanna find some trouble, we'll say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. You're amazing, baby, you're amazing. You're amazing, yeah. Well, I thought that I was the king. I had an answer for everything. But now you make me feel like a kid again, somehow. It's the way you walk, the way you talk, your jeans, your hair, your sunglasses indoors. Before you open your mouth, babe, I'm yours. Well, no matter what the question is, we'll say, yeah, yeah, yeah. And if we wanna find some trouble, we'll say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo! You're amazing, baby, you're amazing. You're amazing, yeah. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I wish you were in love with me.
Hello, everybody. We're back. We're back with Game 3 of Falcons versus OG. And I think we have gotten through a lot of Dota information in a relatively short period of time. We didn't actually have any questions that I noticed in the break. So if you guys have any more advanced questions, anything that you want to perhaps say professional expertise on, we could start working our way towards some of that stuff as we get into Game 3, head into yet another draft, yet another set of heroes. We'll see what new crops up this time around.
Who's the professional? Is that me?
And it's you. Yeah.
Okay.
The professional Dota player.
Yeah, I never trash talked as much as these guys, though. I'll say that much. We're reaching new heights, pushing the game towards new limits.
It's true. Maybe you should have been doing that.
Probably true, yeah. Underdeveloped skill, if you think about it. Like all these guys spend a lot of their years learning the game instead of learning the stuff outside of the game.
That's true. Think about all the players of the past who maybe would have fit better into this new era of Dota where there's so much all chatting. You matter the Peters and Kyles of the scene.
Very true.
All chatting in this version of Dota.
Dire team back.
So now we're at game 3 in a series, which means these teams are going to try and decide the final heroes they want to go with potentially in this tournament. And more importantly, what this inner series meta looks like. You know, what they felt like games 1 and 2 pushed in terms of what heroes were succeeding, which were not, what they're going to try and do to counteract what the other team's doing. And I mean, that game 2, if we think about it in a general sense, felt a lot about the initiators, like the Magnus versus the Doom, who's catching who's dealing with the teamfight presence, and the carries, right? Tomato had a way easier time in that game at 15-0 than the Weaver did, who had to play against a lot of stuns. So Falcons are probably going to be thinking about this carry matchup, how to make their carry a bit more activated than the enemy carry. And maybe think about these initiators a bit more too, because that's what it felt like, at least to me, came down to in that game too. And generally, Dota teams and players are gonna react to what felt difficult or easy. So if they felt like something was difficult in that game, they're gonna try and make it easier for themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, what did you feel like went well for Falcons in game 1?
I'm gonna have to think back to that game. What was that game?
I don't remember.
I don't even
awesome.
remember what was game one, man.
That's okay. All right, we got a Shadow Demon and Doom. So we're going to see two different repeat heroes. We have upgraded our production ability, so we'll be able to give you guys a peek at what the maybe some of the heroes at the same time as showing the draft. So once we get something new out of the draft, we'll be able to get through. We've got this long list of banned heroes to get through there on the left, as there's a lot of initial bans in Dota, and then there's another set of bans after the first pick. Because typically first pick has always been a pretty powerful part of the drafting phase in Dota 2. Again, because part of the Dota identity is that heroes are just naturally can have abilities that are overwhelmingly strong. So,
Oh, that was the Naga game. And that's why it gets banned here. Because that game one was the Skeeter Naga just farmed up the whole map. So if you think about game 1 and 2, illusion carries were kind of the name of the game. The Naga and the Chaos Knight both really took control of that map, made the team fights really hard, and just got way out of control. So would not be surprised to see that Chaos Knight banned here as well from Falcons if they don't want to deal with that same matchup where the Chaos Knight's making it hard for the Doom to play the lane and the game, and then this illusion carry just out farms everybody. Magnus is still in the pool as well. But generally, if you try and make this Doom's life as hard as possible, you're going to be happier. So heroes that are hard for him to Doom, i.e. many targets, or maybe he doesn't want to Doom. Maybe you just take a hero like, we saw the Dragon Knight earlier in this series. You Doom Dragon Knight, he doesn't really care. He doesn't need his spells to go off in a fight to be impactful. That's the kind of hero you want versus Doom. So that's probably what OG are thinking about right here, is how can we make this early pick Doom's life difficult, because you see him early. He has very powerful spells, but you can make his spells less powerful by making his game very difficult. And that is the CK ban that we see. So that Chaos Knight that owned that game too is now out of the pool. So you already are starting to see Falcons trying to adjust what made that game difficult for them and throw it back to OG and say, we still believe in our Doom. You need to show us something else that can fight this hero other than that Chaos Knight.
all right, the Hoodwink, another repeat appearance, is going to be relatively common in the middle of a series when the series goes the distance. A lot of times the teams are going to go back to what they felt like was successful before, what they liked about their previous drafts. So same with OG picking up the Tiny, or sometimes teams will take heroes that win or lose, they felt like the enemy team was particularly powerful with. And most teams are versatile enough that they can play those heroes just as well. The Magnus as well. So we are just getting a full repeat of all heroes that we've seen before in this series.
Back to the comfort. Both teams just confident in what they're doing. But the onus is kind of on Falcons to make the adjustment. I think the Chaos Knight ban is a good adjustment, but they're not going to pick the Weaver again here, I think. Again, if we're going back to this idea of which carries perform the best, I don't think they're going back to that. I'll go for the Veno plus the Gyro. So different carry. Gyrocopter, not a hero we've seen yet. This is a carry that Skeeter plays a lot, plays it pretty damn well. He's kind of a hybrid carry. He deals a lot of magic damage in the early game, and he can scale later with AoE attacks off of Flak Cannon. We can show a little bit of this hero if I can get in the demo. He's a very interesting carry. His scale can be really bad, but sometimes he just runs you over so much that it doesn't matter. And then he does have some cool late game stuff where he can power up his hits. He's not an attack speed based carry. He's a, kind of these big AoE attack based carry. But this is kind of Falcons signaling they want a really strong early game. They want to dominate the lanes here. And they want to just kind of run OG over. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, we got some very similar heroes here. If you're pulling up the Gyrocopter, I'll pull up the Dusa. Another hero that has a split shot. So while Gyrocopter has Flak Cannon that allows him to be able to hit multiple units at once, Dusa has kind of the same thing in split shot. So we've got multiple heroes here. And split shot, when active,
allows you to be able to hit multiple units as you level it up. The percentage damage on all of these units goes up.
Team ban.
So this is one of the basic mechanics of the Medusa right here. The other one is the ability that she actually starts off with right away is Mana Shield. Now, if you notice at the bottom here, Medusa's HP is incredibly low, 120 HP at level 7. It's because that she has 0 strength. She has 0 strength. She starts off with 0 strength, and she gains 0 strength every level. Instead, what she has is more intelligence. So she is an agility-based carry, but the lack of strength comes from her intelligence, where she gets a larger mana pool, and she has this ability called Mana Shield, which for every point of damage coming in, she will lose a certain amount of mana. So it absorbs 98% of the damage coming in, and then that damage that comes in is then costing her mana every single time. So you could see when she's getting hit, it's her mana pool that is going down rather than her HP pool. You can see the HP, she comes in, she just takes a little bit of damage. It's mostly negligible. You can kind of ignore that part. It's going to be her mana pool that is actually her HP pool, which makes her very unique as a hero. And so anything that can burn mana is going to be particularly potent, which is part of the reason why they drafted it here, is that they probably feel like many of the heroes that burn mana can't be picked up by the side of OG. Or excuse me, Falcons.
Also functions very similar to Gyro because it's another AoE ranged attacker. So think of it as like AoE cleave. Gyro functions the same way. He uses an active ability called Flak Cannon to deal those AoE hits. So if I activate Flak Cannon, I get a certain number of attacks. And if I attack a target, it'll flak hits to all the other targets within a pretty big range. So way larger range than Medusa, but for a limited number of hits, then the spell goes on cooldown. The upsides of these kind of heroes is you can just build super flat damage on them. You can build things like Daedalus, like we saw earlier, just big flat damage. You can also go Divine Rapier, which is a unique item in Dota because it gives you 350 damage on a hero. You can also use it to give spell amp, but we'll just look at the physical. Basically 350 damage, and if you die, it gets dropped. So while I can flak for, insane amounts of damage on these heroes off of the flat hits, if I die, or I somehow die, then this Divine Rapier will get dropped.
Radiant team pick.
Very similar to the gem of
the enemy
True
can
Sight
pick it
that
up.
we talked about last game.
Yeah, so it's it's like an all-in late game oriented item that you'll sometimes see these two carries pick up a lot because they use it really well, because they can split shot that damage across to everybody, but a very dangerous item because if you die with Divine Rapier, it goes to the enemy team if they can pick it up, and that is a huge amount of net worth swung in their favor. So it could be something we see this game in a game 3 if it comes down to the crunch time. Either of these two carries like to go that item in the late game, and they're both designed to use it very well here. So kind of some symmetry going forth. But again, the Gyro is a much faster fighting carry with a lot of extra spell damage, whereas Medusa is a much slower carry who wants to build up, clear through. Both these heroes want to clear through a lot of stacks, which we talked about earlier. They're very good at farming stacks with the split shots, and then just get to like that 4th or 5th big item, get an Aegis, and end the game. This Dusa is also a hero that can be hard for Doom to deal with. Like, you can Doom Medusa, but she's still just sitting there split shot right clicking you, and she doesn't need her spells to go off to have a good fight. So it's another reason OG picked it up here, and are definitely trying to just outscale Falcons again. They're trying to say, if this game goes really late, we're going to beat you. And what are you going to do about it? And Falcons are kind of locked in like this early game with the Gyro. I don't think they have an easy way to say, okay, we can also go super late and beat you there. I think they probably have to just commit, go more for a faster paced strategy, and just believe that they can execute well on the lanes and build up that lead, build up that advantage, and then maybe run this slower lineup over. Heroes like Medusa can be very slow to come online. They don't have a lot of early game presence, so if you build the lead in the first 15, 20 minutes, then sometimes you can just run them over in the game. And Mars will be another pretty fast hero here for Falcons, and also pushes this Doombringer to mid, which we saw him on the off lane last game. Now he's going to go mid. So it's a different role for him, a different kind of itemization and pathway, and shows more of the flexibility of Dota. Like, a lot of these heroes can be played on multiple roles, multiple lanes. Some of like Doombringer has been played as a support in the past. He's been played as a carry in the past. Now he's being played as a mid and an off laner. And even in this series, we've seen him on the off lane. Now we're going to see him mid. It changes how you itemize. It changes what you want to do with the hero. That's a really cool aspect about a lot of these is, like, there's no hard rules. You know, some of these heroes function in certain ways, but it just depends how you want to use them. We're going to see the Gyrocopter as a carry here. Earlier on this tournament, we saw him played as a support. Just use his spells to fight instead of building the right-click damage. So I think it's a really cool aspect of the game, and we're going to see it shown here that maybe catches OG a little off guard. Maybe they weren't expecting this Doom to go mid, and now you get a Mars, which can help answer that Medusa better than the Doom could. So it's like kind of a, we got you, you know, you didn't expect this, and we'll see how much work this Mars can put in. But a lot of pressure's on this Mars now. This last pick Mars for Amar really has to shine. It is his signature hero, so they got, you know, his prime hero for him to pop off on. He is perhaps the best Mars player in the world, and they're going to rely on him in the clutch to bring this game home. So really cool drafting sequence here from both teams, but a lot of pressure on Falcons in this game to play fast and deliver. And I mean, we're also seeing the mid Mirana, another example of the flex here. We saw this Mirana played on support earlier in this series twice. Now it's going mid, an unconventional hero in the meta for a lot of teams, but one that OG believe in, one of their niche, you know, picks that no one else is willing to play. They're willing to do it because they believe in BZM's capability to pull this hero off, and it's not an easy hero to pull off mid. Very skill based, very momentum based, but it can shine in those late game scenarios if you get there. So a very hype game, actually. Very cool to see if this Mirana can get there, if the Mars for ATF on his signature can just counter this Medusa, and which team is going to ultimately pull ahead in this BO3 for elimination at a major. A lot on the line here for these two teams.
Oh, yeah. A lot on the line, and I think the last time that you and I actually watched BZM play Mirana was on another elimination game. Am I crazy?
Yep.
I feel like we watched him on an elimination game, and it did not work in that game. So for his sake, we're hoping it'll be a different turn of fate here.
Yeah, this is a pick it's been criticized a lot because BZM, he's played it a couple times, and sometimes it looks good, and sometimes it looks awful. It's just the volatility of the hero on the roll. And so if he loses this game, or if this game's a bad Mirana game, you know he's going to get some big hate on the forums after this one, because it is a hero that does not look good when it doesn't look good, but it can really shine in the right circumstance. And I think this is a game it could do well. The ultimate, giving everybody invisibility, can make the initiations annoying for Doom. It can bypass some of the vision mechanisms from the Venomancer. And he has really good... This is a hero that has talents that help him scale as a core instead of a support. It's an interesting thing to look at. So a lot of these talents are, you know, like minus arrow cooldown or Moonlight Shadow gives evasion. Those are the support talents. This hero also has core talents built in based off leap. He gains leap distance. He gains leap attack speed at 15. That's a lot of attack speed to help a carry Mirana deal damage. He has critical strike as a level 20 talent. So there's some talents in here that help him build that right-click agi carry role type dynamic that you wouldn't take if you were playing this hero support. And that's kind of where a lot of the talent trees have gone in Dota. Like, they help you position these heroes for how you want to play them rather than pigeonholing you into only playing them in one style.
All right. Well, the game is underway. We had the early bounty runes spawn, those runes that allow you to get an extra boost of gold. No early first blood, no fighting. The teams just evenly split the bounty runes 2-2. So we're going to have a very clean start to this laning phase. Avery, which lane do you want to focus on this time around?
I mean, I'm about to watch Mirana. This hype hero.
Okay, all right. We'll go back to the mid lane since we started this stream watching the mid lane. We'll end the stream on watching the mid lane. So this is going to be a ranged versus melee matchup in the mid lane, which happens sometimes. Typically, what happens here is the melee hero does more damage. So if we just click on Doom, he does 69 plus 2 damage right now. So he hits for a total of 71 damage compared to the Mirana, who hits for 53 damage. So a lot less damage on the ranged hero. But obviously her advantage is the fact that she is ranged and she's going to be hitting the Doom for free attacks a lot of the times, and so the Doom is going to have to use regen, use consumables to heal back up. So he's got 2 of those. He's got tangos, which tangos are a consumable item which you use it on a tree, you eat the tree, and in return you get a set amount of regen over time. And then he also has another item that gives him a little bit of HP, which is Fairy Fire. This one, when consumed, will instantly give you 85 health. So fairly common to see these Fairy Fires be used early on in the laning phase as a way to be able to upset like a little fight scenario that normally you would lose, but because of the extra 85 HP, you end up winning it, and that helps you win the laning phase as a result.
He's doing pretty well in these early waves. Mirana generally is not played as a mid because her base damage, her starting damage is low. You can see that on the hero portrait. You can also hover over that to get full detailed information on the hero's starting stats, their gains, where their damage come from. She is a universal hero. You can see that highlighted at the bottom, which means she gains damage per total stats gained overall. Easiest way to think about it. And you can see her damage 59 to 63. It's a bit lower than what most heroes are going to put out going mid. And generally, the higher your damage is, the more you're going to win mid because you can just outlast hit people on all these little creeps, get more gold, snowball that into advantage. We also see him shooting arrows off the screen. He's just farming the extra big camp there. Arrow is a long duration, long range stun that if it's a skill shot, if it lands on a hero, it stuns them for a super long time. But it also one-shots any random neutral or lane creep. So you can use it to get some extra farm in. So he's just maximizing his resources and, you know, getting a little extra creeps every now and then off this camp. Good way to utilize the hero mid. And, you know, okay, maybe you go mid and you miss a couple CS because your base damage is lower, but you make up for it by getting a couple extra arrow kills off to the side, which the Doom can't do. So far, BZM, he's having a pretty good start in this mid lane. And it'll be really interesting to see what he wants to go items-wise on this hero, because there isn't some like default build for a mid Mirana. It's not in the meta. It's not some super powerful position. So he has a lot of options at his disposal. We'll probably see Gleipnir, which is kind of a lightning lockdown item that can, you know, root people and then make it really easy to land your arrow. That's the most common, but the world's open to him. That's the strength of sometimes doing unconventional things, is the enemies don't really know what you're going to do with it either. They haven't played against it in a long time. As we saw on that screen, there's so many heroes, so many items in Dota that you don't get used to all of them over any given period of time, which means maybe this Mirana pick is unconventional for OG, but it's also unconventional for Falcons to play against it because they aren't used to how much damage it can do or what it's going to itemize or where it wants to go and farm. Things always go both ways.
So Maureen, he took a little break from the lane at some point in time and went to use his Devour ability. So he's got an extra neutral creep ability here, which he just uses there, Intimidate, which decreases the heroes in the AoE their damage by half. So he just halved the damage of the Mirana, which helped him live through that little go there. But he is going to walk all the way back to Fountain. So this is a pretty significant win for BZM. The ranged hero successfully managing to do enough damage to the melee hero to kick them out of lane. So now he makes up for some of that CS that he missed even more, right? The creep wave goes under tower and it dies. The Doom misses at least 2 of the last hits there and even missed the experience for one of them. So this will help. It's kind of like the range versus melee matchup in mid. Typically, the range hero is trying to do enough damage to the melee hero that they have to leave the lane at some point and go heal. While the melee hero typically gets a better chance at getting last hits and will have more CS as a result. You can see that arrow put to use on the siege wagon there. So the tougher unit, kind of harder to bring down, he just used the sacred arrow to one-shot it. So yet another advantage that Mirana has.
You also noticed he did not skill his ultimate at 6. You do not have to skill any points if you don't want to. You can save them. You can put them in stats. You can put them into other spells as long as it's not only that spell. Like, there's a level requirement for you to level that spell to 3 or 4. But here we see a 3-1-2 build. So he put a second point in leap at 6 instead of Moonlight Shadow, just because he doesn't necessarily want to be using Moonlight Shadow for his team this early when he's playing more for himself as a damage dealer. He wants more points in the leap, more points in his damage so that he has higher solo kill potential. So the way you skill a hero is also pretty pivotal to what you want to do with it. Players have a lot of different preferences, but there's no real strict requirements on it. It's pretty open to how you want to do it. Same with the talents. You can skill your talents at 10, 15, 20, but you also don't have to. You can just not skill them. You can skill them later. You can skip them. And he's going to steal some farm here. Another arrow on Big Centaur there. Pretty good value. He's got that regen rune in his bottle, which means he's happy to expend a lot of his resources right now, as he'll get it all back off that regen. And he's leading the last hit deny chart at the top with 52. So a very strong start for the Mirana. And,
yeah, and in net worth, he's pretty much close to the top there as well. So both the CS as well as the net worth show that this is a lane that has gone very well for BZM.
Do you see the other two lanes going well for Falcons, as again they opted for a lineup that is strong on the lanes, aggressive early, has some really strong support matchups, and is going to try and run the map over a bit versus OG. So expect Falcons to have some early net worth advantage and try and utilize it, and if they don't, they're going to be under a lot of pressure to make it up somewhere else. And BZM, he's going to try and make a move.
BZM is going to make his first rotation. He tried to, we call it blind, if you're just throwing out a skill shot without any sort of setup. So he just threw out a blind arrow there. Just kind of threw it out there, see if he can land something. He does not, and he'll come back to mid lane, where Doom is actually going to make his first little move here, try and kill Seb, but Seb does a good job. The Shadow Demon, he uses Disruption, which is that black circle. He put the Doom in the disruption in the hole, and was able to teleport out. So the Doom could not use his small little stun that he has. The one ability we haven't talked about for Doom yet is Infernal Blade. It's a melee range ability, just augments a regular attack from Doom into a hit that does a regular attack, and then on top of that, it also does some burn damage over time, and it also stuns them for a small little window. Only half a second, but half a second is good enough to be able to stop a channeled teleport like that. So
I also saw some people asking about, where is the damage for Medusa in this lineup? That's a good question, because Medusa is an incredibly tanky carry. Mana Shield is very good against heroes who can't build the mana burn. Falcons don't have they don't have a huge amount of single target damage to consistently put into the Medusa. But what they do have is Mars. And Mars is a unique frontliner in terms of, we showed all of his active kit in terms of stunning people, controlling them. But he has two spells that really mess with ranged damage dealers. Bulwark is one of the best in the game. This is a spell that reduces any physical damage attack that hits him from the front or sides by a certain degree. So if you're getting hit in the front and you have max points in Bulwark, you're deflecting 70% of that damage, and you also redirect hits that would hit your allies towards you. So when he goes in the fight and he bulwarks up versus Medusa, he can just direct all that Medusa damage into him and take almost nothing, which is incredibly powerful. Arena will also block the ranged projectiles from going through the arena wall, so he can protect his team a bit with that. And basically, he can put the Medusa in a position where, yeah, maybe we're not killing you super fast, but you're not dealing any damage. And if you can't kill me, you're never going to get to deal any damage. And ATF has been known to shine on this Mars, as we mentioned. So if he gets really big and he can just stand there in the fight and sit there and bulwark redirect all this Medusa's hits and take 70% damage reduced on it, you know, there's a big question of, is this Dusta actually going to do anything in some of these later team fights? And that could be a big problem for OG to address, as they don't have the most straightforward way to deal with it. They can break the Mars, however, which is an interesting Dota mechanic. Break gives you the ability to disable passes from enemy heroes.
That was a huge skewer. We just had, so Maureen made a smoke rotation with the Hoodwink. They went to the other side of the map, but they were on the low ground. Whisper was on the high ground, and he got a skewer back into the tier 2, which almost got them killed. Unfortunately for them, Falcons brought too many heroes, and so they still end up kind of losing that fight. And Falcons also seem to have won the lanes hard enough in the other lanes, while they did not win the mid lane that BZM was occupying. It looks like the off lane and safe lane went very well. So they also just have more gold to work with right now.
Again, they're the ones who want to pick the pace up in this game. They want to have a very fast tempo. They want to push past enemy tier 1s, get extra kills, contest all these little objectives, all these little runes and camps. And we're starting to see that net worth lead build for them. This is what you would expect from their lineup. They just have a bit more spell power in the early game. And they're utilizing it pretty well. Murano is also a mid that, while her scale is pretty solid, she can sometimes suffer in these early fights. Her kit isn't that easy to use without some extra setup, which OG does have, but it means that she has to be there when the fight breaks out, which isn't always the case for her. So OG are definitely going to be playing the slower game here. And just trying to scale up. Shadow Demon is a hero that can excel in that position. We saw the disruption last game on the Chaos Knight, creating the extra illusions that were pretty impactful in the fight, as he finds a solo kill. Those illusions on the Medusa can also be really strong this game. You disrupt the Medusa, you get extra Medusa illusions, and those are just split-shotting through as well. They're pretty nasty in a fight if she has really high stat gain and good stat items, which the disruption scales off of. And then, of course, the Shadow Demon can also get his ultimate upgraded off an Ag Scepter, which gives him 2 charges of his ult. And causes it to break. Yeah, I was just seeing where this was in the description. So if you read the top half of that, Demonic Purge gets 2 charges, which is a single target cast on an enemy target, which allows him to break an enemy. Again, disable their passives, which means he can go in and disable this Bulwark from the Mars. He can go in and disable any other passives from the enemy team, depending on who he cast it on. That could be a big deal for Medusa down the road as well, if he can eliminate that Mars counter. So Dota's a lot about trying to answer what the opponents are asserting against you and help your teammates fight through those counters.
Oh, there's that arena. So Amar gets his first big entrance into the team fight. Got an arena on 2, but the Magnus was able to blink out of it. He was disrupted by the Shadow Demon, so he stopped taking any damage, and then as he came out of the disruption, he instantly blinked out. But they still got 2 other kills for that, and they just took the Radiant Side Wisdom Rune, which very likely means that they're also going to be able to get their own Wisdom Rune. And so not only did they win a fight, which they got a bunch of golden experience for, but taking the Wisdom Rune away from the opposing team is also a massive win. So now they have a lot more levels. If we actually open up the graph that we've seen, where we look at like the win probability and stuff, you can see in the top part there's experience, and the Dota will translate that to you in just raw levels. They have 6 more levels on the side of Falcons, which can often translate into supports having their ultimates, versus the opposing team not having their ultimates, or just higher level of certain basic abilities that give them a chance to blow up heroes. More attributes per level as well, so heroes are tankier or do more damage. And so OG wants to be able to stop this momentum. And so they try to make a play here, and it looks like it will barely pay out, but they do manage to kill Amar, the Mars, and get a a little bit of momentum going their way. So they get some gold. They get a lot of gold off of that kill. In fact, they get 350 plus 411 gold split among the other heroes involved. So 350 goes to the person who claimed the killing blow, which is BZM the Marana here. And then the other two heroes also get a bit of gold as well.
So Marana is going to scale. I see a lot of discussion about the scale of this, which is interesting because this is a weird hero on this mid roll. Since she's universal, her damage is going to scale off any total stat gain she gets. So she can buy items like a strength bracer, as we see, that gives her strength plus other stats. Normally this strength would not give her damage, but because she's universal, it does give her extra damage. She can buy items like the Dragon Lance, which gives her extra attack range plus more damage off the stats. And she can buy some of these items that maybe make her tankier while at the same time giving her damage that a normal agi carry couldn't. So maybe she's not dealing the most damage per se, but she's scaling in other ways there. We're going to see Medusa ult try and turn some people to stone and buy some time, but they have a lot of heroes here and just outnumbering OG. As we're seeing the pace here, pace is very fast from Falcons overall.
Yeah, they are. Even a tier 2 tower will not protect them. So there's that glyph and the multi-shot from the tower. But it just did not make a difference. They all took a bunch of damage from the tower, but OG were not able to bring the heroes there to really punish the fact that everybody was low. Mode OG. Of course, OG was, from an esports perspective, they were known for this kind of aggressive play style of just running at you with multiple heroes and overwhelming you with the fast play that they would bring to play. So Falcons saying, they're kind of copying OG's strategies of old and just kind of like bringing lots of heroes to fights and running at you very aggressively and taking fights kind of no matter where they're at because they think they have the advantage. So, and it's working out very well for them, though that same situation could bite them in the butt a little bit later on. We'll see if they ever get punished for it. But right now, they have a 5,000 net worth lead. So they are very far ahead for this early on in the game.
Not the hero they wanted to find there off that little gank.
No.
A bit too tanky on this Marana.
Oh. He still landed the arrow. Too bad there's nobody there to follow that up. He just picked up the arcane rune, so that's the rune that allows you to lower the cooldown and mana cost of spells for a certain window of time.
Solo pick off there. So OG are still finding some farm in this game. They've been farming up a lot. They're trying to scale their two ranged carries in the Marana and the Medusa. Have to remember that both those carries are also going to get empowered, which the Magnus can buff them, increasing their damage output. A pretty significant spell as we go into the late game. So these things are going to try and get traded out. Right? You're going to try and empower the Marana and the Medusa, make them hit as hard as possible. You're going to be doing it into the Bulwark of the Mars, who's going to try and reduce that as much as possible. So there's the double-edged sword here in terms of the OG ranged carry idea. And you are fighting against the pace. Well, there's a big two-man RP.
Yeah, that reverse polarity. Setting up the Medusa to put out the damage. They killed two heroes, but now the Medusa is surrounded. She's going to teleport out, but there is a stun. The spear stops that teleport from channeling, and they end up bringing them down the Medusa as a result. But that was a really cool combo. We saw the reverse polarity go off. We haven't really talked about Medusa's ultimate too much. She has an ability called Stone Gaze that when she activates it, it lasts for 5 to 6 seconds, depending on the level. And any hero that looks at the Medusa for 2 seconds in that window will be turned to stone. And so they will be stunned. They won't be able to cast any spells or anything. And then they'll also take additional physical damage. So what happened in that fight is they got reverse polarity by the Magnus. And then they were forced, while they were stunned there, they were forced to look at the Medusa. So the reverse polarity stun led into them also being stone gazed and kind of chained that. And that's what allowed them to be able to kill those two heroes too easily. But Falcons still strong enough to be able to pull through that even without their carry, because they're not overly reliant on their carry right now. That carry is supposed to be somebody who's going to do a majority of the damage, 10, 20 minutes from now. But until then, their other cores and supports are going to be doing the heavier lifting in these fights.
And for OG to win this game, they just need more farm on the Deuce and the Mirana. And they need to, at some point, take a good fight for one of the Roshans to get an Aegis on the Medusa so she can frontline, be really hard to bring down once, impossible to bring down twice. And that's what their end goal is to achieve. Falcons are going to try and make that as hard as possible by constantly making aggressive plays, attacking these heroes. You see them just wasting a lot of this Mirana's resources and time, almost killing her. These things are going to slow down that farm rate. In fact, they shot her an incredible sharp shot. God damn, that was a hell of a shot from Crit here. Snipes her out. A brutal death for BZM as he wasted a lot of time in that exchange and then ends up dying anyway. So all these things that set the Medusa and the Mirana back are good for Falcons, as it means that Gyrocopter who's sitting at the top is going to be that much stronger when he enters the man fight against those heroes. And he's also racing towards his Black King bar. He's racing towards taking this Roshan for himself.
Yeah, now that he has the Black King bar, again, it's one of the most powerful items that you can get in the game when you get it. And so due to this timing that they're at, Falcons are going to be probably very aggressive in taking any fights that they can, and any objectives that they can. So you probably can expect to see Roshan go down sometime in this next 2 to 3 minute window. Maybe they'll wait for the nighttime or something. The Roshan switches the other sides. They get another pick off. The Shadow Demon. I mean, these two, Malrine and Amar, they've been friends for a very long time. They're two people who are relatively new to the scene, some up and comers, and they are running this game right now. They're the ones in control.
There's a lot of damage between these two heroes, a lot of lockdown as well. They both have blink daggers, so they can create their own initiations. Can basically just do it all right now. And they're both going to continue to scale really well. Just well-rounded heroes. That's why Falcons go back to them time and time again. Can kind of provide it all. A little bit of everything. And they're showing it here. These heroes are like a combined 7, 1, and 12 or something. And they're just kind of running the map, getting pickoffs, shoving in the waves. And all this is giving them a good enough advantage that they feel like they can just man up and do Roshan early here at the 22-minute mark. Black King bar also done on the gyro helps them make this decision, as I feel like if the fight comes, he can guarantee BKB and get all of his kit off. So this is just a Roche that OG is not ready to contest. They don't have the farm they need right now to try and stop this. Falcons made that read, and it's all due to the fast early game they played. So this is going to compound their advantage. They're going to get an Aegis on the Gyrocopter, which is a second life for him. Means he can play really aggressive in the fight, bait out some spells, come back a second time. That's a rallying point that Falcons can fight behind. And this is the period where they really want to ramp up the pressure. OG continuing to find some pickoffs here and there, which is what they want. It's going to stall out the game, stall out that 5-man move from Falcons, and give them space and time for their 2 right-click ranged carries in the Mirana and the Medusa to farm up. So they're not in the worst spot, honestly, considering how much that early game could have gone bad for them. They're in an okay shape. They're only down 4k net worth.
Yeah, Dota Plus says this is a 40-60 game, which says a lot about the fact that OG is definitely momentum is very much against them, but they do have the better scaling lineup thanks to Magnus and Medusa. It's a level 18 Medusa. Doesn't have the big damage item, the same kind of damage items that the Gyrocopter has. That's just kind of natural. The hero's going to farm a little bit slower, isn't able to be as effective in early fights. But if she ever does get to the same items the Gyrocopter has right now, he's going Chrysalis and will soon have a Daedalus at some point in time. That's when the Medusa starts getting pretty scary.
We saw that arena control the Mirana as well. You cannot leave the arena with most heroes or most abilities, so those leaps on the Mirana can't get him out of there. Locks that mobility down, helps the Mars initiate on that Mirana really reliably, which also prompted BZM to buy BKB on this Mirana. Not an item he necessarily wants to go every game, as it's not the highest damage item on the hero, but just feels like he needs it here because there's too much control from the Mars and the Doom. A lot of damage from the Venomancer as well, so if he doesn't have BKB, he probably can't man up in the fight and actually get his, his auto attacks in and deal the damage. Kind of a necessary purchase for him, but probably not one he's too happy about having to make here, as again, he's still looking for that damage ramp. It's pretty vital for the hero. But the pickoffs continue.
Yeah, they just keep on getting it on mostly the same hero, which is the Venomancer. The Venomancer is going to be the hero that just isn't a little bit slower. Is going to be joining the other three when it comes to trying to chase down heroes quite as much. Instead, the Venomancer uses his third basic ability, Plague Ward, where he drops a little snake that just sits there on the ground and shoots people. He uses that to be able to help get him better map control. So he will kill creep waves, he'll kill neutral camps, he will try and get vision up on high grounds. That's kind of what he's doing a lot of times. So he's not very often with the team, so it means he's a very easy pick off a lot of times for OG.
Let's see what Falcons want to do. Their Aegis is expiring soon. So if they want to fight, generally you're going to fight while you still have that second life on your big core hero. But they don't have to. They can keep farming as well if they feel like there's some more sets of items that's going to help them do that in the first place. And they also have a decent amount of gold sitting on their heroes right now. So they are going to make that smoke move, but they're missing some big core items. So this is not necessarily a smoke where they want to end up in a full 5-on-5. Well, they have a lot of gold in the bank. They might just be looking for a quick pick off, maybe get some vision out. It's good to place wards while you're smoked because, well, the enemy doesn't see you place them. Makes them a lot harder to find later on. So most pro teams will always place observer wards off the smoke or have like a backup objective here. So yeah, they didn't get the kill, but they took the enemy wisdom rune and they're going to get a kill on the return side off a failed kill attempt from OG. It'll cost them 2. And straight into a Tormentor. So very efficient move from Falcons. They got a Wisdom Rune that got traded out, but then they got 2 kills in Tormentor on the other side of the map.
We saw there the effect. Watch the Venomancer gonna get picked off again. We saw the effect though in the end there of the arena that Avery was talking about. So the Mirana was trying to put the last couple of hits to kill the Doom, and then the arena walls went up. And those arrows that she was shooting get blocked by the wall and didn't connect with the Doom. And the Doom was able to walk away pretty low HP. I mean, there was probably only a couple more shots that were needed to be able to get that kill.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is just a very flexible hero. Shadow Demon gives you defensive capability. He also gives you offensive capability. He scales very well. This hero in the late game is incredibly powerful if he can get there. He has a break mechanic. He has a cleanse/heal mechanic off his shard. He does a lot of damage in the late game. His early game is probably his weakness, but he's also very good at stacking. He's very efficient. So it's a hero that pro teams like a lot because you can be very efficient with him on the map. You can kind of turn your carry into a hyper carry, and a lot of those things feel comfortable to play with, even if maybe the early mid game looks a bit clunky for the hero. I mean, killing the weakest hero
ask, why is it worth it to kill the weakest hero over and over? It's not a lot of gold, I assume. So we're talking about the Venomancer who keeps on dying. There, Avery, you want to answer that question?
I mean, so basically, it isn't worth that much. OG would rather find anybody else in this game for sure. Killing the Veno there, who is the lowest net worth and the least important hero for Falcons, is the worst target they can find. Like, every time you see OG kill him, it's, okay, we'll take him, but we wish we could find somebody else in this situation. It's also just snaking on this 5 Veno, he's going to play up in their face on the map, right? He's going to be the hero that shows aggressively on the lanes or plays in a spot where he knows maybe he dies, but then the rest of his team isn't getting ganked. He's going to tank those plays for his team, and so maybe he has a couple more deaths, but he's doing that purposefully to try and waste OG's time in a sense. So it goes a bit of both ways. Like, OG are trying to make the moves to dodge this Veno and find the bigger priority targets, but this Veno is also trying to block those moves and sacrifice himself so that OG don't get those bigger kills on anybody else in this game, because he knows it just doesn't really matter for him. Like, if the Veno has 5 or 6 deaths here, it's not going to change his game much.
So Falcons are going to use the Twin Gate or some of their heroes to go from this side of the map to the other. Oh, now it looks like they're coming back. Well, maybe they were going to make a little move there, see if they could pick somebody off, but they've decided against it. They go back through the Twin Gate. Now they're going to join their team and the just the 5-man to take a tier 2 tower. Now they do have both an amplified damage rune in the bottle, and they also have a satanic complete for the gyrocopter. So to talk about this, we need to talk about what Aghanim Scepter does for gyrocopter. Aghanim Scepter just gives him, it's called Side Gunner. Basically means that he's getting an automatic attack every once in a while, and it just goes no matter what. Even if he's stunned, that attack will just keep going off intermittently. You combine that with Satanic, which when activated gives you a large amount of heal. We may never see this effect if he doesn't get low, but the way he's just not getting low, but it gives him an intense amount of lifesteal for a very small window of time, 175% lifesteal. The Satanic passively gives you 40%, so it kind of gives you an idea of the difference there when you activate that item. It's a huge amount of lifesteal. And so when he is attacking and he's getting these extra Side Gunner attacks, it means that his HP will very often shoot all the way back up to full. So it makes him for a very difficult hero to kill. And if they want to be able to kill him, it probably means they have to keep him chain stunned and kill him 100-0, which is what they're going to try and do here. So they use Reverse Polarity, Arrow, they've got Toss, and maybe an Avalanche, but they didn't have enough damage. So now the Satanic goes off, and Skeeter heals up to full, and now the rest of Falcons join Skeeter, and they get some kills for it.
That was a big failed move from OG. They tried to all-in him, but he got Satanic off even before he got skewered there. So while he's stunned, he was getting Satanic heal hits in from the Ag's passive effect. One of the strengths of this hero. Even if you stun him, he's still getting some attacks off. And Skeeter's just hit a really nice timing here. They outpaced this Medusa. They picked him off once, and that's all it takes to kind of just break this game. And now they're looking to take even more here off a lot of the base. OG just never getting that real 5-man team fight going. And this Medusa just couldn't get to her timings. She couldn't scale up her tankiness fast enough. The rest of her heroes fell a little bit too far behind. And this is a hero that's suffered in some of the recent patches too. Like, she's not in the strongest state the hero's been in. Where sometimes if you get to like that later portion, she just takes over. I mean, you might even be at a point where you're thinking about something like Divine Rapier. Just get as much damage as you can and hope you win the fight somehow. Because you're going to lose this second Roshan. This does not look like a Roshan OG can contest. They're just not in a position to do it. And that means another Aegis for this Gyro, which means he's even scarier on the front line. Can play even more aggressive.
Yeah, he was hard enough to kill one time. How are they going to kill him 2 times? And so they take the bounty from Roshan. They get the Aegis. They get the Roshan's banner. And they'll go back and they're going to try and set up the map for them to be in a position where they can comfortably siege the high ground again. And OG, as Avery said, they might have to bank on kind of a Hail Mary. I mean, that's what a lot of times the Divine Rapier purchase is. It's a Hail Mary. So it's a long shot that, you know, has sometimes a low percent of working, but it's maybe the only shot that you really have. So we'll see if that ends up coming up, or it's possible that Falcons just end the game too quickly for OG to really be able to consider that as an option. Looks like Doom found a pickoff. There's the ultimate there. Every single time you see that shot, that's Hoodwink's ultimate. We've kind of referenced it a few times. It's called Sharpshooter, where she stands still, channeling up this ability. It builds up more and more damage, and then when she releases it, it can do quite a lot. So at her level, at Hoodwink is level 18, and that, if you charge it all the way up, does 1,250 damage. So quite a lot for some of these heroes. For example, the Shadow Demon that only has 1,800 HP in total.
Should also mention that this Hoodwink, yeah, he's a support, but as things are always flexible in Dota, he is just building damage items. He's becoming what we call a fourth core, just building to scale, become another right-click damage dealer. The hero has an acorn shot, which basically procs an attack when he throws it in there as a spell. So he doesn't have to sit there and right-click you down to deal physical damage. He can just throw out this spell, and it'll proc on a bunch of people, deal a bunch of lightning damage, deal his base damage on everybody it hits. Really strong spell for the hero because it lets him kind of itemize in these hybrid fashions where if you want to build him to stun people and play a spellcaster, you can. But if you want to build him to deal some physical damage, become a fourth core, another carry, he can do that too. And so Crit just feels like they have enough lockdown between the Mars and the Doom where, you know, I'm just going to scale myself and give us some extra insurance in that late game, become another damage threat, another big problem that you have to deal with. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that in the current state of Dota if you want to do it. Maybe it seems a little greedy, but sometimes greed is good. And it can just put that extra pressure on your opponent to really feel like they're just not going to win that late game, even if they felt like they were on paper. So 2 minutes left on this Aegis for Falcons. They really want to go high ground with it. They want to force OG to fight them while they have the 2 lives on Gyro and he can front line. Because there is that Magnus who can defend high ground really well. He can blink in and skewer someone deep into their OG base, make Falcons have to fight very far under tier 3 or tier 4s, which is doable, but it's very scary. And so OG or Falcons really want to use this Aegis to go high ground if they can, if they feel confident enough to do it.
They're going to take another Tormentor, so that's another free Aghanim shard that they get for one of their heroes. In this case, it goes to the Hoodwink. That's what that little pop-up there on the left means. So she gets a new ability called Hunter's Boomerang, where she throws out a boomerang. Does a bit of damage, but the bigger part of it is that it increases all other incoming spell damage. So if you throw it out early, especially with some of her other spells like the Sharpshooter, that 20% mean a lot.
So here's a smoke trying to bypass the vision, catch anybody they can. So if they can, you know, get a pick off before they force the high ground, they'd be a lot more comfortable and confident taking that fight. But they're still going to do it anyway because they still have this Aegis up for a bit. And they're going to dare OG to go on this gyrocopter right now. And OG might not have a choice. They're going to have to pull him back if they can. Oh, fast arena. Catch this Tiny on that failed initiation. They will get a skewer very deep. Not much Falcons can do to help that Doom once he's in that deep. We'll get a stun on the Mars, and yeah, they bailed on this fight.
Yeah, they're just going to have to give it up. It's the combination. Once again, we got the skewer back into the Stone Gaze. So, you know, they're being brought back. They need to head, you know, to get back to their team. The Medusa is between them and their team. So they just inevitably are going to be staring at the Medusa, and they get turned into stone. And then that physical amplification means that even from behind, this Medusa was able to do a lot of physical damage. So we finally get a good example of, like, even though Falcons is very far ahead, you can see why pushing high ground is dangerous and how teams, especially with certain lineups, can always be able to make a comeback in the game.
We also saw that Stone Gaze pierce the Black King Bar debuff immunity there on the Mars as he was trying to BKB TP out. That is another one of those spells that disable goes through it no matter what. You cannot dodge the Stone Gaze no matter what you do, other than looking away from the hero. And so now all of a sudden it's OG knocking on Falcon's door. They get a little breathing room here after that defensive fight. Still not a fight that they were happy about. It cost them a lane of racks. It cost them a buyback. But they do get some time. And they're going to try and use it to farm up as much as they can, get some vision out, maybe get a couple smaller objectives. Can't really push the base here, but it's a little breathing room.
Just a little bit. Enough time to get the Daedalus, which is the upgrade to the Chrysalis item, the red sword he's got. Basically means he's got even more damage and a bigger critical chance. That's going to come out. So when those red numbers do start coming out from the Deuce, they're going to be very high numbers. And just means that if they get Stone Gaze, they're going to fall even faster. So again, Falcons, they may need to depend on yet another Roshan to go high ground, but we'll see. If they get any sort of pick off, that may be a signal for them to try and head up those stairs without the backup of having a secondary life on their carry.
Dire are scanning.
You can also see OG saving buyback gold. So generally, when you're in a position where you're having to defend your base, we're going to see them chase Mirana, but might not work out that well for the Doom as he hopes, as all of OG seem to get out of there. Actually, Dusa has been caught.
The spear? Okay, so he canceled his own teleport there to try and get out of that situation. He knows the rest of the enemy team is coming, so he really needs to back away, but it looks like he's just going to have to stand and fight. All of his mana is gone. When he comes back up, he is almost instantly going to die. And as many heroes did save buyback, the one of them that was not holding on to the gold for that extra life was the Medusa. So she is dead for 90 seconds. This is a big window for Falcons to kind of do whatever they want to do. And which in this case is trying to hunt down this Tiny, and then they're going to push in the top lane and head up those stairs to take the final lane of barracks.
This is Falcons trying to push this game past OG's limit. We're going to try and end this game very soon now. So they kind of have everything they need. This gyro is bordering on 6 slot, which means you only have 6 slots for your items. That's all you can use at any given time. And once you have 6, I mean, you can sell one and trade it out for something better, but you can't really increase your overall power level. So this gyro is kind of capped to a certain extent, which means, you know, you want to end the game on his terms. When he's hitting his peak, it's time to make the enemy deal with him. Waiting doesn't necessarily benefit him anymore. He dodges that attempt at the skewer back from the Magnus. Really well played here. This is going to open up the last lane, not a lane OG can afford to give away. They don't have a choice without the Medusa, so that's mega creeps for Falcons here. Really big advantage, and they're going to play it conservatively. They're going to wait for the next Roshan and then push with the next Rosh Aegis on top of mega creeps. An almost impossible situation for OG to come out victorious in. And just a huge amount of pressure on OG. This is, you know, elimination from the tournament potentially. Or not potentially, it is if you lose. So you need to get as much as you can in the next 2-3 minutes here to prepare for that final fight. And there's not a lot of space to do it with, not a lot of time. You don't have a lot of buybacks to work with. We have the buyback status up in the top left. That just tells you if a hero has the gold or the cooldown necessary to have buyback available, which again is your ability to spend a certain amount of gold to instantly revive your hero back into the game. Very good for base defense situations, but very expensive and a very long cooldown. We see the Mirana's currently on cooldown as she used it earlier. The Medusa does not have gold for it as she's trying to, invest all of her gold into items to deal as much damage as possible. And they have like 2 buybacks available, but the last one's also on cooldown. So this is not a situation where they have, for example, in super late games, you could have 5 buybacks all available. And then if the enemy pushes your base, they have to fight 5v10, which is very difficult even if you have a net worth advantage or an Aegis. It's a way you can just hold on and stall the game and win these defensive fights to play for a later timing, even if it costs you a lot of your economy. This situation is not one of those where OG can afford to hold them, nor do they have them to hold. So it's kind of just an all-in situation for them. They have to buy out whatever they can. It'll be a refresher for the Magnus, so they're going to try and put all this gold into this exact fight, hold this game, and try and get something for the Medusa later. It's going to be a very tough fight. They're down 30k net worth. And it's another Aegis on this Gyro, and another amp damage, or double damage rune in the river. And he's going to bottle up here. So, incredibly scary right now. This is basically one of the scariest things you can see in a late game scenario. A double damage rune on the enemy carry. This is going to, as it says, literally just double his damage output on every right click when he pops that rune. Incredibly terrifying for OG to deal with. He's going to melt anybody in the vicinity. So they really need to find this Gyro with a skewer play and drag him really, really deep into their base so they put him out of position and can focus him down twice.
And on top of that, he knows that they're looking to make that kind of play, so he is going to try and initiate first. He actually has a blink tagger coming out to him. He is getting an upgraded blink tagger. This one is called Swift Blink. So not only is he going to be able to jump in, but when he jumps in, he also gets a bonus 35 agility when he jumps in. So we may see him pop this amplified damage rune, jump inside the base, pop flat cannon, and just start firing at whatever he sees, and those flat cannon shots are going to go out to whatever is in range of him. And you may see heroes, he might be able to just kind of wipe the entirety of OG if he gets, the right kind of initiation, the right kind of luck with his Daedalus and the critical strike that he's looking for.
Absolutely explosive potential right here for Skeeter. Really, the only counterplay is dragging him deep. You have a toss, you have a skewer. You need to pull this. You need to pull this Gyro as close to your fountain as possible to make the fight as hard for Dire, and to maybe even have the fountain help kill him, as the fountain does deal damage. He's just gonna go in,
so
double damage.
They're gonna go inside with the smoke. Skeeter's ready to go with the flat cannon. There he goes. Flat cannon shots start going off, and nice
they got two in the fountain.
They got 2 heroes inside the fountain. They got the 2 other cores. Now, unfortunately for them, Skeeter is still very strong, but they do have buybacks. Both sides are going to be using their extra lives. There's another skewer back. Skeeter, he's going to die here. He even gets tossed back into the fountain. So he's going to die this one time, and when he comes back, he's inside of the fountain. If any stun catches him there, he would have died, but he got the blink away in time. If you get stunned inside of the fountain, it's pretty much guaranteed death. So the fact that he managed to get out of there just in time was massive. And now they still have a chance to be able to end the game. It's 3 versus 4, basically, but these skewers are going to be very annoying. Underneath the fountain, he starts taking some damage, but that's that Satanic. He was out healing the damage from the fountain, which is an immense amount of damage, but his Satanic is just too strong on this hero, and they are going to end the game. And that means they are moving on to the final day of ESL 1. They are going to go into the lower bracket finals to match up against Tundra, and the winner of that will head into the grand finals against Bet Boom.
Snaking with a face equals smashed at the end. So around, I don't think I've seen him all chat a lot.
No,
been motivated for that series, but cool little game 3. I think it looked a lot more one-sided than it potentially was. I think OG had a decent amount of counterplay. They just never could put it all together. And we saw in that last fight, like, that's a hard lineup to end the game against, because you get skewered into the fountain, you get tossed into the fountain. The fountain does a lot of damage. and you're going to have to commit your own buybacks to take that next series of fight. But Falcons played it moderately well. I think they might have been able to avoid it a little bit, but some of it's unavoidable to a degree. Like somebody's getting skewered in there. But a well-played series by them. They'll take the lead. They'll go to top 3. Very dominant team in Dota at the moment. And OG put up a hell of a fight. This is a team that shouldn't have even been at this tournament. They got put in last minute. So a really good result for them that I don't think a lot of people expected. And almost took the series over the real dominators of the year. But of course, these teams are very friendly. We saw a lot of all-chat banner, but that's just because there's ex-teammates on both these teams. They've played with each other. They know each other. It's all in good nature here, as it always is in Dota 2. But yeah, pretty cool series.
It's not nice to just lie to people like that, Avery. But yes, in this case, it is going to be good-natured, and we're going to send off OG and Sal. Again, they definitely overplayed their position here. Again, they weren't even supposed to be at this tournament initially, so the fact that they get so far as to make it 4th place is a wonderful showing from them. But Falcons, who were probably one of the favorite teams coming into this tournament, they proved that by being able to make it to the final day of ESL 1 Birmingham, something that we will be covering on this stream. So if you guys enjoyed this is the Newcomer stream where we kind of break down Dota and a lot of its basics, kind of starting from the ground up and getting more and more information over time until the end of the day. We will kind of restart all of that tomorrow. So if there's more questions you have about Dota, or if there's friends or family members, loved ones that you want to get involved in Dota, this stream would probably be one of the better places to do so. So that'll kind of open up some people to not just Dota 2, but also Dota 2 in the context of esports. So we will be there tomorrow for you. So if you guys have any more questions, save that for tomorrow. Come back to this stream, and Avery and I will take you through another day of ESL 1 Birmingham. You got anything else you want to say, Avery, before we close off?
No, just never be afraid to ask questions in life, and never be afraid to not know things. Because the biggest thing that holds back a Dota player is those two fears, is an unwillingness to learn something new because they feel like they already know it all. So everybody can learn something about this game. It's the most complicated game on planet Earth for a reason. Nobody knows it all. I don't even know it all. Austin definitely doesn't know it all. And those players that we just saw don't know it all either. So
true. It's all cumulative knowledge, right? That's part of the teamwork aspect of Dota 2. So we are done for the day. Thank you very much for watching the Newcomer stream. Again, we will be back tomorrow for the beginning of ESL 1 Birmingham, the lower bracket final. So we will see you guys there.
treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure.